19. Forest. 50 points, Potter. Malfoy stared at him incredulously. Harry shrugged. For attacking a teacher, anybody else would have been expelled. Should have been expelled, Malfoy said. Harry had already heard an earful from Hermione, and he stared impassively at the other boy. The only reason that Harry cared about house points was that losing them angered the other Slytherins. He was already seeing unfriendly looks from the upper years, and if he survived the night, it was going to mean trouble. It's just proof that you're dangerous. If you're doing this first year, what are you going to do? Burn down the entire castle before you graduate? Malfoy's outrage had overtaken his usual fear of Harry, and he was saying things that Harry suspected he usually said behind Harry's back. Harry looked at him impassively and said, "Quirrell irritated me." Quirrell had been needling him all semester. Malfoy had been there. He'd seen what had happened. He'd been there during the attack. "Everybody irritates you," Malfoy said, "except that mudblood and that blood traitor." At Harry's look, Malfoy held up a hand. "I don't know what your problem is with the man, and I certainly don't know what his problem is with you. You need to solve it before the upper years come and beat you to death in your bed." "I didn't know you cared," Harry said. "They don't know who sleeps in which bed," Malfoy said dryly, "and I doubt some of them would care." "What with your father's connections?" Harry asked. "Some people," Malfoy said, with a significant look in Harry's direction, "do stupid things and regret it later. Like dueling with Weasley in the corridor," Harry said. The look Malfoy gave him was blistering. Having detention at 11 o'clock at night was almost as insane as sending children alone into a monster-inhabited forest, accompanied only by a groundskeeper who looked like every groundskeeper in every horror movie ever. They met with Filch, who glared at them with an evil grin. "Attacking a teacher, fighting in the halls, wouldn't have happened in my day. My day they had real punishments. Hanging from the ceiling by the wrists for a few days would do the lot of you some good." Harry wondered where Filch had gone to school. As a squib, he couldn't have gone to Hogwarts. Filch chuckled darkly. This might be better, though. Apparently Malfoy and Weasley hadn't been told where they would be serving their detention. They both looked uneasy as Filch lit a lantern and led them outside. The moon was bright, but dark clouds kept plunging them into impenetrable darkness. Harry had to watch his step. Falling and breaking his neck before he even reached the forest would be a nastily ironic death. With his luck, he'd suffer through all the pain and then wake up 2 minutes before he fell. Having to repeat the same horrible evening over and over was his conception of hell. After a few minutes, they managed to reach the caretaker, who was carrying his own lantern. The light from the lantern lit his face in a way that made it look even more sinister than it usually did. It made him look almost ghostly. "What are we doing?" Harry heard Malfoy ask uneasily. "You'll be going into the forest tonight, boys," Filch said, a sort of unnatural glee in his voice. He grinned. "Whether you'll be coming out is another story." "There's acromantula in the forest," Weasley said. His face was pale in the lantern light. "Giant spiders the size of the night bus." Harry hoped that was an exaggeration, something that size wouldn't be able to move through the trees. "And werewolves," Malfoy said. He glanced up at the moon. "If my father knew how you were endangering me, he'd—" Filch was already walking away. The groundskeeper held the lantern up and said, "You think he doesn't know where you are, boy?" "What?" Malfoy asked. "He hasn't been very loyal the past few years. He needs to be taught a lesson." Malfoy looked almost as alarmed as Harry felt. The man was as much as admitting to be a Death Eater, and if that was the case, Harry carefully reached into his pocket for his wand. He brought his cloak, stuffed into his pack just in case. If he could just get away, he'd be able to vanish without any of them seeing him. Weasley seemed not to catch the implications of what the groundskeeper had just said. "Get moving. We don't have all night." "What are we doing?" Weasley asked quietly. The groundskeeper bent down and showed them a silvery trail on the ground. It glowed in the moonlight and was oddly beautiful. "That's unicorn blood." The man looked up at them. "We're tracking it." Malfoy stared at the man for a moment, then asked, "Why? Isn't it your job to keep the animals in their places?" "You're my helpers tonight, boys," the man said. His grin was nasty. "Why's it bleeding?" Weasley asked, staring at the ground. The trail led into the forest. It surprised Harry that the unicorns got this close to the castle, and he wondered who else knew about it. "There's something in the forest killing the unicorns," the groundskeeper said. "We're hunting it down." Both Weasley and Malfoy looked pale and ghostly now. Harry suspected that they'd both be more careful about dueling, assuming they survived the night. The trail wandered and split shortly after they walked into the forest. The groundskeeper said, "Looks like we'll have to split up and cover more ground." Draco glanced back and forth between Harry and the groundskeeper. On the one side, he seemed concerned about the groundskeeper's cryptic remarks, worried for once that the man might actually try to hurt him to get back at his father. On the other side, while he knew Harry could take care of himself, it wasn't like being protected by a fully adult wizard. In the end, that seemed to be what caused him to make his decision, because he insisted loudly on going with the groundskeeper. They followed the groundskeeper into the darkness of the forest. The only light was the moonlight through the trees and the light of the caretaker's lantern. Eventually, they came to a fork in the path. Malfoy and the caretaker took the path to the left, and Harry and Weasley took the path to the right. Despite what the caretaker had said, Harry wondered if Malfoy's inclusion had just been to give plausible deniability in the case that Harry didn't come back. After all, if a prominent pure blood had been assigned the same punishment as Harry, it couldn't be all bad, could it? As the light from the lantern retreated into the distance, Harry turned and saw Weasley lighting his wand. Apparently his spell-casting issues from earlier in the year were resolved, because the light shone shockingly in the darkness. "Cut that out," Harry snapped, closing his eyes in an attempt to maintain his night vision. "Why?" Weasley asked, but at least he extinguished the light. "Anything in the forest will be able to see the light from further away than will be able to see them," Harry said. "Like the spiders and werewolves." Harry nodded. Opening his eyes, he noted that the forest seemed even darker than it had before. He cursed to himself. "Besides, you may need your wand for something else," Harry said. "If things get bad, why do you think he was carrying a lantern? It was to keep his wand free." Idly, Harry wondered if there were spells to allow someone to see in the dark. He was sure that some people had learned to transfigure cat's eyes for themselves, but he wouldn't want to try that until he was very good. The light from the lantern faded off into the trees. This left Harry alone with Weasley in the forbidden forest. "We'd best get to it," Harry said after giving his eyes a chance to adjust. Weasley stared at him for a moment before saying, "Sorry, mate." "For what?" Harry asked distractedly. The darkness made him uneasy. It would be easy for an enemy to snipe at them from the darkness, and they'd never know what had hit them. Only the fact that having a light would make that even easier instead of harder kept Harry from wanting a light. "For what happened to your friend?" he said. At Harry's sudden sharp look, he held up his hand. "I heard you talking about it to Hermione and Neville." Harry scowled. He'd thought he was more careful about being overheard than that. He hoped this didn't endanger Pusey's family. Still, Weasley was at least attempting to extend an olive branch. He hadn't done as much bullying in this time as he had the last time, and he couldn't really be held responsible for what his previous self had done. "It's all right," Harry said, although he could see from Weasley's expression that they both knew it wasn't. "Thanks for saying so." "You think they're really going to make us go into the forest?" Weasley asked fearfully. "With the spiders?" Harry nodded grimly. "The sooner we get it done, the sooner we get back," he said. Part of him considered simply pretending to traipse off into the woods while hiding instead. If he'd been with Malfoy, he'd have considered it, but with a Gryffindor coming along with him, it wasn't going to happen. Even if Weasley was afraid of spiders, Harry doubted that he could keep a secret. Malfoy would have been happy to skiv off and show up later. If he'd been thinking, he would have gone with Harry, and then neither one of them would have had to go. Instead, he was with a Gryffindor who would undoubtedly think cheating was a terrible thing. One of his brothers would have been much more likely to go along with the idea. They followed the silvery trail into the forest, which grew darker and thicker the farther they walked. "Why aren't you afraid?" Weasley asked suddenly from behind him. Keeping conversation to a minimum was one of the things that might keep them alive, but Harry suspected that Weasley was one of those who needed to hear himself talk to deal with his own fear. "Who says I'm not afraid?" Harry asked, glancing behind him. Considering that fear was his constant companion, Harry wondered if he might have simply gotten used to it. Was this bothering him less than Weasley because this was his entire life? "You sure don't show it," Weasley said. "Half the people in my house would like to kill me," Harry said, "and the other half are afraid of the first half and won't support me." "Yeah, you learn not to show weakness pretty fast, or you don't survive." Weasley was silent after that, for which Harry was pleased. The boy was making enough noise moving through the forest. Harry was doing a little better due to his practice at being stealthy. Even he was making more noise than he'd like, however. They wandered around, following the meandering trail for what seemed like forever before Harry heard Weasley hiss behind him. Weasley had spotted something. Blood splashed against a tree, as though the unicorn had staggered and flailed against it. The trail continued out into a clearing. Harry moved more cautiously now. The blood seemed fresher here, and he suspected that they were about to find whatever it was that they were supposed to find. It occurred to him that the caretaker hadn't given them any way to alert him when they found the unicorn or its killer. He'd been preoccupied and hadn't questioned it. His stomach clenched. Whatever they were about to face, it was likely very close. Bright and gleaming on the ground, the unicorn was dead. Harry felt a catch in his heart at the sight of it. It wasn't often that he really appreciated magic, and sometimes he envied the wonder he saw in the Muggle-born's eyes. Suddenly he wished he could see a unicorn in all its glory. Unicorns represented the pureness and innocence that had been stolen from Harry. Living with the Dursleys, Harry wasn't sure he'd ever had it. It was a bitter envy to see Hermione or the others living life unconcerned about possible dangers at every corner. Harry stiffened as he heard a slithering sound. He froze, holding up a hand for Weasley to do the same. Out of the shadows emerged a dark figure, crawling along the ground like some kind of beast. It moved slowly toward the unicorn. The familiar smell of rot was in the air, along with lingering traces of garlic. If Harry hadn't known what he was looking for, he likely wouldn't have noticed it. Harry stood motionless in the shadows, and to his credit, Weasley didn't move either. They both stood and watched as the figure lowered its mouth to the neck of the unicorn. Before Harry realized what he was doing, his wand was out, and he was shouting, "Defindo." The figure jerked out of the way, and Harry dodged as a bolt of green light struck the place where he'd just been standing. "Run!" he shouted to Weasley even as he dodged behind a tree. He struggled to remember the lessons Flitwick and his books had taught him. Make use of cover and concealment. Avoid being silhouetted against a skyline or against light-colored objects. Carefully select a new fighting position before leaving an old one. Harry grabbed his cloak and quickly pulled it over his head. It was important to avoid setting a pattern, and the time he left himself exposed had to be limited. Firing off another spell at the figure, who dodged behind a tree, Harry moved. It was hard not to make noise moving through the leaves and underbrush, and he cursed to himself. He'd need more practice if he ever got the chance. "Defindo! Defindo! Defindo!" Harry yelled. Although Quirrell dodged, Harry thought he saw a darkening pool of blood on his left sleeve. Harry felt his wand being yanked from his hand, and he cursed to himself. He hadn't bothered with a shielding charm, knowing it wouldn't stand up to whatever Quirrell planned to use against him. He moved quickly through the darkness, his cloak covering him, even as flashes of light flew through the area he had been in. Harry saw his wand lying on the ground 6 yards away. Quirrell was a dozen yards away, looking off in the direction of the last place Harry had been. It was a clearing, and so there wasn't a lot of leaves or undergrowth. Harry carefully suited every skill he practiced to move slowly toward the wand. "There's no one coming, boy," the voice suddenly shrieked. A sudden flare lit the entire area in a blinding light, as bright as daylight. Harry froze, his night vision suddenly gone. The only compensation was that Quirrell seemed as confused as he was. "I wouldn't be so sure of that," Dumbledore said, stepping out of the forest. Quirrell suddenly whipped around, pointing his wand at Dumbledore. "I was just looking for the boy. It's not safe out in the forest." "You were the one who set him this task," Dumbledore said mildly. "I was concerned, and so I followed discreetly. Imagine my surprise to see what you have been up to with the unicorns." Harry cautiously began to bend down. Under the bright lights, he hoped that his invisibility cloak covered all of him. "I'm ill," Quirrell said bluntly. "This is just to keep me going long enough." "You won't have the stone," Dumbledore said quietly. "Perhaps there is something St. Mungo's can do." "You think I haven't tried that?" Quirrell snarled. He wasn't even pretending to stutter. "I even went to Muggle healers. This is the only solution." Harry's hand grasped the wand. "No," Quirrell said, and a moment later he apparated away. "Harry," Dumbledore said sharply, "come here." Harry hesitated, not sure it was entirely safe. He began to walk toward the headmaster, who looked in his direction and seemed to know exactly where he was. He felt a sudden surge of displaced air behind him, and a moment later he felt his cloak being pulled away from him. The tip of a wand was placed against his forehead. Step away, or the boy dies, Quirrell snarled, staring up at Dumbledore. Harry reached up and grabbed Quirrell's wrist, feeling a sudden surge of pain even as Quirrell screamed. He tried to wrench the wand away from his forehead, and he twisted his body, even as Quirrell yanked his hand away. Quirrell's wrist was blistered. "I wouldn't have thought it of you, Quirinus, playing host to something like that," Dumbledore said. "Harry is protected by things neither you or your master can ever understand." "Kill him," the voice from the back of Quirrell's head shrieked. The two wizards suddenly exploded into action, and Harry ducked out of the way. He bent down and grabbed his cloak, and he started running through the forest. At this point, all staying would do was distract Dumbledore and risk his getting hurt. Harry doubted the combat would last very long. Quirrell was sick and weakened, and Dumbledore was at the peak of his strength. The most likely outcome would be that Quirrell would apparate away, which meant Harry needed to get back inside the wards of Hogwarts as soon as possible. As he reached the edge of the forest, Harry saw Malfoy, Weasley, and the groundskeeper. He felt a sudden surge of exultation. He'd done it. Dumbledore would remove Quirrell, and Harry would be as safe at the school as he had ever been. He felt a sudden surge of relief. It was over, at least for now. "I found the others," Weasley said excitedly. "I was trying to get help when we saw the light." The shift in the groundskeeper's expression was Harry's only warning before the older man went for his wand. Harry twisted out of the way even as he lifted his own wand to point at the other man. He wasn't fast enough, and he felt his torso explode beneath him. As he fell into darkness, his last thought was that for all his good points, Dumbledore was pants at hiring people. 20. Hagrid. Healing spells. "I haven't even started to look at healing magic," Hermione said. She was staring at the book in front of her. Harry sat, frozen. Part of him still felt a void where his stomach had been, and he felt suddenly nauseous. He was on the train, and his presents from Neville and Hermione lay opened in front of him. "It'd probably be a good idea," Harry forced himself to say again, given the number of trolls and giant dogs running through the halls. Hermione nodded, already looking through the book. Neville looked with her. His wand had already been gotten for him early when Hermione had taken him to Ollivander's. "I think I need to head for the loo," Harry said. Without looking back, Harry quickly made his way out of their car, and he headed for the loo. He didn't bother to hide himself. In the mood he was in, anyone who got in his way would regret it. He stared at his face in the mirror once he reached the loo. He felt nauseous, but this time he didn't retch. Maybe this time he was getting used to being murdered a little. In the next 5 months he had to change everything. If he didn't, he'd be trapped in his first year, repeating it again and again. That was the definition of hell. He'd always moved on by surviving, and this time he intended to do more than survive. Quirrell's flesh had burned when he'd touched it. That was a major discovery, and possibly something that could alter the balance of power. Harry had no idea why it was happening. Possibly it had something to do with the prophecy. He'd hurt when he touched Quirrell, but he hadn't taken any damage. Maybe he and Voldemort literally couldn't exist in the same universe without killing each other. It didn't matter why, but like his invisibility cloak, it was a tool that was almost useless if Quirrell and Voldemort knew about it. He had to keep the gameskeeper at his job so that the Death Eaters didn't have a chance to get their own man in the position. For the first time, Harry cursed his own lack of curiosity. While the other students had gossiped about what had happened to Hagrid, Harry hadn't been interested. There had been something about his harboring an illicit dragon. He wasn't even exactly clear on when it had happened, although it was sometime in May. Harry had been distracted, worrying about Voldemort's plots, and he hadn't really been concerned about any of the other teachers. It was clear to him now that there was more than one way to attack someone. By removing one employee, Voldemort had created an opportunity for himself, one he'd been quick to take advantage of. Harry had to endure 5 more months of classes with Quirrell. The boredom of having to repeat the classes was bad enough without having to listen to his incessant taunting. At least now he knew Dumbledore wasn't a complete fool. He'd listened to Harry's complaint, and he'd waited until he could get proof to act. That meant that Harry didn't actually have to murder Quirrell as much as he sometimes wanted to. All he had to do was reveal him where Dumbledore or the other teachers could see, and he would be expelled from the school. Of course, even if Quirrell was placed in Azkaban, Harry wouldn't be safe. Quirrell dead was much safer than Quirrell imprisoned. After what he'd seen Quirrell do to the unicorns, Harry wasn't sure he shouldn't kill him. The man was dying, probably because he had an evil face tumor in his head. Getting actual evidence on him would require following him, something that made Harry want to sick up into the wash basin. He'd faced Quirrell 3 times in battle, and 3 times he'd lost. He'd have to get better at stealth, much better. The risk of following the man who was actively trying to kill him, who literally had eyes in the back of his head, was enormous. Harry had let Quirrell and his passenger dictate his life for too long. He'd let him reduce his life to nothing, and it was time to take his life back. "I thought you lived with muggles," Flitwick said. Harry was covered in sweat and sitting on a bench. Learning to dodge behind objects was difficult, and he needed to get in better shape, although the possibility that whatever gains he might make could be erased in an instant were frustrating. "I do," Harry said. Flitwick frowned. "You've gotten better. Much, much better. If someone is training you, I'd like to meet them and learn how they taught you 6 months of training in 2 weeks. Harry froze. He could hardly say that Flitwick had been the one to train him, and any other answer would sound like a lie. His mind raced, and finally he said, "People's families would be in danger if I revealed everyone who trained me." Although Weasley knew or would know that Pusey had been Harry's friend, Harry hadn't told anyone about the training. Putting Pusey's family in danger wouldn't be fair or just after everything he had done. Flitwick said, "When this is all over, I hope you ask them to talk to me. Whatever their teaching methods are, they are hugely effective." Harry looked at him for a moment, then said bleakly, "I doubt anyone would like them. Learning like this is difficult. I wouldn't recommend it for anyone who didn't have to do it." Flitwick stared at him sympathetically, but said, "If you continue to progress like this, you'll be a wizard to contend with someday." The sooner the better as far as Harry was concerned. The last thing he wanted was to be a 30-year-old wizard stuck in the body of a 13-year-old, repeating the same year endlessly. It was his idea of hell. His performance in the fight with Quirrell, his third loss to the same man, proved that once a week of training with Flitwick wasn't nearly enough. The problem was that none of the other Slytherins were nearly as sympathetic as Pusey had been. Harry suspected that he'd helped him as much out of pity as anything else. Harry had chosen Pusey carefully, mostly because of his reputation for fairness and honesty and his lack of pure-blooded ideologies. None of the others fit as well as he had. Those who were brave also had suspect associations. Those who lacked those associations weren't particularly brave. Harry doubted that he'd be able to get anyone to help him that wouldn't betray him. Turning to the other professors was out as well. McGonagall and Dumbledore were both far too busy with their duties. Madam Hooch didn't particularly like him. Sprout didn't seem like she'd be a very effective duelist. Professor Seinstra might be good, but he didn't know enough about her, and she didn't seem particularly open. He didn't know the other professors very well, including Hagrid, whose presence back at the head table was a little jarring. Harry wasn't sure exactly how old the dragon was when it had set everything on fire, and he wasn't sure how long Hagrid had possessed the egg before it had hatched. The simplest thing to do was to read up on dragons. He wasn't even sure what kind of dragon it had been, but he still remembered what it had looked like. Hermione might be willing to help. She was ridiculously easy to talk into anything that resembled research, and if he figured out a time frame that Hagrid might come into possession of the egg, he'd be able to figure out something to do about it. First, though, he needed to cultivate a relationship with the man. Showing up on his doorstep the day he got a dragon egg demanding that he give it up wasn't likely to be persuasive. Sometimes talking was more effective than force. Harry hoped that this was one of those times, because he doubted anyone could physically force Hagrid to do anything he didn't want to do. He'd ask Neville and Hermione to ask around about Hagrid. His reputation was bad enough that he couldn't ask questions without it being noticed. The Slytherins would report whatever he asked to their parents, and he might end up getting Hagrid sacked even faster than he had been the last time. Slipping his invisibility cloak off after looking carefully around, Harry knocked on the door to Hagrid's hut. The sounds of loud barking came from within, and Harry wondered suddenly if the man had moved the three-headed dog into his hut. From what Hermione had discovered, the man had a history of raising questionable animals. Consensus was that because he was a half-giant, a fact that Hermione was assured was known only to a few things could hurt him. He seemed insensitive to the fact that smaller beings weren't as resilient as he was. Harry felt his stomach clench as the man came to the door. Up close, Hagrid was even more impressively large than he was at the professor's table, towering over Harry in a way that reminded Harry uncomfortably of his encounter with a troll. Supposedly, half-giants shared some of the troll's resistance to magic, which made him even more anxious. This was someone who a well-placed Defindo couldn't do much against. Harry, the man asked, sounding confused. "Hello, Hagrid," Harry said. He forced himself to smile. "I decided to come over and visit. Is this a good time?" The man's face broke into a massive smile and he said, "Come on in." The interior of Hagrid's hut was a single room, with hams and pheasants hanging from the ceiling. Harry wondered why Hagrid bothered, unless the house elves simply weren't feeding him enough. If that was true, the man needed to negotiate a better labor contract. There was a fireplace with a large copper kettle. Something was boiling inside. There was a massive bed with a patchwork quilt. There were ingredients and objects Harry couldn't recognize, but it all seemed very rustic. "I meant to invite you over anyway, Harry, but Dumbledore's been keeping me pretty busy over the past few months," Hagrid said. "He's got you helping against the Death Eaters?" Harry asked. If Dumbledore was staffing Hogwarts with his cronies who were helping in his war effort, it might explain his seeming incompetence in hiring employees. After all, soldiers weren't necessarily good teachers. Hagrid grimaced. "Never mind aboo that. Kid like ye shouldn't have to worry about the war." Harry bit back the obvious response. He was involved, no matter what adults wanted for him, and he would be involved until the other side was dead. "I hear you were here at Hogwarts during my parents' time," Harry said. "Maybe you'd like to tell me about them." In his experience, the few wizarding adults who'd known his parents seemed to love talking about them as much as his aunt seemed to hate it. It was the easiest way to break the ice, and deep down, Harry did find himself interested. From the way Hagrid's face lit up, Harry had stumbled across a surefire conversation starter. Harry learned more about his parents in the next 30 minutes than he'd learned in a lifetime with his aunt and uncle. "So they had a house?" Harry asked. Apparently this was the man who delivered him to the Dursleys. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about that. On the one side, this had led to a lifetime of loveless rules and restrictions and 11 years in a cupboard. On the other hand, he'd be long dead by now if he hadn't been delivered to them, or he'd be caught in an infinite loop where he was murdered over and over again as a baby, unable to do anything to change his fate, and trapped in a private hell he'd never grow old enough to truly understand. A Lil cottage in Gargrick's Hollow. Whatever happened to it? Harry asked. He wondered if he owned the cottage, how much he could sell it for. "You know who didn't leave it in very good shape? But I own it." Harry asked. With his luck, his aunt and uncle would have long since sold it and used the money on Dudley. "Well, that and the contents of your vault," Hagrid said. "You won't be able to get control until you're 17. "My vault?" Harry asked, leaning forward. "What?" All in all, although there was no sign of the egg, his visit to Hagrid's had been very productive. "I've got enough on my hands with my studies," the Ravenclaw said. He stared at Harry. "Why would I want to help you anyway?" This was the third Ravenclaw Harry had asked, and none of them had been willing to help him. "According to the prophecy, I have a chance to beat Voldemort. If I do, that'll mean I'm pretty powerful," Harry said, "and I'll remember people who were good to me." "And what's that to me?" the Ravenclaw asked. "Unless you plan to become Minister for Magic or gain some kind of political office, your personal level of power if of no concern." "I'll remember my enemies too," Harry said, even though he knew it was a mistake. The Ravenclaw sneered. "A first year trying to be threatening, how quaint." "Tell that to the troll," Harry muttered. The Ravenclaw stared at him for a moment and then started walking away. Harry felt frustrated. He should have done this the last time. Then he'd know who to not bother talking to and who might be open to the idea of helping him. As it was, he could tell that some of the Ravenclaws had been talking. Some of them looked at him with expressions of pity, and others sneered at him. All of them turned away when they saw them coming toward them. Harry began to wonder if the only way he was going to get any practical training was to pick fights in the hallways. But if he did that then, he suspected that Flitwick would stop teaching him. He stiffened as he felt an arm drape over his shoulder. He looked up at and saw that it was one of the Weasley twins. How had they sneaked up on him without his knowing? "People have been talking," the first brother said. "Talking a lot." the second said, saying you've been looking for people to practice magic on. Harry shrugged out from under the arm of the first twin and stepped away. He kept his hand close to his wand. Although they hadn't bullied him in this timeline, other than an attempt to make him bold, he remembered what it had been the last time. You can understand if people might be a little reluctant to let you practice on them, the first twin said. After what you did to the troll. Are you coming here to gloat? Harry asked, because nobody wants to help me. If you don't want to listen to what we have to say, we can walk away, the first twin said. But we were actually thinking about making a deal. What kind of a deal? Harry asked suspiciously. We've been working on creative uses of potions and spells for our jokes. For some reason, people seem to be a little reluctant to be the first to try them. Harry's mind made the obvious leap. So you are offering what? To practice with me in return for my being an experimental test subject. From what we've heard, you're a little mental, the first brother said, which is what it would take to try some of the things we've come up with. Anybody would be mental if they had to go through what Harry had gone through. Was Harry willing to put himself through what was likely to be humiliating and unpleasant just for a few more hours of practice a week? How do I know you won't poison me? Harry asked suspiciously. Or that this is all just a gag to get me to agree, and then you'll go back on your word? Would we lie to you? The second Weasley asked. He glanced at his brother. Well, maybe, but we've heard what you do to people you aren't happy with. Besides, we're interested in seeing just what you've got, the first Weasley said. People keep talking about you being some kind of a genius of a firstie. We'd like to see if that's true. Well, whatever they did to him wouldn't kill him permanently, and he'd have to be careful to avoid anything causing permanent damage. Although he mentally tended to lump them in with the others who had bullied him, they didn't seem to have the same kind of malice when they pulled their pranks. From what he'd heard, they'd even hit Quirrell in the back of the head with a snowball during Christmas break. Harry wondered how they'd react if they realized they'd hit Voldemort in the face. He wished he'd gone farther back in time, if only to have gotten to see it. With some reluctance, Harry agreed to the deal. Part of him regretted it already. Ingesting unknown substances didn't seem like a very good way to survive, but if they were as creative as they thought, he might find something among all the jokes that might be useful. He'd be ready the next time. Harry vowed that the fourth time he fought Quirrell was going to be the charm. He was tired of losing and tired of dying. It was time to work on winning for a change. A few weekends of having his skin turn purple wasn't that much of a price to pay. 21. Mishaps. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall asked, may I ask where you have put your head? Working with the Weasleys had been even more challenging than Harry had thought. They had a genius for using old spells in new ways and were even making cautious inroads into creating their own spells. The fact that they were only third years made it even more impressive. Of course, most of their projects didn't work well, or at least not safely, which was why they were willing to work with Harry in the first place. Some of the experiments were painful, and others were simply embarrassing. Most of them were hard to easily reverse. I was helping the Weasleys with a project, Harry said. He grimaced, even though with his head invisible no one could see it. The snickering from the other Slytherins almost made Harry happy that no one could see his expression. And they didn't put you back to where you were when they were finished? McGonagall asked. Harry shook his head, then realized that she wouldn't be able to see it. No, ma'am, he said. Finite incantatum didn't work at all, and neither did the other usual methods of reversing it. The twins seem to think it will wear off sooner or later. We'll see about that, McGonagall said, pulling out her wand. As she engaged in a series of fruitless attempts to reverse the magic on his head, Harry imagined what it would be like if this never reversed itself. It would make using the cloak a lot easier if he didn't have to hide under it. However, it had clearly disconcerted Hermione and Neville when they'd seen it. Presumably, this was why the Weasleys were trying to put the magic into a hat. It was just the latest in a series of mishaps that made Harry wonder if the twins were taking a sadistic pleasure in seeing just what he would tolerate. There had been the nose-biting teacup, which had become far more vicious than the twins had intended. The twins never told him what their creations were supposed to do. They enjoyed the expressions of surprise and terror on Harry's face. Harry had been anxious when they presented him with a simple teacup. He'd become more anxious when it had exploded into action. It hadn't just attacked him, but the twins as well. He'd had to go to the hospital wing after that debacle. The fanged frisbee was almost as vicious. He'd ended up racing through the hallways being chased by one, only to have it be confiscated by Filch. The detention he'd gotten had been almost worth it. Cleaning the great hall by hand had been better than being attacked by a flying monstrosity. The electric shock glove had been worse. Harry had thought he was going to have to repeat the year when his entire body had seized up and he'd fallen to the floor. The Weasleys had actually seemed to be concerned about the results of that one. It had gotten to the point that he was dreading his next session with the Weasleys almost as much as he dreaded classes with Quirrell. At least he knew what to expect in Quirrell's class. The Weasleys kept their promise about practice at least. 3 times a week they practiced with him. As it turned out, they weren't that much better than he was at dueling, but there were 2 of them, and Harry got used to fighting multiple combatants. It was good for his reflexes, and he learned to be more observant of his surroundings. Although the Weasleys weren't that good at fighting, they were clever and had a vicious streak. They fought dirty. They were impressed by his skill, and he was already getting better. Flitwick was already commenting on just how much better his shield charm was getting, and Harry was getting used to having opponents who would try all sorts of unfamiliar spells against him. Considering the number of spells Quirrell and Voldemort undoubtedly knew, it was exactly the kind of training he needed. Learning to think on his feet wasn't as easy as he would have thought. He was probably better at it than any of his yearmates, but he had to be at least as good as it as an aura, which was a high standard to live up to. McGonagall stared at him. Harry's head, apparently, had stubbornly refused to reappear. "We'll simply have to make do," she said. She turned to the rest of the class and said, "Today we will be working on transfiguring teacups." Harry shivered, a chill going down his spine. He hadn't been able to look at a teacup the same way since he'd been attacked by one. Fortunately, he'd had this class before, and so it would be easy. It had been 3 days before his head had returned to normal, and Harry had eventually found it somewhat liberating. Not having to be careful with his expressions around people, being able to scowl or frown or stick his tongue out. He'd even started to enjoy the unsettled looks the Hufflepuffs kept giving him, as though he was the latest of the castle ghosts. It had been a long time since he'd had fun, and he took advantage of that time. All good things came to an end, and on the morning of the 4th day, he saw his own face reflected in the mirror. His hair was sticking up worse than usual, as he hadn't bothered to comb it in days. He scowled at himself, then got to the boring business of trying to look presentable. His next session with the Weasleys was today. He thought they might cancel for fear the magics might interfere with each other, but apparently it wasn't to be. Liking the Weasleys wasn't something he could do when he was the continual butt of their jokes and experiments. He did respect their genius, and he knew that they respected him. No matter how often they caused his tongue to explode out of his mouth, or his hair to change colors, or his eyes to turn into tentacles, he kept coming back. They looked as though they were just waiting for him to say enough, but he never did. Not every product was a failure. A magical comb that magically changed hairstyles worked exactly as planned. Harry had been afraid that his hair would animate and attack him, but it hadn't. Instead, it allowed an instant change in hairstyles. They'd given him their prototype comb, pleased that he was interested in it. Harry suspected that it would make disguising himself easier, and so he was pleased to keep it on his person. Peruvian darkness powder wasn't actually their invention, but they'd somehow found a supplier willing to import some. Harry had enough money to buy a little from them. If it saved his life, it would be worth it. Harry didn't bother to use the magical comb. He was saving it for a time he needed to use it for a disguise. As he entered the room they'd been using for their experiments, Harry groaned as he saw the twins grinning. There was a pair of trainers on the floor between them with suction cups on the bottom. "I suppose you two know cushioning charms," he said warily. It looked like this, like most of the Weasley inventions, was going to hurt. Harry could only hope that in a couple of years the products would be a little safer, because for now each one was a lawsuit waiting to happen. Resignedly, he began unlacing his own trainers. "I really hate you guys sometimes," he said. Despite the pain the Weasley experiments caused, his dueling skill got better rapidly under their tutelage. He learned the Accio spells, and they taught him how to use it to pull items from behind an enemy, wizard to hit him from an unexpected place. He learned to watch for that kind of strategy being used against him. Getting better at Accio was easy. He practiced it repeatedly, to the point that it annoyed his roommates when he summoned objects from across the room, instead of getting up to get it himself. It was a wonder that some wizards even remembered to walk. If it weren't for his sessions with Flitwick and the twins, Harry wouldn't have any exercise at all. Flying class had ended at the end of the first session, and now there wasn't any physical activity at all. Harry considered running, but couldn't figure out how to find a place to run where he wouldn't leave himself vulnerable to being attacked. Weights and hand-to-hand combat wouldn't make much difference. Muggle soldiers only spent a little time on hand-to-hand combat training because their primary focus was their gun. A wand was a wizard's gun. What Harry really needed was to learn how to twist out of holds when people grabbed him, and maybe how to escape from being tied up, although most wizards were more likely to use magic. His biggest frustration was that once he lost his wand, he was helpless. He approached Flitwick about learning wandless magic. Casting spells wandlessly is a great deal more difficult than the usual swish and flick, Flitwick said, and it's not particularly useful for the more powerful spells. Most wizards don't even bother to learn it at all. Harry frowned. I want to learn to cast a wandless Accio and a wandless finite incantatum. You've barely been able to cast Accio for a month, Flitwick said, and you shouldn't be able to cast it at all. We usually don't teach it until 4th year. We learned finite this year, Harry said. The problem is that finite requires pitting the power of the user against the power of the spell to be dispelled. Without a wand, power is drastically reduced, which is part of the reason only the strongest wizards typically bother with it. Can I at least try? Harry asked. Being able to summon his wand back to him might make all the difference in a real fight. Being able to reverse a spell if he was kidnapped might save his life. Flitwick looked at him for a moment, then shook his head. I'd refuse if it was anyone else. We can try, but I don't have much hope for success. I think you are simply too young. For the next month and a half, it looked as though Flitwick was right. Even though Harry's Accio kept getting stronger and stronger, pulling things toward him as heavy as one of the Weasley twins from longer and longer distances. Without the wand, there was no movement at all, no matter how Harry strained. It was as though there was some kind of fundamental block that kept his magic from working. What frustrated Harry was that he had worked magic without wands in the past. He couldn't understand why it wouldn't work for him now. He kept visiting Hagrid, cultivating the relationship as well as he was able. He kept his eyes peeled, and when one day Hagrid decided it wasn't convenient for Harry to visit, even as the interior of the hut was blazing hot, Harry knew it was time. He slipped into Hagrid's hut, found the egg in the fireplace, and cast a glacier spell on the egg. It was a spell that he had been practicing for weeks, and it caused a burst of freezing air to come from Harry's wand. Dragons in the egg were sensitive to temperature, and a little cold was enough to kill them. He regretted the necessity, but he didn't have any place to send a dragon to, and if Hagrid possessed the egg, it was already too late. Hagrid was visibly grief-stricken over the next 2 weeks, but Harry avoided him over that time. In this reality, Hagrid remained as groundskeeper, and there was no fire. Life went on as it always had, and not one of the staff or other students realized that the world had subtly changed. Harry resumed his visits to Hagrid shortly afterwards, and when the giant man mentioned finding unicorns dead in the forest, Harry knew that time had almost caught back up to him. Hagrid was quite open about the curse that afflicted those drinking unicorn blood. This made Harry wonder just how desperate Quirrell was to survive. He vaguely remembered Quirrell and Dumbledore arguing over something, and he had the impression that Quirrell was waiting for a better means to preserve his own life. The day Harry finally managed to Accio a feather an inch without his wand was a day he planned to celebrate. Wandless magic, he discovered, was like riding a bicycle without using hands. It allowed one to do other things, but it was terribly difficult and not terribly useful. Still, by practicing over and over again, he managed to summon slightly greater weights a foot to a foot and a half. It never really got any easier, but Harry kept trying because it was so important. The Weasleys had watched him practice, and they joked, asking him if it was that hard to get a salt shaker from the Slytherins. Harry had simply worked harder and harder. His sense that time was finally running out, growing more intense with each passing day. His plan to follow Quirrell hadn't worked out. Somehow he'd found excuses not to follow the man each and every day. The fact that he knew that the man didn't plan to attack him until the end of the term made the idea of doing anything to provoke him more and more unpleasant. Harry had taken to reading ahead in his class and doing his best to ignore the man whenever possible. He sometimes felt pain in his scar whenever he was in the room with him, but he was careful to keep his mind on classwork. His hatred of the man hadn't changed, but he was better at hiding it this time around. He'd been a fool the last time to risk antagonizing him. His skills at stealth simply weren't good enough to sneak up on the man. In the end, he decided to watch and wait and avoid leaving the man any opportunity to get him alone. He hadn't gone through the tests the last time, and so this was new, but he'd been through all the material twice. Of all the tests, only history of magic had been difficult, primarily because he hadn't paid much attention in class either time. Harry suspected that he'd still done better than some of his classmates, at least from the expressions on some of the Slytherins' faces. Harry got a note to meet Hermione and Neville in the library. He slipped away from his fellow students after dinner. Hermione had been looking up information on just whose families held Death Eaters. Harry wanted to know which Slytherins were more likely to be looking to hurt him. He slipped off his cloak moments after reaching the library, after looking around to see that no one was around. The library was curiously quiet. At this time of year, after tests, no one was studying or reading. Most of the students were in their common rooms celebrating the end of exams. It made for a good time to meet with Hermione since no one was likely to be around. As Harry stepped into the library, he felt a little uneasy. The librarian was nowhere to be seen, which was unusual. He supposed that she could be celebrating just like everyone else, but he doubted that she would have left the library unattended. Cautiously, Harry moved through the stacks, looking for any sign of Hermione or Neville or anyone. Harry detected movement to his right. Some sense of wrongness caused him to duck as a stunner flew over his head. Quirrell was waiting for him in the stacks. Harry dove behind a heavy desk, shoving it over with all of his might. It fell on its side with a heavy thunk, and Harry grabbed his cloak, covering himself, even as he felt the desk shudder with a spell. Obviously, the letter hadn't been from Hermione. It had looked as though it was, but it was possible that Quirrell had used magic to force her to write the letter, then forget about it. Harry stood, covered in the cloak, and ran quietly, even as the desk exploded behind him. He had no doubt that Quirrell was muffling the sounds from within the library somehow, so he needed to get out before Quirrell could kill him. Harry felt something sting him on the leg, and his leg began to go numb. Apparently his legs hadn't been covered by the cloak as he ran. He grimaced as he ducked behind a bookcase. He crouched and saw Quirrell moving quickly toward him. "A Keo bookcase," he said quietly, pointing his wand toward the top of the bookcase. It was at the upper limit of what he could move, and even at that, he was only able to tip it, but Quirrell crashed to the floor as books rained down on top of him. Harry limped toward the bookcase. In a fair fight, he'd never be able to beat Quirrell, but Harry had never believed that a fight had to be fair. Attacking Quirrell while he was pinned down was the only sensible choice. Reaching the side of the bookcase, Harry leaned down, only to realize that Quirrell was gone. Suddenly aware of his danger, Harry turned to run, only to feel his entire body freeze. He fell over, unable even to brace himself from the fall. Quirrell was suddenly standing beside him, grabbing the cloak. "Isn't this something?" he said. He pulled the cloak from Harry's shoulders, not bothering to touch Harry at all. He plucked the wand out of Harry's stiffened grasp, and he stuck it in his pocket. A moment later, Harry felt himself levitating into the air. Quirrell carefully draped the cloak over Harry. No one would be able to see Harry as he floated along behind the man. "We've got a little business to conclude," Quirrell said, with no trace of a stutter. As Harry felt himself floating through the hallways of Hogwarts toward the third-floor corridor, he wondered just where he'd gone wrong this time. He had a feeling that whatever was about to happen, it was going to hurt. 22. Death. The hallways were deserted, with students all having retreated to their common rooms to celebrate the end of tests. As Harry floated through the air behind Quirrell, he realized that the portraits wouldn't even notice anything because he was covered with the cloak. Most of them seemed to be away from their paintings as well, as though they too were celebrating. Quirrell could make him vanish and he'd never be found. If Quirrell and Voldemort knew about his time reset abilities, they could just turn him to stone or into a bone or something and be rid of him permanently. Harry realized that he heard talking. "We'll use the boy to get the stone," the voice whispered from under Quirrell's turban. and then we can be rid of him." Quirrell spoke quietly. "And what of the prophecy?" "Your hand is my hand," the voice said, chuckling. "For now." Harry muttered under his breath, but neither of the other two seemed to notice. "Finite incantatum," Harry muttered. "Finite incantatum, finite incantatum." He regretted not practicing the spell wandlessly more. He'd given it up after a few tries because it seemed that he'd never be able to reverse any serious magic with it wandlessly. Now that he needed it, he tried over and over again, but it didn't seem to have an effect. "The boy is trying wandless magic," the voice underneath the turban said. It chuckled, as if he could do anything even if he got free. "It's best not to underestimate anyone," Quirrell said. "Should I stun him?" They were moving up to the second floor now. Harry floated behind Quirrell as he walked up the moving stairs. "I enjoy watching him squirm," the voice said. It chuckled. "He'll be dead soon enough." "As you wish," Quirrell said. Harry continued muttering. After the horrendous effort it had taken him to learn to Akio things wandlessly, all to little effect, it seemed impossible that he was going to be able to have any effect at all on the spell that was binding him. That Quirrell had used a full body bind on Harry was almost insulting. It said that he didn't think that Harry was dangerous enough to be worth any stronger spell. There were spells that stopped the victim from thinking or speaking, and since Harry had never learned to cast spells silently, that would have been it. "Finite incantatum, finite incantatum," Harry kept muttering, a steady stream of words that seemed to have no effect on the spell covering him at all. Perhaps he was making a mistake trying to undo the entire spell. If he could just undo part of the spell, he might be able to grab Quirrell when he turned and tried to do something to him. Harry doubted that Quirrell knew that Harry's touch would burn his flesh. He hadn't touched Harry, even when he covered him with the cloak. If he had, he might have had a nasty surprise. Harry began mentally focusing on his right hand, even as continued to recite the spell. The power of the spell holding him was immense compared to the tiny amount of power he was generating to unravel it. However, Harry felt his index finger begin to loosen. They were moving up the stairs leading to the third floor, and Harry began to wonder with alarm if they were intending to feed him to the giant dog that was reputed to live there. It would be the perfect murder. Not only would it get rid of Harry, but Dumbledore would probably be sacked for having a giant beast in his castle that killed the boy who lived. Voldemort seemed to like plans that served multiple purposes. The bounty on Harry's head not only had the chance that someone else would kill Harry, but it probably diverted Auror resources away from his own followers and onto the people who just casually were willing to attack Harry. It meant that there were more eyes looking for Harry, and it meant that his own followers could spend less effort doing that than whatever else they were doing. Harry wondered if whatever this stone Voldemort was looking for had been placed by Dumbledore to distract Voldemort from killing Harry. As long as Voldemort was focused on getting a new body, Harry assumed he didn't want to be a face on the back of someone's head forever. He wouldn't focus on murdering Harry as much. It was likely that both Voldemort and Dumbledore had multiple sets of plans, each of which had multiple purposes. Of course, engaging in that kind of chessmanship meant that more basic things like hiring practices had to be sacrificed. No one could focus on everything. Harry's right hand was able to move up to the wrist. They reached a door to the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side. Quirrell pulled his wand and began unlocking the door, which apparently was locked with some sort of locking spell. "Hurry," the voice at the back of Quirrell's skull whispered. "Dumbledore will be returning soon, and we have spent too much time overcoming the obstacles and returning for the boy." While they were distracted, Harry changed his chant, whispering, "Akio, wand." Quirrell was close, but he was speaking to the voice at the back of his head. "It will be done soon. The hound is sleeping, and the other challenges won't take long." He didn't notice as the wand slipped out of his pocket and into Harry's hand, which he had pulled free from the cloak. If any of the portraits noticed the sudden appearance of a child's hand in midair, none commented. Harry suspected that portraits weren't nearly as observant as the people they'd been created to resemble. From his position, he couldn't really see many of the portraits anyway. The door opened, and Harry stared inside at the monstrous three-headed dog inside. It was huge. From what he could see, any one of its three heads would stand as tall as he did. A harp lay beside it, playing a soothing music. Harry had researched three-headed dogs, of course, shortly after he'd learned there was one in the castle. He'd also researched ghosts, acromantula, unicorns, hippogriffs and thestrals, werewolves and bugbears. Any creature that was known to live near the castle or the forbidden forest he'd looked up if only to see whether it was likely to kill him or not. He'd had images of him approaching a unicorn, thinking it was perfectly safe like in Muggle literature, only to be speared through the chest and trampled. Fortunately, they were safe, but until he'd looked them up, he'd had no way of knowing. He'd also looked up grindylows, selkies, and the giant squid, although he hadn't had any intention of going near the lake if he didn't have to. It would be too easy to drown him and declare it an accident. Among the more interesting things he knew about three-headed dogs was that music put them to sleep. It seemed like a rather inconvenient problem in a guard animal to Harry. Still, the sheer size and intimidation factor probably made it worth it. Quirrell grumbled. Apparently the dog had shifted in its sleep, covering the trapdoor leading to wherever he was planning to go. He pulled his wand and slowly managed to levitate the dog. Harry was impressed. The dog had to weigh as much as a small bus, and Quirrell was levitating it, even if it was slowly. Harry's limit was somewhere around that of an average-sized man. "Finite incantatum," Harry continued to say, but this time he tried to wave his wand. The angle was poor, and the wand motions were difficult. The one thing Harry was afraid of was dropping his wand. If he did, it would all be over. Finite incantatum, finite incantatum, finite incantatum. Harry put as much force as he could in the last one, and he suddenly felt something click into place as the wand movements fell into place. He found himself falling to the floor. At the sound of the thump, Quirrell whirled, but Harry was already pointing his wand. "Expelliarmus," he shouted. Quirrell's wand ripped free of his hand and flew toward Harry with all the force of his frustrated fear and anger. Lunging toward him, Quirrell hissed as Harry grabbed his arm. He pulled back instinctively, only to find Harry's wand in his face. "Remember what I did to the troll?" Harry asked quietly. Quirrell paled. He had been one of the professors to stumble across the aftermath of Harry's encounter. Harry hadn't been fully in his right mind, but he vaguely remembered his being there. "Back off," Harry said, "or I'll give you a chance to see what the inside of your own head looks like." Quirrell backed off rather suddenly, and Harry scrambled to his feet. He reached down and put one foot on Quirrell's wand, grabbed one end and pulled it up sharply, snapping it. The wince on Quirrell's face was deeply satisfying. "I suppose you'll be taking me to the headmaster now," Quirrell said quietly. "I wasn't going to hurt you. I just needed your help with a project." Harry stared at the teacher. Did he really think Harry was that naive? Harry was 8 months older than his body seemed, but he doubted that he'd have been taken in even if he really was just 11 years old. "You and Voldemort, you mean?" Harry asked. "How did he talk you into it? Did he just say you aren't using the back of your head, are you?" "Don't make jokes about the master, boy," Quirrell hissed. He looked as though he was ready to spring forward and attack Harry. "Locomotor mortis," Harry said, waving his wand. Quirrell's legs locked together. He'd still be able to hop, but he was suddenly a great deal less dangerous. "Let me talk to the boy," the voice said. Quirrell fell heavily to his side. He reached up and pulled his turban off, revealing the horrible face beneath. "How did you know I was here?" it asked. "I heard you talking on the way up," Harry lied. "And I knew it was you because who else would it be?" "We can make a deal," the voice said. "One must kill the other, but no one says when." "It could be today," Harry said. The face was just as monstrous as he remembered, and as it stared at him, its features twisted in anger. "I saw what you did to the troll," the voice said. "If you are that bloodthirsty, you would make a fine Death Eater." "Every bad thing in my life is because of you," Harry hissed. "You have caused me pain like you couldn't imagine, and after all that you think I would just serve you." "Azkaban will never hold me, boy," the voice said. "My people will free me. It would be safer to take my offer and rule by my side." Harry pretended to consider, then shook his head. The face scowled, and then before Harry could do anything, Quirrell's arm snapped back, pulled in the wrong direction, and the face shouted, "Akia wand." Apparently Harry wasn't the only one who'd learned wandless casting. The wand flew through the air, landing in Quirrell's hand. Quirrell rolled, but Harry had already leapt forward. Quirrell screamed as Harry's hand burned his flesh. They both scrabbled for the wand, and Quirrell rolled over Harry, trying to pin him under his own body. With his legs locked together, however, he couldn't get good purchase, and Harry squirmed out from under him, wand in hand. He kicked Quirrell in the back of the head, his foot directly in Voldemort's face. Before Voldemort could recover, Harry was already diving out of the room. He turned and yelled, "Defindo!" Quirrell tried to roll to avoid the attack, only to realize that Harry wasn't aiming for him at all. His eyes widened as he saw the harp that was playing shatter, cut completely through in a single line. To make sure, Harry shouted, "Defindo!" again. This time a bloody line appeared above the dog's central head. The dog awakened suddenly, and it was angry. Quirrell tried to roll toward the door, but there wasn't time. Harry closed the door quickly. The last thing he saw was Voldemort's enraged face on the back of Quirrell's head. He closed his eyes and shuddered as he heard the screaming from inside the room. It didn't last long. Harry very quietly looked around. None of the portraits were in their frame, and he didn't think any of them had been. He quickly slipped his cloak on over his head, and he very quietly slipped away, headed back to the dungeons. There was an investigation, of course, when Fluffy coughed up a human skull and Quirrell went missing. Harry had made sure to slip invisibly up to his room before coming down to greet the other Slytherins who had already started to party. The impression all of them had was that he had been in his own room the entire time. The Aurors questioned everyone, and no one recollected anyone being away from their rooms at the time of the death. The investigation lasted 3 days, and the case was declared an accident, although Dumbledore was reprimanded for keeping a dangerous animal on school property. On the 4th day, Harry was summoned to see the headmaster. "Good afternoon, Harry," the headmaster said. Harry stared at the floor, wondering just how much the man knew about what had happened. He'd had nightmares afterwards and felt more guilt than he'd expected, but not nearly as much guilt as he should have felt. He'd killed a man and ended a life. He suspected that it was going to haunt him more as he got older. Part of him still didn't believe that it was over. His nightmare would be to suddenly die and have to go through it all over again. He suspected that once that feeling of unreality left, that it was going to bother him more. In a way, he hoped it bothered him more. If he was the kind of person who could kill someone without feeling guilty, did that make him any better than Voldemort? The hat had told him that his mind wasn't much different than Voldemort's. "Good afternoon," Harry said quietly. "I'm not sure why I'm here. It occurs to me that we haven't had much time to talk," Dumbledore said congenially. "I've been busy coordinating the efforts against some of the people who have been trying to hurt you and your family." Harry nodded. "You can understand why I don't feel particularly safe, even here. We've done everything within our power to keep you safe." Harry snorted. He'd been killed 3 times in this school and almost killed twice. I didn't even count the fact that he'd been killed on the way to the school. Safest place in the wizarding world. What a joke. "You can't let what happened to Professor Quirrell color your opinion of the school," Dumbledore said. Harry shrugged. "If some people hadn't insisted on having dangerous monsters in the school, there wouldn't be professors' skulls lying around." "Aren't you curious about why he was there, Harry?" the headmaster asked. "Not particularly," Harry said. "I'm sure his reasons were his own." The headmaster looked a little sad. "Lemon drop," Harry shook his head. He'd heard of Veritasrum, and he didn't trust the old man not to slip some to him inside of candy. "There were some oddities in the report," Dumbledore said. "There was a harp in the room that was broken with a cutting spell, and the dog had a cut on its head." "Oh," Harry asked. "His wand was snapped as well." "It probably happened during the battle," Harry said. "He cast a cutting spell at the dog, and it hit the harp instead. That is the puzzling thing. There is a spell, Priori Incantato, that reveals what spells a wand had cast in the recent past. What is not commonly known is that it can be made to work even if a wand has snapped." "Oh," Harry asked, struggling to keep his face impassive. He didn't look at the headmaster. Not a single Defindo had been cast from that wand. Harry was silent for a moment, and then said, "That is puzzling. The Aurors wanted to test the wands of everyone in the school, but I managed to convince them that it was just an unfortunate accident." Harry looked directly at the headmaster. "Why would you do that?" "I understand that the Severing Charm has become a rather signature spell for you," the headmaster said quietly. "I'd hate for the authorities to get the wrong idea." For a moment, Harry wondered if he was being threatened, and then he wondered if the older man was trying to get his gratitude. "I cast that spell often enough that it wouldn't mean anything," Harry said. "I'm fairly sure that I used it just this morning to cut off a slice of roast beef." He did that sometimes. It helped to remind the Slytherins around him what he was capable of. Harry believed firmly that it was better to intimidate someone now than to have to fight someone later. Still, a curious coincidence, the headmaster said. Harry suspected that the old man knew exactly what he had done, and he had the sense that the man was disappointed in him somehow. Hypothetically, Harry said, I've heard rumors of Voldemort existing as a spirit and possessing someone's body. If that person died, would it be over? The headmaster was silent for a long moment, staring at him. Finally, he shook his head. You can't assume that every rumor is true, but if that were the case, Voldemort's plans would simply be delayed and not ended while he sought out another host. Harry couldn't stop the scowl that came to his face. There's one more thing, Harry said. I understand that my parents left me money. Have you heard anything about that? That served to distract the conversation away from the topic of Quirrell, and Harry made sure that it never came up again. Slytherin won the cup, which was not a surprise. Harry had a sense that the headmaster wanted to make some sort of adjustment to the score. He kept glancing at Harry. However, there were no surprises, and that night his house celebrated. Harry celebrated as well. He'd managed to survive his first year of Hogwarts, and he was going home to feel safe again for the first time in months. For a short period at least, life was good. 23. Derby. Although Harry had thought that 2 months of being away from the constant stress and danger of school would be overwhelming, he found himself going stir-crazy after just 3 weeks. Vernon had treated Harry like a bomb that was about to go off, and Harry had worked very hard to keep everything as inoffensive as possible. He emphasized just how dangerous school had been, and about how he had been pushed off a set of stairs and almost murdered. He didn't talk about his own murder, but from the way the Dursleys treated him, there was some kind of change in the way he looked. Harry suspected that he seemed harder and more dangerous somehow. The fact that he was mentally 8 months older than he was physically might be part of it as well. As a Slytherin, he'd learned to control his emotions and to show how he felt much less. This made tolerating Vernon's rages and Petunia's pettiness a little easier, as he didn't make things worse by responding as he had when he was younger. Yet even though things had settled into a kind of sullen sameness in the household, they weren't like they had been when Harry was younger. When he was younger, he had been taken to the grocery store to help carry the groceries while Dudley taunted him. He walked to school and back, and he'd even been able to visit the library on his own if he didn't take too long from his chores. Now the Dursleys refused to take him anywhere. They went out to eat and left him behind, bringing him the leftovers from Vernon and Petunia's meals. Dudley never had any leftovers. There were no more trips to the grocery store, and the Dursleys were even afraid to allow him to do much work outside, even despite Harry's assurances that the wards covered the yard. The Dursleys didn't want anyone to realize he was there, because they'd somehow learned about the bounty on his head. Vernon had tried to make Harry stop carry his wand, but Harry had refused. He'd made the point that if the wards failed, Harry's wand would be their only defense. He also pointed out that he was allowed one free use of underage magic. Paling at the implicit threat, Vernon had backed down. Harry had overheard his aunt and uncle talking about putting bars on his door and locking him in. He'd quickly interceded and pointed out that as long as he had his wand, he could simply explode the wall, which might hurt someone else in the family as well as be costly. Vernon had blustered again, but eventually had given in. Harry had worked hard after that on making his family feel that he was on their side of things. He denigrated the wizarding world, and he'd loudly expressed his envy of Dudley for going to Smeltings. The truth was he did envy Dudley. For months out of the year, the worst he had to worry about was getting a thrashing by the older boys. Eventually, Harry had run out of books to read. He'd gone over his homework multiple times. He'd practiced sneaking around the house at night, practicing his skills at stealth so they didn't get rusty. He'd even tried to enlist Dudley's help by having him pelt Harry with tennis balls while Harry dodged. Dudley had taken a vicious pleasure in this at first, but he'd had trouble hitting Harry and had quickly lost interest. After 3 weeks, Harry felt stir-crazy. He could feel his skills atrophying, and he worried that by the time school resumed he'd be terribly vulnerable. So he cheated, slipping on his invisibility cloak one day while the Dursleys were away, and he headed for the library nearby. He found a book there, Methods of Disguise, which had over 130 illustrations, including makeup, shoe lifts, contact lenses, fake tattoos, wigs, and transvestite disguises. It had a section on how people identity other people and on changing voices. He checked out this book along with some books on acting and a few fiction books to take his mind off things. He'd had little enough fun in his entire life, much less since he'd been isolated by much of the Hogwarts population. Harry called Hermione as often as he could when the Dursleys were away, and she kept in contact with Neville, who owled her. It was never enough, and Harry found himself missing the times they'd spent together in the library. He wondered if he should start teaching them to fight during the next term. Even poorly trained opponents would help him get better if there were enough of them. If it weren't for the trace, Harry would have continued practicing whatever magics that he could. As it was, he wished he could find some way around it. He doubted that it would be easy to find. Most likely the Ministry restricted any information on the trace. The one thing he did know was that it couldn't distinguish between magic the teenager cast and magic cast around him. In a location like Hogwarts or Diagon Alley, it wouldn't notice a spell cast at all. According to Neville, children in wizarding families were often able to cast spells outside of school simply by staying near their parents, which gave purebloods a powerful advantage over their muggle-born compatriots. Harry practiced his disguise skills as much as he could with the materials he had on hand. He'd had Hermione send him £100 through Muggle mail, promising he'd pay her and her family back once he got to Diagon Alley and got to his vault. He bought a makeup kit and began practicing on prosthesis for his nose and on blending. Dudley had tried to make fun of him for it, but for once Petunia and Vernon had been on Harry's side. A disguised Harry was a Harry who was less of a danger to them all. Finally, his birthday tolled around again on July 31st. The Dursleys didn't celebrate it, of course, but his aunt did leave a collection of her old makeup in a box at his door. The Dursleys were having guests that night, and the one thing Vernon asked of Harry was that he be quiet and discreet. The last thing they needed was for the guests to talk about Harry to the wrong people. As Harry was in total agreement, the deal was made. Harry settled in for a quiet evening reading his books. Unfortunately, fate had another plan in the form of a mad house elf. Harry had discovered the house elves during his explorations of Hogwarts, and he'd already used them to deliver pieces of wood as well as for other tasks. In his experience, they all seemed to have an overstated opinion of his importance. The house elf sitting on his bed wasn't nearly as well dressed as the Hogwarts house elves, who wore a uniform made of tea towels. This house elf was wearing an old pillowcase. "Harry Potter," the house elf began. "Such an honor to meet you, sir. So long has Darby wanted to meet you." House elves were a partial exception to the wards on Harry's house. Unlike wizards, they could find his home, but only if they had no ill intent toward him. To house elves and other magical creatures who wished him harm, Harry's house was just as invisible as it was to anyone else. Of course, there were ways around this. Harry had been concerned about the exception, convinced the house elf that he was helping Harry and it might deliver him straight to the Dark Lord himself. "How did you find me here?" Harry asked quickly. "This place is supposed to be secret." "Darby talked to the Hogwarts elves who knew your mother," the house elf said. "Some helped at her wedding and met her sister and her husband. One knew the names." "Still," Harry said, "how did you know where they lived?" "The Muggles have a book, sir," the house elf said. "It has the names and addresses of all the Muggles in a city." Harry stared at the creature, feeling a chill go down his spine. The house elves knew enough to let someone find him. Given the ignorance of wizards to Muggle ways, Harry suspected that one of the house elves had probably served a half-blood and had known enough to give Darby some friendly advice. The only thing that was keeping him safe was wizards' arrogance and belief that their slaves were ignorant and knew nothing. "Did you tell your master where I live?" Harry asked, staring at the creature intently. The creature shook his head. "My master doesn't know Darby knows." "He can't ever know. If he knew." Harry could hear the sounds of his aunt's laughter below. "This isn't a very good time," Harry said. "I've spent a lot of time trying to get into my aunt and uncle's good graces." "It is important, sir," the creature said. He leaned forward. "Darby heard that Harry Potter faced the Dark Lord again a few weeks ago." Harry was silent for a long moment. The only one who knew about that was Voldemort, although Dumbledore suspected. Darby's master had to be one of the Death Eaters, and that meant Voldemort had already found enough of a host to communicate with his underlings. "I'm not admitting to anything," Harry said neutrally, "but what would it mean if I had? Harry Potter is very great, sir." The house elf wiped his eyes with the edge of his pillowcase. But he still must not return to Hogwarts this year. He must stay here where he is safe. If he returns to Hogwarts, he will be in mortal danger. Harry stared at the creature. You think I don't know that? Voldemort plans to kill me, and he knows exactly where I'll be every year when school's in session. The creature moaned and covered his ears. Don't speak the name. Don't speak the name, sir. The sounds of the party below reminded Harry that he needed to keep the creature as quiet and unobtrusive as popular. I'm supposed to kill him. I should be able to say his name at least, Harry said. But fine. There is a plot at Hogwarts. Terrible things. I have known about it for months, the creature said. Harry dropped down to rest on his haunches, bringing his face level with Darby's. Can you tell me about the plot? No, Darby will have to punish himself for telling Harry Potter even as much as he has. He will have to shut his head in the oven. The creature grabbed Harry's table lamp and began bashing himself in the head. Harry quickly stopped him and said, You can't seriously think I want to go, do you? Then why does Harry Potter go? They make me, Harry said. Dumbledore and the Ministry. It doesn't matter what I want or my family wants. Half the wizarding world wanted him there, and the other half wanted him there so they could kill him. There had never been a choice about his going to magic school. The elf stared up at Harry as if the idea that he wouldn't want to go had never occurred to him. If you can tell me a little more about the plot, maybe I can stop it before it gets started, Harry said. As the house elf lunged for the lamp again, Harry held up his hand. But I know you can't betray your masters. He'd looked up house elves at the same time he'd looked up acromantulas and werewolves. He'd always found their bulging eyes and subservient attitudes a little creepy, even if they were very helpful. As far as Harry was concerned, anyone who worshipped him couldn't be trusted. Neither could anyone who hated him. Even people who pretended not to care about him couldn't be trusted. Harry's list of people to trust could be written on a fingernail. You must stay here where it is safe, Darby said insistently. I don't have a choice, Harry said. He gestured toward his doorway. My aunt and uncle didn't want me to go to that school in the first place, but the wizards didn't give them a choice. None of us can stop them from making me go. But why? Darby asked. They want me to kill the Dark Lord, Harry said, and they've set me out like some kind of sacrificial lamb. After that, there wasn't much to say. The house elf left, dejected. Harry felt a little depressed. He'd known there would be a plan to kill him this year as well, but it was depressing to have confirmation before he even stepped on the train. Harry had worked hard on his disguise for his visit to Diagon Alley. He was wearing some of Dudley's old clothing, which he'd stuffed with old rags. He'd changed his hair using the magical comb the Weasleys had given him to a blonde bowl cut. He was wearing inserts in his shoes to make him taller. He practiced walking like a heavy person, using Dudley's walk as a guide. This year, he decided against endangering the Grangers. For one thing, everyone knew he was friends with Hermione, and being with them would simply endanger his disguise. He had a second set of clothes on inside Dudley's huge clothes. He'd have to change when he got his new robes, or they wouldn't fit at all. Harry had gotten £300 from his aunt for his Hogwarts books. £100 was for the money he'd spent over the summer to repay Hermione, and the rest so that she wouldn't know about his vault. He had no idea how much or how little money was in his vault anyway, and he couldn't depend on that money until he saw it. If he had plenty of money, he planned on keeping the £200 for emergencies. After all the trouble the Dursleys had given him over the years, he figured they owed it to him. He walked more than a mile under his invisibility cloak until he reached a deserted place. He then put his cloak away and lifted his wand, summoning the night bus. As it arrived, Harry kept one hand on his wand. Being attacked on the bus itself was always a possibility, and from his recollection, riding the bus was unpleasant. All the wizarding methods of travel were unpleasant. The flu network tossed you around. Apparition felt like being squeezed from a tube. Broom travel was probably the best, but it still involved getting bugs in one's teeth. The night bus was simply inhumane. If he survived the war with Voldemort, Harry decided that he would work on comfortable means of transportation. He'd make a mint and never have to work again. It'd be nice to be known as the boy who created comfortable and affordable travel instead of just the boy who lived. Fortunately, the bus trip was uneventful. Arriving at Diagon Alley, Harry began to get into his character. He began to walk like a heavy person. In his first year, being alone had been a red flag. No one sent a first year to Diagon Alley alone. However, with the shoe inserts and other aspects to his disguise, Harry thought he might be able to pass for a second or third year, and some of them did wander the alley alone. Harry made sure that he walked as though he didn't have a care in the world. Walking like he was afraid was sure to attract predators. His first stop was to Gringotts. Dumbledore had been reluctant to give him his key, and had told him he wouldn't have full access to his vault until he was 17. He'd finally given in after Harry had pleaded with him and sold him a sob story about how the Dursleys didn't want to finance his education and that it would be an injustice to force them to do so. A horrifying ride later, Harry was at his vault. The coins in his vault were impressive, piles of gold, silver, and nuts. According to the goblin he was with, he had 50,000 galleons worth in total. It was a small fortune, but it wasn't enough to live off of for a lifetime by any means. Given the exchange rate, it might be enough to buy a rather nice house, but that would be it. For Harry, though, it felt like all the money in the world. The £300 his aunt had given him plus the money he'd earned the summer before were all the money he'd ever had in his life. He gathered money, more than he thought he would need, since it would have to last for the year at Hogwarts, and he left his vault with a sense of anticipation. Seeing the father of Weasley and Malfoy get into a fist fight in the middle of the street was less surprising than Harry had thought it would be. Apparently, the younger Dew's feud was something of a family tradition. Seeing Malfoy Sr. hand a book to the youngest Weasley girl afterwards was somewhat suspicious, but Harry decided that it was none of his business. With money, Diagon Alley was much more interesting. Harry had made it a point to learn the shrinking charm from Flitwick before the end of the last term. He'd asked for a variant that would end on its own after a time. He could cast spells in Diagon Alley, as there was too much other magic for the trace to notice, but reversing the spell at home would trigger the trace. He used it now to buy more books than he could have possibly fit in his backpack, along with the other supplies he would need. He spent more time on his books than any other issue simply because he needed something to occupy the next month with, and learning new magic would help occupy the time. The most dangerous part of the trip was when he went to get school robes. He slipped into the store and had to find a place that was out of the way and unseen by anyone else to slip off the heavy clothes that had made him look fat. He took off the inserts in his trainers that had made him taller. He used the comb to change his hair, and he got his robes as quickly as possible. Leaving Diagon Alley with his new look, Harry summoned the night bus again. He had it take him to a different part of town than he'd left from, and he went home hidden under his invisibility cloak. He barely reached his room before the shrinking charms ran out, exploding objects all across the floor. The fact that he wasn't murdered on his way back from Diagon Alley was a good sign. Maybe this year wouldn't be as traumatic as the last. 24. Train. It wasn't until Harry hit the platform wall and bounced off that he realized he was in trouble. He'd waited until late to arrive to the station to give any attackers less time to attack, and now he was in danger of missing the train. Worse, whoever had spelled the wall had apparently waited until Harry was about to go through, which meant that they'd penetrated his disguise. Harry's mind raced even as he forced himself to keep his face impassive. Whoever was watching him had to know he was panicking. Undoubtedly, they were waiting for him to step outside, and then they'd attack him while he was waiting for the night bus. Settling on a course of action, Harry quickly moved toward a ticket counter. He was grateful for the money he'd taken from Petunia. With any luck, it'd save his life. Studying the schedules, he found the earliest departing train, and he waited in line. When the lady behind the counter asked, Harry pointed at a man sitting alone. He claimed his father was seeing him off and that his parents were divorced. His books had talked about the importance of selling a story and about not being nervous when telling it. Apparently, Harry was successful in lying as she sold him the ticket. Harry was outraged by the price, but didn't say anything about it. 10 minutes later, Harry was on the train. He watched the other passengers suspiciously. It wouldn't take much for one of them to put the tip of a wand to his back and walk him off the train. The train was overcrowded, and Harry had been lucky to find a seat, wedged in between a heavy-set woman and a thin man who smelled as though he hadn't bathed in a week. By comparison, the Hogwarts Express was the height of luxury. Some of the other passengers looked suspicious, too, although Harry couldn't tell if they were wizards or simply very sketchy muggles. Some seemed to have hygiene problems, and others had piercings in places that it had never occurred to Harry that someone might have them. Harry waited until the last stop, a 45-minute ride, before getting off. He moved quickly, watching for anyone following him. The fact that there were spells to hide wizards didn't make him any more confident about his ability to find any attackers. If it weren't for his school trunk, he'd have slipped into the first loo and covered himself with his invisibility cloak. As it was, the trunk would be too difficult to move while wearing the cloak as well. It was heavy, and without wheels, it was difficult to carry around easily. Harry wondered if he was going to have to leave it behind, so Harry settled for moving as quickly as he could. The moment he reached a vacant street, he lifted his wand. He was still in disguise, and the driver stared at him. "Shouldn't you be on your way to Hogwarts?" the driver asked. There didn't appear to be anyone else on the street, or inside the bus for that matter, other than the baggage handler, but Harry was nervous nonetheless. "I missed my train," Harry said shortly. "Any chance I can get a ride to Hogsmeade?" "Not on the route, sorry, mate," the driver said. "Diagon Alley, then," Harry said, grimacing. He'd have to use the Flu network to get to Hogsmeade, and then he'd wait for the train to arrive. Harry hated the fact that he'd be alone in a wizarding village for hours, but he didn't see that he had much of a choice. "Hot chocolate?" the baggage handler asked as he pulled Harry's bags onto the bus. "No," Harry said, getting third-degree burns from hot chocolate as the bus flew through its usual antics wasn't his idea of fun. He paid the usual fare, and the bus was off. His first time through the Flu network wasn't much fun. Worse, Harry thought he'd drawn attention just by being on Diagon Alley on the day that children his age were on their way to Hogwarts. If he'd known of any other place that had Flu access, he'd have used that, but he'd been forced to slip into the first business in the alley that he remembered had access. Zonko's joke shop was the only shop in Hogsmeade whose name he remembered, primarily because the twins went on and on about it incessantly. Consequently, this was where he ended up, slipping through the fireplace and pulling his trunk behind him. He was covered with ash, as was his trunk. Now that he was in a wizarding area, Harry immediately turned to his trunk and cast a shrinking charm on it. It would last an hour. Hopefully, by that time, Harry could find a place to hole up. He shoved it into his new backpack. An outraged clerk was already coming around the counter. Undoubtedly, they kept watch on any uses of magic to stop shoplifting. Harry was out of the shop before the man could reach him, and as soon as he turned the corner, he covered himself with his cloak. Watching carefully, Harry stayed where he was for 10 minutes before finally assuring himself that no one was following him. He wandered Hogsmeade under his cloak for almost an hour after that. This was an experience that he wouldn't be allowed to have for another year after all, and if he died often enough, maybe not for another 5 years or longer. There were shops he was interested in. The joke shop probably had items that he'd be able to use for more serious purposes. He kept the Peruvian darkness powder on his person at all times, for example. The best thing about items was that they didn't trigger the trace. They were the closest thing he could get to using magic during the summer. There was a potions shop. It seemed to focus more on medicinal potions than offensive potions, but considering the kind of damage Harry faced, any help would be useful. A bookstore called Tomes and Scrolls was tempting as well. He'd worked his way through most of the books he'd bought earlier in the summer, and he needed more to keep him occupied over the Christmas break. The problem was that this was a town that had lived by the Hogwarts schedule for hundreds of years. Any child of Hogwarts age wandering around would immediately draw attention. He could try to appear younger than he was, but he didn't see any younger children wandering around alone, unaccompanied. Harry recast the shrinking charm on his trunk and decided to hide in the abandoned building he'd seen earlier. It was up a slope and was somewhat above the rest of the village. The garden outside was overgrown with weeds in a way that would have given Harry's aunt a panic attack. The windows and doors were boarded up, and the place looked as though it hadn't been occupied in decades. The path up to the shack was mudded, and there were puddles covered in green algae. Harry hated coming alone to a place like this, even under his cloak, but he didn't see any other choice. Getting him proved to be a challenge. The doors were sealed tight, as were the windows. There was some kind of a magical seal on the doors, and windows that nothing Harry tried managed to get through. However, a judicious use of the severing charm let him slice through the back wall itself. He cut through the wall carefully, cutting a small square low on the ground. He lit his wand and looked carefully inside. He slipped inside and waited for his eyes to adjust to the darkness inside. There was a staircase leading up to the second floor, and as he moved through to explore his surroundings, Harry had an uneasy feeling. The furniture inside the room was smashed, torn apart in a way that didn't seem human. There were claw marks on the walls. One of the windows looked out onto the castle. Harry could peer through the slats in the boards to see. He carefully checked all the windows to make sure that no one was coming up the path toward him. There was a low doorway in the wall and a staircase leading upward. Harry took the stairs first. There wasn't much to see up above, although the view was much better from there. There was enough dust on everything that he could tell no one had been in this place for a very long time. The low doorway on the first floor, however, led down into a tunnel, and Harry suddenly felt uneasy. The sensible thing to do would be to lock the door and simply wait, but for once Harry couldn't. He had to know what was on the other side of the tunnel. His heart in his throat, Harry lit his wand, and he descended into the darkness. The tunnel was earth-floored and narrow. It was a few inches shorter than Harry himself, and so he had to crouch a little to make his way through it. Took a half an hour to reach the end of the tunnel, and by the time he did, Harry was seriously considering going back. He had to bend even lower to get through the exit, only to gasp as the doorway opened out onto familiar grounds. He was on the Hogwarts grounds, and a tree branch struck where Harry had just been. He lunged back inside the tunnel, happy that his reflexes hadn't atrophied over the summer as much as he'd feared. Who would be stupid enough to put a tunnel at the base of a murder tree? Harry suspected that there was some way to make the tree allow entrance, but he had no way of finding out at present. He headed back to the shack to wait out the remaining hours in boredom. It was a 20-minute walk to the train station, and Harry felt a chill down his spine as he waited for the train to arrive. It was already after dark, and the wind was cool. Worse, anyone who knew he hadn't been on the train would know where he was likely to be waiting. He'd used magic to repair the hole he'd put in the wall of the shack. There might come a time when he needed a place to hide again, and there was no point in letting things in that hadn't already been there. He'd also made a special effort to remove every aspect of his disguise. Disguises only worked if people didn't know you used them. Even if wizards knew he was disguised, the only aspect of his disguise that was magical was his hairstyle. The rest was a combination of muggle clothes and makeup and acting. They wouldn't be easily reversible by magic and wouldn't be expected. Harry huddled under the cloak and was relieved when he saw the train coming. He glanced around. No point in getting sloppy just because the end was in sight. The tricky part would be transitioning from being invisible to visible. After a thought, Harry settled on stepping as close to the tracks as he dared as the train slowed to a stop. He was close enough to the train that the people in the windows above couldn't see him. He pulled off the cloak and stored it away, and then he waited as the doors opened and children streamed out of the doors. He slipped into the crowd the moment he saw Hermione and Neville, both of whom looked distressed. "Harry," Hermione said the moment she saw him. "Where were you?" "Someone spelled the wall to platform 934, so I couldn't get through," Harry said grimly. "I think they were planning to murder me when I left King's Cross." "You think everyone is out to murder you," Hermione said. "More likely it was the twins playing a prank." Harry shook his head at Hermione's naivete. Everyone really was out to murder him. He'd been murdered often enough that he considered himself an expert. Still, he felt somewhat relieved that he now only had to worry about someone slipping a knife into him in the crowd instead of a full-on attack by Death Eaters. They could hear the familiar voice of Hagrid calling out to the first years. As the younger students separated away from the crowd, Harry, Hermione, and Neville followed the rest of the crowd along the platform and then onto a muddy track. At least 100 coaches waited. Each was pulled by winged skeletal horses. Glancing around, Harry saw that no one seemed to be bothered by this, not even those in his same year, who presumably wouldn't have seen the horses before. Harry had read about the Strals when he'd done his reading about the creatures around Hogwarts, but it still seemed strange that no one else could see them. "Can you see them?" Harry asked Neville and Hermione. "See what?" Hermione asked. Neville, though, nodded. "The Strals. They can only be seen by those who have seen death." Harry stared for a moment at his friend. When had Neville seen death? "My grandmother died," Neville explained, interpreting his look. No one asked Harry where he'd seen death. Between the troll, Adrian Pusey, and his own mother, it would have been enough. Having seen his own death multiple times was even worse, not that they knew about that. Hermione seemed a little nervous about getting into the coach when she couldn't see the thing pulling it, but Harry and Neville encouraged her, and they soon loaded into the coach. It smelled of mold and straw, although the smell was faint. Before anyone could say anything, the carriage lurched forward. They were soon moving through a pair of impressive wrought iron gates. Harry began to explain what had happened as the carriage made its way up the long, sloping drive up to the castle. Hermione seemed to think that he was paranoid and that no one had actually been after him, but Neville wasn't so sure. Given Neville's family's own history with Death Eaters, Harry wasn't surprised that he'd be more cautious. It didn't matter what Hermione thought. Harry was convinced that he'd been the victim of a poorly executed assassination plot. The sorting ceremony didn't hold any surprises. The red-haired Weasley girl followed the rest of her family into Gryffindor, and the rest of the evening went the way it had the year before. It was a little less impressive the second time around, although only a little. Harry could see how the trip by boat across the lake was designed to impress the children and maybe even cow them a little. He welcomed the arriving students politely, although he disliked the way that the pureblood students stared at his scar. Only the Muggle-born seemed oblivious, and it was a little depressing how easily he was able to pick them out from the others. They seemed more amazed by everything than the other students. Every little magical thing seemed to astound them. Some of them clumped together. None of them had the feigned attitudes of the purebloods, who were determined not to seem impressed, even though they secretly were. After all, the purebloods had been around magic their entire lives. Harry wondered if the deliberate showmanship of the first-year boat ride was in part to overcome that attitude. Not seeing Quirrell at the head table was a bit of a shock. Harry somehow hadn't thought nearly as much about what had happened as he felt he should have. Ultimately, the man had been willing to murder a child and possibly do worse, and Harry felt that in some ways he deserved what he got. He suspected that he'd feel more guilty when he got older, hopefully when he had the luxury of being safe and thinking back on what he'd been forced to do. Still, although the new teacher who had taken Quirrell's place didn't have a turban, Harry didn't trust him. If Voldemort was willing to debase himself enough to sit on the back of someone's sweaty head under a turban for an entire year, he wouldn't hesitate to hide on someone's back or chest, or even in a worse place. Harry planned to touch every teacher he had over the next semester, when turning work in, when passing by, whatever excuse he could find. Given the way Quirrell's flesh had burned when he touched it, it might be an excellent warning sign. Of course, even if none of them were Voldemort himself, the odds were that some of them were Death Eaters. Harry wouldn't let his guard down until he was safe back at home. Harry was getting stronger all the time. He was determined to become as powerful as Dumbledore if that was what it took. Of course, that might take a lifetime, and Harry suspected that he didn't have that long, since the point at which he revived kept moving forward. The only question was whether it would be enough. Voldemort had plans within plans, and Harry didn't have a great deal to fight them. All he could do was watch and wait. 25. Hazing. Sometimes Harry wondered if wizarding teachers had any sense at all. Herbology in his first year had been a relaxing class. Harry had spent enough time in the garden at home that the rituals of potting and repotting, pruning and spraying for plants weren't a hardship, even if the plants were occasionally things out of his aunt's nightmares. But the first assignment of the year was repotting mandrakes, a plant whose scream was lethal. Oh, Sprout assured them that these were young mandrakes, unlikely to kill with their voices, but Harry wasn't so sure. All it would take was a fast grower, and someone would end up dead. To make it worse, Crabbe and Goyle weren't taking the assignment seriously. They were grabbing at each other's ear protectors, hoping to see the other one collapse, stunned. They were usually better behaved in joint classes with other houses, because Malfoy kept them under control, but he was across the room partnered with Pansy Parkinson. Sprout was at the other end of the classroom and hadn't noticed the boys yet. Hadn't the teachers ever been around 12-year-old boys? They didn't have a brain in their head, and safety wasn't a concern for any of them. Harry could almost see the sequence of events, them stumbling back, pulling their mandrakes out and stumbling into Harry, knocking his earpieces off. 3 dead, and Harry having to repeat the entire summer without being able to train or practice at all. They hadn't even put their earmuffs on yet, and Harry was already imagining dire deaths for all of them. "How long do you think it would take for Madame Pomfrey to regrow a kidney?" Harry asked Crabbe suddenly. "What?" he asked. "How long do you think it would take?" Crabbe shook his head, confused. "I can help you find out," Harry snapped, reaching down and pulling his wand halfway out of his robe. It took Crabbe a moment, but he suddenly paled and whispered something to Goyle. They both settled down after that. Sprout had them slip their earmuffs on shortly afterwards, and Harry got around to handling his death mushroom in blessed silence. It fought and squirmed and did everything it could to keep from being shoved into another part. Harry knew exactly how it felt. His whole life was like that. McGonagall's class was safer at least. Turning beetles into buttons was something he'd tried when bored while repeating the class last term. Now he amused himself by trying to create increasingly intricate buttons. Crabbe and Goyle couldn't do it at all, and even Malfoy seemed jealous of how quickly Harry caught on. If they'd had 5 extra months to practice, they'd have been good at it too. Harry had been forced to practice ahead just to keep himself from going mental. He caught McGonagall watching him like she was trying to figure him out. She was watching him more and more these days, which made him uncomfortable. Although he'd had her the last year, he made sure to brush her hand when he returned his materials to her. He wasn't surprised that there was no reaction, but he couldn't assume that anyone was safe. For all he knew, Voldemort was on another student. He'd been careful while looking in the showers. He already had enough rumors about him without starting anything more unsavory. He suspected that Malfoy would love to spread rumors about him, and the last thing Harry needed was to be forced to teach Malfoy the kind of lesson that would take. Malfoy would run to his father, who from what he was always saying in the common room was a very important official, and there would be all sorts of trouble. The thought of getting expelled was almost appealing, except that they would snap his wand, and that would leave him defenseless. He needed the training that he was getting if he was ever going to get a chance at surviving with this mind intact. Of course, he couldn't have lunch with Hermione and Neville, but afterwards they met up in the courtyard. One of the first years from the night before had what looked like a camera. To Harry's increasing discomfort, he began walking up to Harry. I'm Colin Creevey." "I'm in Slytherin," the boy said. He gestured to his camera. "After I heard that you were in Slytherin, I decided that it couldn't be as bad as everybody says. I heard all about how you saved everybody from you-know-who, and how you got the scar." Harry closed his eyes. Did the Hat want to put you somewhere else? The boy's appearance screamed Muggle-born. If he'd come into Slytherin just because Harry was there, it was going to get ugly. The sensible thing to do was to ignore the entire situation. Harry had a sort of uneasy truce with the other Slytherins. While the 5th years and above could undoubtedly beat him, they weren't sure that he wouldn't hurt them badly in the process. Keeping this boy from getting bullied was going to make that relationship much more difficult. Harry wasn't sure he was up to the task. Taking it on risked resuming the informal war he'd had with the others the year before. The boy nodded. "It wanted to put me in Gryffindor, but I made it put me here." Scowling, Harry cursed in his head at the Hat. It had refused to listen to him when he'd begged not to be put in Slytherin, but this boy it had listened to. This boy was obviously just as stupid and quick to jump in without looking as any other Gryffindor. "Do you think I can have a picture?" Creevey asked, holding his camera up. "Who are you working for?" Harry asked. He hadn't intended to say it. The boy seemed too uncertain of himself to be working for the Death Eaters. However, it slipped out before he could stop it. "What?" Harry sighed. "There are Death Eaters out there who would love to have a picture of me. They're all trying to kill me, along with every wizard who wants the 10,000 Galleon award. Having a picture would make it a lot easier to find me." But, but they can see your scar," Creevey said. "Not if I wear a hat," Harry said dryly. He could see that a lot of the 5th years were around. They acted as though they weren't listening, but they were. "I wouldn't ever give the picture to anybody," Creevey said earnestly. "They wouldn't give you a choice," Harry said. "It would just vanish from your trunk one day and be sent out on a letter to somebody's Death Eater father the next." Creevey looked shocked at the thought that he wouldn't be able to trust his roommates. If he didn't learn to be a little more cynical, he wouldn't last long in the school. There weren't many Muggle-borns in Slytherin for a reason. Of the 3 Harry knew, all of them were the toughest, meanest, and most dangerous members of the house, all of whom had suffered terrible hazing until they'd proved they could fight back. Harry had considered going to them instead of Pusey, but he'd realized that they'd refuse. They had their own truce with their house, and allying themselves with Harry would have disturbed that truce. If Creevy survived, he might become someone to be reckoned with, and Harry certainly could use an ally in Slytherin. Whether it was worth the effort or not, Harry wasn't sure, but making the effort wouldn't hurt. Unlike with the others, allying himself with Harry wouldn't hurt Creevy. Just being a mudblood would be enough to cause him all kinds of hell. Harry said, "I'll tell you what, we can talk later. If anybody gives you any trouble, come and talk to me about it." He regretted making the offer even as the boy's face lit up. The boy didn't seem to have the ability to hide a single emotion. Everything he felt showed on his face the moment he felt it. Harry had an uneasy feeling that the boy would have a shorter lifespan than Harry himself. Striding toward them was the new professor, the one Harry hadn't gotten to meet yet. He felt a little uneasy at the way Hermione was looking at him, and he wondered if the man had used magic on her already. He seemed to be the most likely candidate to be the Death Eater this year, or maybe even Voldemort, so when the man offered his hand, Harry took it gladly. There was no burning, so at least the man didn't have Voldemort planted on some unspeakable part of his body. "Harry Potter, I was hoping to come across you while I was signing my new autobiography, Magical Me, but I didn't see you." Harry pulled his hand away. "I must have come on a different day, Professor Lockhart." "Gilderoy Lockhart. I'm teaching defense this year." He turned to Creevy. "I'm sure Mr. Potter would love to get a picture with me." Harry pulled quickly away from the man. "Oh, that's not necessary. I was just talking with Colin about how much Death Eaters would like to get my picture." The man froze, smile still on his face. "In fact, as far as I'm concerned, anyone who tries to take my picture is trying to help the enemy. I'm sure you wouldn't want that." Harry stared at Lockhart for a long moment. Lockhart didn't turn pale, like Malfoy would have done. His smile simply became a little more strained. "However," Harry said, "young Creevy here is just dying to try his camera out. Who better than someone famous to try his very first picture on?" Harry carefully stood behind Creevy as he took his picture. He'd have to watch his back around Lockhart. After all, he'd as much as told the man that he suspected him. As Lockhart left, Harry whispered to Creevy, "If your camera comes up missing, come to me right away." The younger boy looked a little frightened, and all Harry could think was good. Fear was the first thing that every Slytherin had to learn. It kept you alive, and it fueled ambition. For the others, it was fear of failure, fear of anonymity, even fear of mediocrity. Harry's fears just tended to be a little more visceral. "It's time for class, Harry," Lockhart said, although his tone was much less congenial than it had been before. Harry nodded and then headed into defense class. The first section was entirely worthless, questions about the man's autobiography. Harry had read the thing, of course, trying to get an idea of just how capable the man really was. If what he'd written was true, he was the next Dumbledore. Yet somehow, Harry was doubtful. The man seemed a little too smooth and polished. The only way a man of his age would be that good at magic would be to train constantly. He wouldn't have time to become good at anything else, especially not becoming a writer or apparently learning how to convince people of anything he wanted to believe. Yet Harry couldn't afford to assume that what Lockhart had written were lies. If the man was as dangerous as he claimed, then Harry suspected he was in for a very long year. Despite his studying, Harry had no idea what the man's favorite colors or birthday or ideal gifts were. Those were inconsequential compared to his ability to fight and his willingness to kill. Harry had looked into the man. His life had been highly public, except for a 3-week period when he'd gone mysteriously missing. He'd claimed to have been captured by trolls, an obvious lie, as trolls would have immediately eaten him. It reminded Harry uncomfortably of Quirrell's disappearance, after which he'd returned with a passenger at the back of his head. He wondered if the man was being intentionally dense. Quirrell had actively tried to derail the defense process by being a bad teacher, presumably to prevent the students from being able to fight back when the time came. "I was planning to try this out on the Gryffindors first," Lockhart said. "But since Harry here has such a reputation, I thought we'd try it here instead." He pulled the cloth off the cage, and Harry was already going to his wand. The other Slytherins were glaring at him, even as Lockhart seemed shell-shocked. There was Cornish pixie blood splattered over all of them, with Harry splattered with the most blood. You should have said we weren't supposed to kill them, Harry said. They came right at me. Harry had actually assumed that the pixie attack was some sort of an assassination attempt. Everything would seem harmless, and then one of them would be poisoned or have a curse delivered by touch or something. As such, he'd taken the assignment very seriously. The fact that his severing charms had come close to slicing the ears off a few of his fellow students who had been getting more confident since he hadn't retaliated against them in several months wasn't an accident. They'd seemed surprised by his speed and accuracy, though. Harry wondered if Lockhart's seeming incompetence was just an act, much like Quirrell's stutter. It would be a good way to be underestimated if it hadn't already been done in recent memory. Besides, why write books claiming to be dangerous and then try to pretend not to be? It was a puzzle. There are spells that'll take it right off, Harry said to his closest classmates. He reached for his wand and they all flinched. Harry smiled, although it didn't reach his eyes. If he was going to help Creevy, he need to re-establish his position in the pecking order as quickly as possible. Officially, he had no position, but people generally knew who could hurt who owed who favors, and who licked the boots of who. You could have caged them, Lockhart complained. He looked as though he wanted to sick up, which was odd considering the killing he claimed he'd done. They'd have kept coming once they got out, Harry said. Sometimes it's better to take care of a problem permanently. Now that the pixies were dead, Harry realized that he'd almost enjoyed fighting them. They'd been good practice for his dodging skills and for his accuracy. Do you think I can get another lot of pixies? Harry asked brightly. For some reason, everyone looked green at the thought. The next month was even harder than Harry had thought. He'd been willing to retaliate whenever the inevitable hazing began for Colin Creevy, but unfortunately, the boy seemed to lack any sort of situational awareness. The Slytherins who were abusing him were careful that he never realized that it was them casting the spells, and so no matter how often Harry questioned the increasingly hysterical boy, he couldn't tell Harry who the culprits were. Creevy didn't understand why he was being bullied, and the bullying took an endless variety of forms. From coughing up slugs, to having his mucus turn into bats that attacked him, to having his legs locked together before class, there seemed to be no end to the number of curses the Slytherins knew. Worse, Harry caught them smirking and looking at him. They knew he'd taken the boy under his wing, and part of the bullying was a way to anger him without the risk of retaliation. Harry knew he would have to retaliate, in a big way the moment he caught someone out of it, even if they were a seventh year and stronger than he was magically. He already had a plan to use some of what he'd learned in his own murders, catch them unaware, shock them, and leave them helpless. He wasn't worried about whatever punishments he'd receive from the teachers. Short of getting expelled and having his wand snapped, there wasn't much they could do that would bother him. If they made him do manual labor, he was more used to that than other students. If they forced him out into the forbidden forest again, he'd simply hole up and find a place to hide. He didn't care about house points, except in how it would make the rest of his house angrier, and they already didn't like him. As long as he didn't kill or permanently harm another student, he would probably do all right. He grew more and more frustrated both with Colin and with the other Slytherins as the month passed. It got to the point where he began to try to make friends with select portraits and with the ghosts of Hogwarts in an effort to have other eyes to watch who was bullying the oblivious Colin Creevy. The problem with friendships was that they came with obligations, including going to a Death Day party for one of the ghosts on Halloween. Given what had happened the last Halloween, Harry would have preferred to have stayed in, assuming Voldemort liked to stage attacks on that day for sentimental reasons. Maybe he considered Halloween his own sort of Death Day. That wasn't what I expected, Harry said. Hermione, Neville, and Colin were with him, the boy because Harry felt he would be the safest around him. Colin still looked a little green, although he'd had a wonderful time using his camera at the celebration. The ghosts had loved getting their pictures taken, and Colin had promised them all copies. Harry hoped that this would help his campaign to have the ghosts watch out for the boy, because he was at his wits' end otherwise. Do you think there's still time to catch the feast? Neville said. The food at the party had left a lot to be desired. Given that the guests were almost all dead, Harry hadn't been surprised. I asked the house elves to keep dinner warm for us, Harry said. The house elves still seemed to worship Harry, even though he couldn't recall ever doing anything nice for them. Hermione and Neville smiled at him. They'd been warmer toward him since he'd taken on the task of protecting Carlin. Harry suspected that they'd been a little disturbed by how cold he'd been getting, and this reassured them that he was a good person. At this point, he wasn't so sure. Killing Muggleborns was what had gotten his mother killed, what had ruined his entire life. Allowing the Slytherins to do it under his nose wasn't something he was willing to do, not when he had the power to stop it. Besides, he had a lot of anger to work out. He'd finally begin training Hermione, Neville, and Colin to fight. The Weasleys had agreed to help, but only if Colin became their second volunteer. They tried to get the other two as well, but Hermione was too clever to take that kind of deal. When Harry had to go to the hospital wing with his tongue sticking a foot out of his mouth, he had to wonder if it was worth it. He was getting to be better than the Weasley twins, and he doubted it would be worth pitting up with their experiments much longer. They were making their way down the hallway, and Harry suddenly whirled, pulling his wand. Caught flat-footed, the others simply stared as Harry's eyes began darting back and forth. "Did you hear that?" he asked. "Hear what?" Hermione asked. There had been a voice saying rip, tear, kill, so hungry for so long. His stomach dropped. Whatever plan the crazy house elf had been talking about, it had already begun. 26. Quidditch. Harry held his hand up to keep the others from speaking. He listened intently. The voice seemed to be coming from somewhere above him, and it was growing fainter, moving upward. The voice was muttering about blood and death, and Harry was convinced that it planned on killing someone. It was possible that it was just an overly enthusiastic ghost. They had just come from a party full of them after all, but deep in his gut, Harry knew better. He stood for a long moment, indecisive. The smart thing, the Slytherin thing to do was to run in the other direction and not look back. Someone else would meet up with whatever it was, and the school would take care of it. Unfortunately, the school didn't have a good track record when dealing with this sort of thing. They hadn't even been able to deal sensibly with a troll in the school, much less something that moved through the walls. Harry needed to know what was coming after him. If he didn't, it might catch him from behind, and if he didn't know what to expect, he couldn't stop it. "Get Colin back to the Great Hall," Harry said. "If the feast ends, give him to a prefect to take back to his rooms." "What's going on?" Hermione asked. Harry shook his head. "There's no time, just do it." With that, he was off, heading up the stairs. Harry grabbed his invisibility cloak as he ran. Whatever he was following sounded dangerous, and he wanted the best chance of not being seen. Of course, it was possible that whatever it was hunted by sound or scent. If that was the case, Harry was in trouble no matter what he did. The voice was hissing something about smelling blood. Harry reached the third-floor bathroom and he skidded to a halt. On the wall, in blood, was written a cryptic message, something about the Chamber of Secrets. Hanging from a post was Mrs. Norris, the cat of the owner of the voice. There was no sign. Harry grimaced. His first impulse had been the smarter one. Being caught with a dead cat just a month after slaughtering an entire crate of Cornish pixies wouldn't look good at all. A rumble told him that the feast had just ended. He didn't have long to escape, and so he ran as quickly as he could, only to stop as he realized that the passage was being filled by students coming from each end. He couldn't be caught using the invisibility cloak. That would be worse for his long-term survival than being caught with a dead cat. If there had been an empty classroom or bathroom, he could have ducked into it, would have been fine. It was already too late. There were students at both ends of the corridor, and Harry had dithered about pulling off his cloak. He had no choice. Pulling a pinch of the Peruvian darkness powder from his pouch, he tossed it in the air. Instantly, an impenetrable darkness billowed out in both directions. Harry heard the panicked screams and sounds of surprise from both ends of the hallway. He quickly pulled off his cloak, stuffing it into his bag even as he felt for the wall. He moved forward quickly, using his hand to guide him. Listening, he heard the group up ahead. Some people were fighting to turn back down the stairs, but in the confusion, Harry doubted that anyone would remember just who was in the crowd. He'd only used a very small pinch, and he doubted it would last very long. He skidded to a stop as the sounds of confusion in front of him became close. Pushing his way past some of the other students, Harry found himself in the middle of the crowd when the darkness dissipated a few moments later. He worked to put a confused look on his face. There was angry mutterings from the students around him. Most of them seemed to think it was another stunt by the Weasleys. Harry heard the first gasps from people up ahead. The message had been seen. He walked with the crowd who were gathering around the message. Looking back over it, Harry could see that it had been written in blood in 1-foot-high letters. Malfoy was laughing, stupidly taunting the Muggle-born students. Did he want people to think he'd killed the pet of a staff member? Only sociopaths did something like that. The stray thought that his stunt might have sent someone falling off a stair suddenly occurred to Harry, but he reassured himself that no one had been hurt. Otherwise, he'd be hearing cries of horror. The teachers were approaching. Harry very carefully began to back away. He wasn't the only one. He could see several other Slytherins doing the same, mostly those he considered the brighter members of his house. Something like this could get very ugly. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle stayed right up at the front. Harry could see Filch grabbing Malfoy and shouting. That's what he deserved for being an idiot. Slytherins were supposed to be smarter than that. Harry fought off the desire to smirk. This had cost him some of his precious darkness powder, and the twins were sure to be suspicious, but it was better than the headache being caught would cause. "Harry," Hermione said, finally catching up to him. "What's going on?" Harry gestured back toward the words on the wall, and she gasped. "People are going to turn against each other because of this," he said, "which is probably his plan." Hermione stared at him, then shook her head. "It isn't necessarily always Yukonwa who that's behind all this." "Who else, Goyle?" Harry asked. "It's probably a distraction from his real plan." "Murdering you?" Hermione asked. She looked at him as he nodded and rolled her eyes. "I'm sure you know who has other things to do other than just murdering you." "Outside the school, yeah," Harry said. "But the only other things I can think of that he might be doing here is recruiting or trying to kill Dumbledore." "Maybe there are ancient artifacts at the school that he's after," Hermione said. Harry shook his head. "He wouldn't tell the world what he was doing. He'd probably have loyal students look for it and then smuggle whatever it was out." They were making their way back down the stairs. Harry saw that the other students were following suit. He suspected that things were going to get a lot worse before they got better. Fearful people were angry people, and Hogwarts was already a place where people were divided. They were divided by house, by blood status, by wealth and class. People tended to bully people who were different, and fearful people became worse bullies. Things were already bad enough, and this was the last thing Harry needed. "I can't believe you wanted to come to this," Harry said. "It's Quidditch. How can you not be excited about Quidditch?" Colin asked. "Besides, I think it'll make for great pictures." Harry could see Neville and Hermione sitting on the other side of the pitch with their fellow Gryffindors. Usually Quidditch matches were some of their best times together, times when they could be alone in the castle without interruption. But Harry had decided that being alone in the castle wasn't the smartest idea right now. The cat, Mrs. Norris, had only been petrified, not killed. Harry had set Hermione to helping him look up all the ways that petrification could be accomplished. They both read that dark magic could accomplish it, as could certain magical creatures. None of the creatures they'd looked up could speak with the exception of Gorgons, but that didn't seem quite right to Harry. Gorgons were universally female, and the voice he'd heard had definitely been male. The more he thought about it, the more he was convinced that he'd heard the voice coming from within the walls. Hogwarts had secret passages aplenty, and someone or something could have been using them to get around unseen. Harry had found a few of them, but he had no doubt there were many he knew nothing about. Whatever it was able to move around with impunity, and the last thing Harry thought any of them needed was to be alone. Of course, if it was actually come of the monsters they'd looked up, being together might not be much better. All in all, attending the Quidditch match was the least of the evils, even if the other Slytherins were giving him odd looks because he was finally showing an interest in Quidditch. "Ooh, it's starting," Colin said. He had his camera out, as he usually did, and Harry felt a sudden surge of affection for the boy. Colin had never blamed Harry for all the abuse he was suffering in Slytherin, and even though his good humor was wearing thin, he still kept a cheerful face to the world. The boy looked up to Harry, which was something Harry had never thought he needed. Hermione was his friend, but she thought his constant paranoia was ridiculous. Neville had never shown the kind of hero worship that Harry had gotten from Colin. He'd once confided in Harry that he could have fit the prophecy as well as Harry had. Colin, though, seemed to appreciate everything Harry was trying to do for him. His hero worship of Harry was more than just about his being the boy who lived. He seemed to think that Harry could do anything, and that made Harry feel as though he could. Harry had never had a younger brother, but if he'd had, he imagined it would feel something like this. Quidditch, now that he watched it, was an insane game that was a perfect example of what was wrong with the wizarding mindset. No muggle would play a game perched on a broom more than 50 feet in the air. Two iron cannonballs were careening around the field, trying to knock players off their brooms. Two players on the team had bats to defend themselves and their comrades with, but everyone else was defenseless. No muggle sport was this risky, not even rugby or Canadian hockey. Every aspect of the sport was potentially lethal. Even players simply crashing into each other could lead to a fatality. Wizards seemed to feel they were immortal. However, since Harry wasn't the one in the air and in danger, he found himself actually enjoying it. He kept waiting for disaster after disaster to happen, but the players almost seemed to be in a dance with each other. Colin took another picture and turned to Harry. "This is great, isn't it?" Harry smiled. "Yeah, it's all right." Once the current business was resolved, he didn't plan to give up his time alone with his friends for this, but attending the occasional game wouldn't be a chore. Malfoy was the seeker this year, a fact of which he was quick to point out to everyone who would listen. The fact that his father had bought him into the position was less important than how good he was, and it was apparent that he was better than the Gryffindor seeker. He was flying for the snitch now, although he was being followed by a bludger. He pulled up and the bludger didn't follow. It hurtled toward Harry, who barely had time to dive away, landing on the backs of some of the Slytherins below him. If his reflexes hadn't been what they were, he would have been hit. The Slytherins underneath him cursed at him and tried to push him away. The bludger slammed into the seat where he had been sitting, and the wood cracked with an audible sound. The 10-inch iron ball, which had to weigh as much as Harry did, bounced upward. It floated back upward, and then slammed back toward Harry with a blistering speed. Harry barely rolled away in time, and he heard the sounds of bones breaking as it slammed into the person Harry had just rolled off of, a boy named Terence Higgs, who had been the Seeker replaced by Malfoy. The bludger was already levitating again. Harry rolled out into the aisle. He made sure to be close to an aisle just in case he needed to make a quick escape. People were screaming, and some were already running, trying to get away from the bludger. Harry's mind ran through the possibilities. Definder wouldn't work. His spell would easily cut through a tree trunk, but 10 inches of solid iron were an entirely different matter. Most of the spells he knew would be useless against the thing. "Finite incantatum," Harry shouted, waving his wand, but the bludger was unaffected. It was already coming around for another pass, and now there were panicked people clogging the aisle. There was only one spell that Harry could possibly cast that would affect the thing. "Diminuendo," Harry shouted. The bludger changed from a ball 10 inches thick, probably weighing 150 pounds, to something the size of a pea. It slammed into Harry's outstretched left hand, and he could feel one of the small bones in his hand break. He still managed to wrap his hand around the bludger, and with he slipped his wand into his pocket and wrapped his other hand around it as well. The bludger tried to pull away from him several times before finally going quiescent. Harry stared at Hermione, who was staring at him in horror from across the field. "See," he mouthed to her. People really were trying to kill him, and now they'd done it in front of the entire school. Even Quirrell had mostly tried to kill him alone, except for the times Harry had started it. Harry anxiously scanned the skies for the other bludger, but it seemed to be acting normally. There was chaos on the pitch afterward, and as Harry clutched his throbbing hand, he suddenly wished he'd used his Peruvian darkness powder again. It might have revealed him as the prankster in the corridor, but he wouldn't have been hurt. As the teachers had taken possession of the bludger, presumably to do some of their own tests on it, Lockhart had tried to convince Harry to let him heal the broken bones in his left hand. Harry had seen through it. The bludger was the first assassination attempt, and the man would do something that would weaken Harry while pretending to try to heal him. That would leave him alone in the hospital wing, the perfect place to stage an assassination without being seen by anyone. He'd gone straight to Madame Pomfrey, who was able to heal the bones in his hand in a matter of moments, although she still had him pain-reducing potions to help with the trauma in the surrounding tissue. As Harry lay in his bed, he could hear the sounds of the celebration going on down in the hallway below him. Slytherin had won, once the game was resumed, and everyone was celebrating. Harry stared at the ceiling and tried to think of who was trying to kill him now. Any of the upper-year Slytherins would have the ability to do it, and he'd become lost enough in the game that he hadn't been paying enough attention to them. He couldn't let them get away with it. A soft pop, and Harry looked down to see a familiar house elf at the base of the bed. Harry Potter came to school, the elf said sorrowfully. Darby warned and warned Harry, but he came anyway. Why didn't Harry go home when he missed the train? Harry gripped his wand, which he'd kept on his bed in case the killer tried to use the party below as a distraction to try to kill him. The house elf had been trying to keep him from coming to Hogwarts, and he blocked off the entrance. He'd probably followed Harry all the way from home, which was why his disguise hadn't worked. You tried to get me expelled, Harry said. His fingers tightened on his wand. Tell me why I shouldn't decorate the wall behind you with your guts. The house elf held his hands up. Darby hears death threats 5 times a day at home, sir. He is used to them. Harry gritted his teeth. If I was expelled from Hogwarts, they'd break my wand. I need my wand to protect myself when the Death Eaters come. The house elf scowled. Death Eaters are bad, but what's coming is worse, much worse. He began to smash his head into the wall, apparently even mentioning this much wasn't being loyal to his master. For once Harry didn't stop him. It was exactly what he wished he could do to the thing, except that he knew if he started he might not stop. The creature stopped on its own, however, looking up at him. Darby thought his bludger might. Are you saying you tried to kill me? Harry asked. His wand was out now. Kill you, sir? No, Darby said. He seemed to finally sense the danger he was in because he looked up at Harry with wide open eyes. Never kill Harry Potter. Simply send him home badly injured. Wizards can heal practically anything overnight, Harry said, shouting. The only way you could have got me sent home was if you'd taken an arm or a leg off, and even then that would only be a few weeks in St. Mungo's. It'd take a curse or some other dark magic to do anything permanent. At the creature's sudden hopeful look, Harry snapped. Don't get any ideas. The creature stared at him and said, Darby must get Harry Potter out. Now that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened again, history is about to repeat itself. Harry saw the sudden look in the creature's eyes. It had said more than it had intended to. Before he could press the question, he heard screams from below, and the creature turned, panicked. It disappeared in a puff of displaced air. Harry rushed downstairs to find the Slytherins gathered at the entrance to the common chamber. There were panicked whispers and some sobs from the younger Slytherins. Harry shoved his way through, only to freeze in horror. At the entrance to the blank wall leading into the Slytherin house common chambers was a large pool of blood. Beside it was a child's shoe and a familiar, broken camera. Colin Creevey was gone. 27. Duel. Harry felt numb. He could hear the other Slytherins whispering anxiously. It had been one thing to laugh about the Chamber of Secrets when the victim was a cat that wasn't even dead, but this had happened right outside their common room. It had happened to one of their own, even if he was a mudblood. Any one of them could have been returning to the common room and been ambushed and murdered. Harry could see the dawning horror on their faces, horror that had been a familiar companion to him since he was 10 years old. No one was doing anything other than milling around. Fear had overwhelmed their good sense. If Colin had been killed, there was a good chance the killer was nearby. Harry pulled out his wand. Get Snape, he snapped at the prefect, pointing with his non-wand hand. The prefect blinked at him as though surprised, but he turned and did what he was told. Get back inside, Harry said, turning to the crowd behind him. They stopped milling around and turned to stare at him. The incongruity of a 12-year-old ordering a crowd that was mostly older than him wasn't lost on them. Why should we do what you say, Potter? Malfoy snapped back. How far do you think whatever did this got? Harry asked. And how long do you think it will be before it comes back while we're standing here talking about this? Realization that they might all be in danger suddenly came across everyone's faces, and everyone suddenly vanished back into the common room with the exception of Malfoy. If you say anything snide about this, I'll make you regret it, Harry said, not looking at Malfoy. Malfoy glanced behind him, making sure they were alone. I just wanted to say sorry, mate. I know how attached you were to the little Muggleborn. With that, he was gone. Harry stood guard over the scene until Snape appeared, almost hoping that whatever had taken Colin would come back. Snape took one look at the scene and sent him back into the common room, where Harry proceeded to brood. He was numb and he couldn't even feel a single emotion. You think they're going to close the school? Neville asked anxiously. They were out on the lawn outside the school. Ironically, given that there was something in the walls, this was probably one of the safer places to be at the moment. The professors say there is no proof that Colin is actually dead, Hermione said. Just missing. The Aurors are investigating, but they haven't found anything. Harry was lying on a blanket with his eyes closed. The sun felt good on his face. Colin's death hadn't really caught up with him yet, not like Pusey's had, and he wondered if he was getting hardened. Was it possible to stop feeling bad when people around you died? Was that what had happened to Voldemort? There wasn't anything on his camera, Harry said. I doubt he even had a chance to bring it up. Well, they can't keep having classes if people start disappearing, Hermione said. It wouldn't be safe. Colin was a muggle-born, Harry said, his eyes still closed. As long as it's not a pureblood or a half-blood from a good family that disappears, they'll keep it all going. Are you saying that muggle-borns are less important than everyone else? Hermione asked, sounding outraged. No, but muggles are, Harry said. If muggles protest too much, wizards will just obliviate them. Half and pure bloods have families whose opinions have weight in wizard society. That's horrible. Hermione said, sitting up straight. Harry shrugged. I don't have any wizarding relatives left, so I'm in the same situation. If it wasn't for the prophecy, nobody would care if I went missing. We'd care, Neville said. Nobody with any power would care, Harry said, correcting himself. He scowled. They should care about Colin too, but they don't. We're sorry that happened, Hermione said for what had to be the 15th time. If I get a chance, I'll make whoever did it sorry, Harry said. He scowled again with his eyes closed. I'll make them wish they were never born. It was a sign of his trust in Hermione and Neville that he was willing to close his eyes around them. Not only did he trust them not to intentionally hurt him, he trusted them to keep an eye out for any approaching danger. Of course, the sneakoscope in the bag underneath his head provided a little more sense of security. Trust, but verify, Harry had heard from somewhere, a sentiment that he heartily agreed with. Harry fully intended to get vengeance. He was angry not only on the people who had done this, but on the rest of the wizarding world for their seeming indifference. Life had gone on for the rest of the school after only a few days. The people who were most affected were the Slytherins. The attack had occurred immediately outside their common rooms, and it could have been any one of them. Claims that the heir would only attack mudbloods were dismissed. Anyone could have stepped outside at the wrong moment, and no one doubted that if they had, they'd have been killed as well. Several of the students, including Malfoy, had written angry letters to their parents, who had been curiously apathetic about the whole thing. Harry suspected that the parents were being influenced by the Death Eaters to leave the matter be. The other houses seemed more inclined to dismiss the whole incident. The other houses preferred to believe that Colin had either run home because of being bullied by the other Slytherins, or that if he'd been harmed, it had actually been one of the Slytherins who had done it. Malfoy had made a few attempts at bragging about being the heir of Slytherin before the attack. He had stopped talking about that now altogether, and he seemed pale and drawn. All the Slytherins seemed to be exhibiting a healthy sense of paranoia these days, something of which Harry heartily approved. They tended to go to places in groups of no less than 3, and they were jumpy as a group. They were snapping at each other within the safety of their own dorms, although they managed to keep any disagreements within the house outside of the view of the rest of the school. Harry stumbled across several duels being held inside the common room. All the perpetrators were punished if they were caught, but many were able to threaten eyewitnesses to keep them from saying anything. The duels got bad enough that Snape announced the formation of a dueling club a few days later. Apparently the club had been the idea of Lockhart, which rang all sorts of alarm bells for Harry. Was this a way to judge Harry's skills? If it was it wise for Harry to join the dueling club at all? He made a reputation on being a person of mysterious abilities. People feared him because they didn't know what he was capable of. Yet part of him very much wanted to join the club. The Weasleys were no longer able to give him much of a challenge, and they weren't working with him currently anyway. They'd been blamed for the Peruvian instant darkness powder business, and they were angry at Harry. 1 hour a week with Flitwick wasn't going to be enough to keep his skills in shape. He was trying to train Neville and Hermione, but it was hard to find time and places to get away that would be safe, and it would be even longer before they were able to give him a good workout. Although Harry was deeply uneasy about it, it appeared that the dueling club was going to be his best option. Harry fully expected Lockhart to pretend to be incompetent at the outset of the dueling club. It didn't take long for him to be vindicated. It was interesting to watch Snape's technique, though. As a former Death Eater, he had a level of skill that Harry was going to have to measure himself against if he ever wanted to overcome Voldemort. Setting the entire class to practicing defensive spells at once was obviously a mistake. Harry was paired with Malfoy, but once the spells started flying, he was forced to dodge several stray spells that accidentally were launched his way. The fact that it was 6th and 7th year Slytherins launching the spells, and the fact that none of the stray spells came near anyone other than Harry wasn't lost on him. Harry had been expecting it, though. As angry as the Slytherins had been since Colin's disappearance, they wanted to take it out on someone. The fact that Harry was someone they were expected to be angry at made it easier. If he hadn't been waiting for it, he'd have been hit in the back several times. As it was, one spell had gotten through his shields and had grazed his side painfully. As the teachers tried to contain the chaos left in the aftermath, Harry tried to figure out who had launched the attacks at him. 3 of the 7th years in the corner seemed like the most likely suspects, although he couldn't rule out anyone. "Let's have a demonstration," Lockhart said. "Perhaps Miss Granger and Miss Bones." "Mr. Potter seemed to be working above his level," Snape interjected. "Shielding charms haven't been taught yet, and he seems to have a very good grasp of them." "Oh," Lockhart asked, "what would you suggest?" "Perhaps have him compete against a 3rd year," Snape said. Glancing at Harry, he reconsidered. "Perhaps a 4th year. Mr. Jordan, would you face off against Mr. Potter?" Harry hadn't forgotten about the bullying Lee Jordan had done against him before the first death he'd had at Hogwarts. Even though the bullying hadn't been nearly as bad the second time around, Harry still resented it. That was why, when Jordan went for his wand, Harry didn't immediately summon his wand. He blocked his spells with a shielding spell and launched stinging hex after the hapless other boy until Snape was forced to call off the match. Although he was physically 2 years older than Harry, Harry had actually had an additional 8 months of training due to his resets. Lee Jordan probably never picked up his wand outside of class, and it showed. Snape frowned at him and summoned a 5th year. Harry had a much more difficult time against this opponent, who was angry at what he had done to Jordan. It was a struggle, but he finally managed to beat him through sheer speed, since his shielding spells couldn't hold up against the other students' spells. Harry indicated that he was up for a 3rd round, and against a 6th year he lost miserably. 6th years were learning silent casting, and without hearing the spell, Harry stumbled and struggled to keep up. His shield wasn't of any help at all either. Although he was battered and bruised by the end of it, Harry felt he'd learned a valuable lesson. He was depending too much on hearing the spells, a sloppy habit that he was going to have to ask Flitwick to break him of. It was decided that he would duel against 5th years, even though he was barely able to keep up with them. Fighting the less competent 5th years would improve his skills, and facing a 2nd year would prick the 5th year's pride, forcing them to improve as well. Against a more competent 5th year, Harry wouldn't have had any chance at all. He saw that as he watched some of the matches. There was a great variation in ability among same-age peers. Some 5th years fought like 4th years, and some fought like 6th. The excellent duelists were in the minority, though. Most of the dueling club members were fighting below where they should, at least in Harry's estimation. The one thing he didn't like was the speculative looks in the eyes of some of the older Slytherins as they looked at him. They'd gotten a good estimation of his skills, and they'd found them wanting. The dueling club continued over the next 3 weeks, and Harry kept expecting an attack from his fellow Slytherins that never came. Deciding that he was being paranoid, even for him, Harry began to relax and enjoy the dueling club. Training against the less competent 5th years, who were actually performing at the upper end of 4th year level, really was improving all their skills. Harry's only complaint about the club was that it didn't take place more often. He enjoyed dueling, he discovered, at least when death or dismemberment wasn't on the line. It wasn't until he was heading back from a dueling club meeting on the 3rd week that he noticed 3 upper years following him. They were all heading down to the common rooms in the dungeons, and so at first Harry didn't think anything of it. He kept an eye on them, however, because he suspected they were the Slytherins who had launched the additional spells at him during the first dueling club. Getting trapped was the last thing Harry wanted, so he shifted directions and took the first stairs upward. He'd simply wait until they passed, and then make his way to the dungeons later. They took the stairs up as well. Finally alarmed, Harry sprinted down a hallway. If he could get somewhere he could be unobserved, he'd be able to pull out his cloak and get away unseen. Going up another moving staircase proved to be a mistake. Harry barely shielded himself from an attempt to toss him over the stairs. He ducked down and managed to crab-walk his way up the stair. The three boys had split up, Harry discovered. He was on the deserted section of floor where the chamber message had been sent. There were two boys on one end of the hall and one on the other. The obvious strategy was to blow past the one boy, but these weren't the duffers at dueling. All of them were fighting above their weight class, and turning his back on any of them would be dangerous. Harry ducked behind a set of pillars as spells began flying toward him from the end of the hall. At this distance, accuracy wasn't good, but enough spells being cast would make sure that at least some of them hit home. "Defendo!" Harry shouted. The lone boy managed to shield against a spell that would have taken his leg off. He looked surprised that Harry would be that vicious. Harry couldn't understand why. The pillars have Harry a small advantage. He didn't have to block much with his shields due to the cover of the pillars, while his opponents were out in the open. He sent a flurry of spells in both directions, all of which bounded off their shields and sliced into the surrounding territory. They were at a stalemate. Although Harry was surrounded by superior combatants, he had the advantage of cover and spells didn't go around corners. Harry discovered how wrong he was when long black snakes began to emerge from the wands of the boys. Each boy cast the snake spell, while the other two cast spells to force Harry to keep his head down. Snake after snake they created. 2 became 4, which became 8, which became 15 before they seemed to finally decide they were done. The venom of even one of those snakes would make a man very sick. The venom of 15 could easily kill. Harry couldn't even attack the snakes very well because of the covering fire provided by the 3 Slytherins. By the time the snakes came close enough to harm him, it would be difficult to deal with them, and then the others would close in. "Stop," Harry said as the first of the horde of snakes rounded the corner. It stopped, as did the ones behind it. The others gathered closer and closer, but kept their distance. They were listening to him. Harry had known he could speak to snakes since a trip to the zoo when he'd had a nice chat with a snake. He'd assumed that it was one of the things wizards could generally do until Neville had told him otherwise. Neville had been talking about an encounter he'd had with a snake in his grandmother's gardens, and Harry had asked him why he hadn't simply asked the snake to leave. The fact that Parselmouth was a rare and dark skill somehow hadn't surprised Harry. The similarities between him and Voldemort kept piling up, so why not this as well? He'd been afraid that conjured snakes wouldn't understand him, but maybe these snakes had simply been summoned from somewhere else. "I am not your enemy," Harry hissed. "They are your enemy. They are the ones who pulled you from your warm, safe burrows. They are the ones that put you in danger. They are the ones who should pay." The snakes stared at him for a long moment. Harry could hear the uncertain murmuring between the older teenagers in the hall. Their entire strategy revolved around waiting until the snakes attacked, and that had somehow been derailed. The boys suddenly realized they were in trouble when the snakes turned around and began heading toward them. They launched spells against the snakes, and Harry managed to graze one of their arms with a Defindo because they were distracted by the snakes. Once they realized that he was going to be attacking, they began to shield themselves as they began picking their own snakes off. They'd killed a third of the snakes, who had almost reached them when Harry introduced the final part of his plan. He threw the Peruvian instant darkness powder, and suddenly the entire corridor plunged into darkness. The screaming began immediately. Harry remained where he was as spells began to fly indiscriminately. With any luck, they'd accidentally hit each other. Snakes could sense prey even in the darkness. Humans couldn't. Harry had been meaning to send a message to those in his own house who thought he was weak. This was the best message he could have sent. Attack Harry Potter, and you were taking your life into your own hands. The screaming lasted longer than he'd thought it would. 28. Aftermath. "They'll live," Snape said. "Barely." He just returned from St. Mungo's, where he'd rushed Harry's 3 attackers after Madame Pomfrey had told him they were beyond her ability to save. As a result, he'd missed the chaos as auras had come to lock down the school. All students except Harry had been sent back to their dorms and told to wait. Apparently an attempt on Harry's life was taken much more seriously after one other Hogwarts student was missing and presumed dead. Harry doubted that there would have been as much of a fuss if he'd been a regular student. They were now in Dumbledore's office. The older man looked grave and serious. Harry was sitting in a chair while Snape paced back and forth. Harry was secretly relieved that the boys hadn't died, but he forced himself to keep his face expressionless. Any sign of weakness just led to more problems later. "If I'd wanted them dead, I'd have just left them there," Harry said, "instead of going for help." He'd thought about leaving them there, but killing them anonymously wouldn't have helped him at all. He wanted to send a message to the entire school, and that required that everyone know what had happened. "And yet you set venomous snakes on 3 of your classmates, one of whom was on the Quidditch team." "I'm sure the alternate will do a fine job," Harry said. Despite Snape's anger, Harry wasn't intimidated. After being murdered multiple times and almost murdered even more, ordinary intimidation tactics didn't bother him much. "From what I hear, Bletchley's not much of a keeper anyway." "This isn't a laughing matter," Snape snapped. "They'll snap your wand for this." "The auras said I was in the clear," Harry said mildly. "What?" Snape stared down at him. "I didn't cast any snake summoning spells." "I don't even know one," Harry said, "although I plan to learn it as soon as I can." Dumbledore interjected. "I've already received the Aura's report. Priori Incantatum shows that the snakes came from the older boys' wands, not from Harry." "They're all Death Eater's sons," Harry said coolly. "They were trying to kill me." Snape scowled. 3 6th-years corner a second year in a deserted hall," Harry said, "and send 15 venomous snakes after him. What's the likely result?" "The Aura's report noted this as self-defense," Dumbledore said, "and charges will be filed against all 3 boys." Dumbledore looked genuinely regretful. If Harry hadn't known better, he'd have thought the man was a gentle, grandfatherly type. But that kind of man wouldn't have been able to defeat the last 2 Dark Lords or be so involved in politics and the search for Death Eaters that he barely had time to be headmaster. Harry was sure that in 100 years he'd have mastered that look of sincerity as well. "What troubles me is how you were able to turn their own snakes against them," Dumbledore said. "I flatter myself to say that I have made a minor study in spells, and I have never heard of any spell like that." "It wasn't a spell," Harry said. "I just asked nicely." "And they somehow understood you?" Snape asked skeptically. "I've been talking to snakes since I was 10, Harry said. "They're actually more accommodating than you'd think." Snape's indrawn breath was strangely satisfying. "Saying you're a Parselmouth." "A what?" Harry asked, although he knew perfectly well what a Parselmouth was. "Can't everyone speak to snakes?" "Everyone can speak to snakes, Harry," Dumbledore said, "but not everyone can make themselves understood or understand the snakes in turn." Snape was silent for a long moment. "There is still the matter of the darkness powder. Similar powder was used in a previous incident, one that endangered other students." "It's a common product," Harry said dismissively. He was getting better at lying, he thought. "Anybody can get hold of it if they know where to look. Are you suggesting that I was the one who petrified Mrs. Norris?" "The heir to Slytherin was suggested to be a Parselmouth," Snape said. "Perhaps you are using that legend to your advantage." "I never claimed to be the heir," Harry said coldly. "The heir was the one who killed my friend. When I find out who that is, I'm going to make them pay." "Making threats, Potter?" Snape asked. Harry looked up at Snape for a long moment, and eventually it was Snape who looked away. "If I'm not going to be punished for defending myself, can I go back to my room?" Harry asked finally. "It's been a long day." Dumbledore nodded tiredly, waving Harry off. Harry glanced at Snape, who was staring at him with an undecipherable expression. He was sure he would pay for all of this later. He'd had a sort of truce with Snape for a long time. The man ignored him, and Harry tried not to do anything too egregious to require the man to pay attention to him. It was likely that Snape still had to deal with Death Eaters, whether he was still a Death Eater or not. Leaving aside the matter of whether Snape actually had any liking or dislike for Harry, he wasn't politically able to show too much favor for him. Harry suspected that showing disfavor wouldn't be as difficult for Snape, considering how he treated other people in class. Dealing with it would be something Harry had to do if it happened. Unlike various murder attempts, worrying about Snape wouldn't actually help. Harry walked out of the room and stopped just at the edge of earshot. "The boy is a sociopath," Snape was saying. "Any other student his age would be in hysterics." Dumbledore said, Harry's not just any boy his age. He's seen things that no boy his age should have to see. The old man had no idea. Harry imagined that he was talking about the troll and Adrian and being pushed off the stairs. He only suspected Harry of Quirrell's murder. Still, Harry supposed it didn't paint a pretty picture. Murdering one teacher, an entire bucket-load of Cornish pixies, and mortally injuring 3 other students. It did make him sound like a sociopath. However, he also seems to have a tendency to eavesdrop and should be getting back to his quarters, Dumbledore called out. Harry winced and quickly began heading down the stairs. Slipping back to the dungeons, Harry wore his invisibility cloak. Just because 3 people had attacked him didn't mean that there weren't others waiting in the wings. Harry hoped that the incident with the snakes would make those people more reluctant to attack him, but he couldn't be sure how much they'd heard yet. Slipping his cloak off just as he reached the wall that led into the common room, Harry entered. Everyone was in the common room, leaving it much more crowded than usual. As Harry entered, conversation suddenly stopped. Everyone turned and stared at Harry. The only one with the courage to speak to him was Malfoy. "What happened, Potter? No one will tell us anything." "Bletchley, Blishwick and Merton decided to try to kill me," Harry said. He kept a careful eye on the expressions on everyone's faces. They seemed to all be a variation of surprise or puzzlement. It was possible that no one had known about the attack. If the boys had an accomplice, that accomplice was good at keeping control of his or her expressions. "What happened?" Malfoy asked. "I took care of it," Harry said shortly. "They're in St. Mungo's, and it looks like they won't be back." Marcus Flint stiffened. Bletchley was one of his team members, and losing him would hurt the team, although Harry had heard that they were considering replacing him anyway. "Looks like you'll be needing another keeper," Harry said. "Sorry." All eyes in the room were on him, and his classmates stared at him in silence. None of them knew just how he put 3 older and presumably much stronger classmates in the hospital, and that made them cautious. It was a little like living in a lion cage. The only way to survive was to be the most dangerous thing in the room. "I'm going to bed," Harry said. He was silent for a moment, then said, "If I have any unexpected visitors tonight, they won't be going to St. Mungo's." Harry tapped his wand for emphasis, and he saw some of the younger Slytherins pale. The older students were better at hiding their feelings, but their suddenly expressionless faces were a clue at how they felt. That night, he slept dreamlessly, and not a single person bothered him. "Everybody is saying you're planning on being the next Dark Lord," Hermione said. Explaining just how he'd set the snakes on the other students had probably been a mistake, although given that he had been facing attempted murder charges, Harry hadn't seen any other choice. Apparently, some of the students had parents who worked in the ministry, and those parents had read the Aura's reports. "They think I'm the heir?" Harry asked. "Surprisingly, no," Hermione said. "Too many people knew how you felt about Carlin, and so people are saying that you and the heir are competing to be the next Dark Lord. They say the heir killed Carlin and sent Bletchley and the others to kill you to eliminate the competition." Harry laughed mirthlessly. "Where are my minions?" "What? You can't be a Dark Lord without minions. Otherwise, you're just a lone, crazed terrorist." "People are saying Carlin was your minion," Neville offered nervously. He was probably anxious about bringing up Carlin, since Harry had been irritable about the whole subject. He'd been going over what he could have done differently to save Carlin, and he hadn't been able to think of anything. Watching over the boy 24 hours a day wasn't something he'd been able to do, and there were going to be times when he was alone. "A Dark Lord with 1 minion is just sad," Harry said. "It's like trying to be a Bond villain while living in a beat-up Volkswagen Beetle." Hermione snickered, while Neville looked confused. Harry forgot sometimes just how separated purebloods were from popular culture. "Wouldn't we be considered your minions?" Neville asked. "The fact that you have to ask means probably yes," Harry said, grinning. "But realistically, you aren't subservient enough." When Harry had first met them, Neville had been much more subservient, but Hermione had been working with him on being more assertive. They were all silent for a long moment. Finally, Hermione spoke. "Doesn't it upset you that people think you are a Dark Lord in training?" "If it keeps them from trying to kill me, not really," Harry said. "Besides, do you really think we'd keep having Dark Lords every generation if there wasn't a reason for it?" "What? Why do you think people follow Dark Lords? They can't all be evil." Hermione stared at him for a moment, then said, "Some people are too scared not to." Nodding, Harry said, "Also, the ministry is corrupt." If people were really happy with the government, they wouldn't be following every Dark Lord who promised something better. People should enter politics if they want to change things, Hermione said indignantly. Not kill people and become terrorists. What happens if the political cards are stacked against you? Harry asked. People try to start revolutions when they think they don't have a voice. I wouldn't be surprised if the next Dark Lord tries to get the Muggleborns to follow him. Assuming that Dark Lord isn't you, Hermione said. Harry shrugged. Maybe I've got a future in politics. The disquieted look on Hermione and Neville's faces was almost worth the joke. The next dueling club had a drastic drop-off in numbers, and many of the students refused to duel with Harry. Everyone seemed anxious around him, and even Snape seemed to be following him with his eyes everywhere Harry went. Harry had to make it clear that he would be very disappointed if no one came to the dueling club. It took a couple of weeks, but eventually membership grew again as people realized that Harry wasn't planning to launch snakes at them all. He still felt like he was constantly on display. Everyone watched him wherever he went, and he could sense that the Hufflepuffs especially were uncomfortable with him. Hermione managed to find out what the Chamber of Secrets was from Binns, the ghost who taught history of magic. Given the rumors that he was feuding with the heir of Slytherin, Harry found a few Slytherins who tried to curry favor with him. Some of them had spoken to their families and had learned that the chamber had been opened once before, 50 years before. One student had died in a bathroom, and Hagrid had been accused of awakening the creature. He'd been ejected and had his wand snapped, but he hadn't been sent to Azkaban, which to Harry suggested that there hadn't been any proof. Hagrid wasn't willing to talk about it at all, which Harry found unsurprising. At least the man didn't treat him any differently since the incident with the Slytherins and the snakes. He was loyal, if anything. Harry had managed to convince some of those Slytherins trying to curry favor to get copies of the original reports of the crime, at which he'd learned that Hagrid's accuser had been named Tom Riddle. Furthermore, Moaning Myrtle was the ghost of the girl who had been killed. Asking questions about Tom Riddle had somehow landed Harry back in the headmaster's office, where Harry had directly questioned Dumbledore. Dumbledore had been reluctant to tell Harry, but had eventually revealed who Tom Riddle had become. Obviously, Tom Riddle had discovered the creature 50 years before and was reviving it again. Harry felt vindicated in discovering this. All in all, it took time. It took time for the Slytherins to contact their parents and for their parents to look up reports. It took even more time to send reports back. Christmas break came before Harry knew it, and for once they were all happy to go home to the safety of places that didn't have monsters in the walls. For 2 weeks, Harry had nothing to do, and he found his anger and feelings of sadness over Adrian and Colin growing. Voldemort had ruined almost every relationship he'd ever had, erasing friendships in the winds of time or outright killing them. For all the research he'd done, he hadn't found out who Voldemort's agent was in the school, what monster he was using, or where the mythical chamber was hidden. The answer to any two of those questions would give him enough to work on a solution. Returning to Hogwarts, Harry didn't find himself any closer to a solution. They questioned Myrtle, who only knew that the creature had been very large. Harry continued with the dueling club, working harder than ever. His intensity frightened some of the other students, and he insisted on going through more matches than anyone. As far as he was concerned, he needed the matches more than the average wizard. The 5th and 6th years were brutal toward him, but he slowly began to learn how to deal with wandless magic. Flitwick began instructing him. It was difficult, but he knew it was absolutely necessary. On Valentine's Day, he received no cards, and no dwarves came to sing to him. That might have been because he was careful to not be in places where he knew the dwarves were. Harry suspected his reputation kept anyone from sending valentines. The rest of the school gradually relaxed as there were no more attacks, but Harry did not. He assumed that Voldemort was biding his time, waiting to make everyone complacent. It was only a matter of time until the next attack, and Harry wanted to be ready. He studied petrification and concluded that the most likely creature the enemy was using was a basilisk. He'd been able to understand it, and the basilisk was a form of snake, so this was the most likely culprit. The deciding factor was learning that roosters had been slaughtered all throughout the school grounds. Roosters were fatal to basilisks. Harry asked the twins to go to Hogsmeade, and but some live chickens. They'd eventually forgiven him for the first darkness powder incident, although he was no longer working as their product tester. They suggested that he go to the headmaster. The headmaster was busy dealing with politics and set a time for a meeting in 2 weeks. He still asked for the chickens, which he asked for Hagrid to care for in secret. Harry named them Alpha and Omega. Still, the school year went on. In March, they had to choose their electives for the next year. Muggle studies would obviously be useless for him, and Harry asked some of the professors and learned that divination was most likely rubbish, unless one actually had the talent. Additionally, it was taught by the woman who had ruined his life by having a vision in a crowded tavern. Harry hadn't realized that. From what he was told, it wasn't something she had voluntary control of, but it was one of the only 2 or 3 true prophecies she'd ever given. He wasn't sure how you could determine a true prophecy from a false one until it came true, but he didn't want to take a class with the woman. His resentment would keep him from taking a class seriously. Care of magical creatures he decided on almost immediately, and arithmancy, because he wasn't sure that studying ancient runes would do much for him. Arithmancy was apparently a requirement to become a curse breaker and helped with the creation of new spells. On the day of the next Quidditch match, Harry insisted that they all go. Being alone in the castle was more dangerous than not, bludgers aside. By killing Colin, the enemy had showed that it was targeting Harry specifically, and Hermione and Neville were the only people he was truly invested in. Harry's meeting with the headmaster was scheduled for after the game. He separated from the others and headed for the headmaster's office, which was located in a tower through the gargoyle corridor. As he approached the tower, Harry heard a female voice from behind him. Harry. Harry turned to see a familiar red-haired girl. Behind it was something huge and monstrous. He found himself drawn into its eyes. A sudden pain, and he felt that his heart was being ripped from his chest. A moment later, he was dead. 29. Lone. Snakes were everywhere and there were bodies on the ground. Harry grimaced as he realized just when he'd come back to. He'd been foolish to think that he might be able to reverse Colin's death. This effect, reliving his life over and over again, was a curse. Every time to try to have a friendship, it was yanked away from him, either through death or time itself resetting. Hermione and Neville had probably only survived because he couldn't spend much time with them. Scowling, Harry went about reversing the spells, sending the snakes back to wherever they'd been conjured from. At least this time, he didn't feel like becoming sick all over the floor. Maybe dying was getting easier. He eyed the boys dispassionately. He could leave them where they were, and no one would know that he had a part in their death. There wouldn't be any foolishness about his being an aspiring Dark Lord, and the general public wouldn't learn about his being a Parselmouth. However, the other students would still think attacking him was a viable option. The last thing he wanted to do was repeat the year over and over because the older Slytherins thought he was easy prey. Harry took off down the hallway at a run. People were still in the dueling club, including Snape, who was the one who'd taken care of it the last time. As he ran, Harry's mind raced. He'd seen the girl who had been with the basilisk before. She usually sat at the Gryffindor table. She was a first year. And it didn't make sense that she would be able to control a monster that size. The basilisk had dwarfed the troll Harry had faced in the first year by quite a bit. It was incredible that it managed to get through the school unobserved, even if it was moving through the walls. Where was it coming out? Was the girl somehow disillusioning it? Harry had lived 8 months. No. More than a year longer than his apparent physical age, and he'd studied magic obsessively, and he still wouldn't have been able to disillusion something that size. How was a first year able to do it? Was she using some kind of item, like Harry's cloak? It would require something the size of a circus tent. How was she controlling it? Why was she controlling it? If she was genuinely evil, Harry doubted that the Sorting Hat would have placed her in Gryffindor. That was a place for glory hounds and show-offs, not mass murderers. Perhaps someone was putting her up to it. There was a memory nagging at his mind, something that he couldn't quite put his finger on. Harry was sure that there was an incident that would shed some light on the current issue, but he couldn't remember, and it was maddening. Harry reached the dueling room, where Snape and Lockhart were still talking to some of the students. "There's been an attack," Harry said. "3 of the boys are hurt." Snape started to scowl, but a look at Harry's face convinced him. He began snapping instructions to those around him as he stepped out of the room following Harry. What happened? They attacked me with snakes, Harry said. I stopped them. The last time he'd been more angry, and so his responses to Snape had been less informative and probably less appropriate. He'd wondered if Snape was a part of the attack, and so he'd been on his guard. Now Harry was just tired. It had been months since this happened in his personal timeline, and his anger had cooled. What? Snape asked. They're all suffering from multiple snake bites from snakes they conjured. I tried a bezoar and it had no effect. He had tried a bezoar the first time around. This time he'd known it wouldn't work and hadn't bothered trying. That only works for ingested poisons, Snape said. He scowled. This is going to be a problem. 3 sixth years attacking a second year with deadly snakes seems like a major problem to me too, Harry said. I did what I had to do. Although he only cared minimally about Snape's opinion of him, he did want to avoid another rant in the headmaster's office. He had more important things to discuss. Snape was about to reply, but they reached the bodies of the 3 boys. After that, he was too occupied to say anything else. They're alive, Snape said, but barely. Unlike the last time, when he'd been almost apoplectically angry, now he just seemed tired. The headmaster was staring at Harry in a way that was different from before as well. Harry wasn't sure what to make of their reactions. The Auras have already been here and checked our wands, Harry said. They'll be pressing charges once the boys recover. Snape nodded shortly. He scowled. It's surprising that this hasn't happened already. They'll be too afraid to attack me again, Harry said. He shrugged. We've got more important matters to talk about. 3 students almost died, Snape said. What can you possibly think is more important? Harry glanced at Dumbledore. He'd been discussing things with the headmaster before Snape had returned, and the headmaster had seemed impressed at his chain of logic. Harry has a theory that a basilisk is the source of young Mr. Creevy's untimely demise, Dumbledore said. And what would lead you to this? Theory, Harry said. I'm a Parseltongue. It's how I turned the snakes back on Bletchley and the others. I heard the basilisk talking in the walls. Snape stared at him for a moment. And you didn't think to come to us with this immediately? Harry shrugged. It could have been a ghost playing pranks, or maybe I finally snapped and started hearing things. It wasn't until I did some research and heard from Hagrid that someone was killing all the roosters on the grounds that I put 2 and 2 together. The fact that he'd actually seen the basilisk wasn't something he could share with them, but hopefully he wouldn't have to. He'd have liked to point the finger at the girl. He couldn't remember her first name, but she was apparently one of the Weasleys. Unfortunately, there was no way he could do that without revealing just how he knew. She wasn't scheduled to kill anyone else for several months, so he felt safe in waiting. Mr. Potter has suggested posting roosters all around campus and then waiting to see if anyone attempts to kill them. With any luck, the littlest Weasley would be caught and Harry would be free, at least until the Dark Lord could come up with a new plan. That sounds like a Potter plan, Snape said. Something that involves death and destruction. Harry shrugged. I do my best. That wasn't a compliment. The students thought the roosters posted around the school were hilarious, and several had points lost and detentions for disturbing the roosters. The Weasley twins were caught several times turning the roosters different colors and transfiguring them. They continued to do so until Harry pulled them aside and explained what the roosters were intended to do, at which point they quit. Although Harry had feared that they would tell everyone why the roosters were there, thankfully, they didn't want to start a panic any more than he did. If the staff officially admitted there was a basilisk in the walls, the school would have to close while auras descended on the school. Harry wasn't entirely averse to that happening. However, no one had found the Chamber of Secrets in 1,000 years, and there was no guarantee that the auras would be any better. Either they'd give up and reopen the school, and everything would start all over again, or they wouldn't. Harry had looked into other schools when he'd realized he'd be trapped in Slytherin. He'd learned that Durmstrang had a former Death Eater as headmaster and wouldn't be safe. Beauxbatons had classes in French, and while Harry had learned some French in primary school, he'd be at a serious disadvantage there. He couldn't speak Portuguese at all, so the South American school was out. He couldn't speak Russian or Japanese, or whatever language was spoken in the African school. He doubted the ministry would let him travel to America to study at Ilvermorny either. Learning magic as quickly as possible was going to be his only defense during his final, inevitable confrontation with Voldemort. Anything that crippled that had to be avoided. To that end, Harry resumed going to the dueling club meetings. What he hadn't banked on was the other students' reaction to the fact that he was suddenly 5 months more experienced in dueling and using magic. Most of them assumed that he'd been holding back. Harry let them continue to believe that, and left them to wonder if he was still not showing his full ability. Snape, however, kept watching him with a speculative expression that Harry didn't like. Harry needed the training, and so he didn't let it stop him, but he found himself worrying just how much Snape was beginning to understand. Despite Harry's plan, none of the roosters were killed or went missing. Harry heard Filch complaining about cleaning up after them often enough, even if it was most likely the house elves that did most of the work. Harry still felt safer having the roosters around. After all, although the girl hadn't attacked anyone in months in the last world, the current development had to be putting more pressure on her, which meant she was likely to change her strategies. He took to watching her. Oddly enough, she didn't look as though she was under any additional strain. She laughed with her friends and seemed comfortable with everyone. She seemed to have the kind of social life that Harry himself hadn't had. If he didn't know better, he never would have suspected her. Was she this good of an actress? Or had he been the one who was mistaken? It was possible that she'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time, and that the basilisk was coming up behind her in an effort to devour them both. Harry did a little more research on basilisks and learned that glasses didn't block line of sight for basilisks. It required seeing them indirectly, usually through a mirrored surface. He talked to the Weasley twins about it, and they set to work developing a special set of glasses just in case he should ever see the basilisk again. Their ability to create items had improved over the year, but Harry wasn't certain they were up to the task he was giving them. He wasn't even sure what spells they could use. They seemed intrigued by the challenge, however, and set about it gleefully. Harry supposed that if they were successful, they'd be able to see to auras, and there might even be other uses he hadn't thought of yet, so it was a decent trade. If the glasses worked the way he hoped, he wouldn't even be looking at the basilisk at all. Of course, even without its gaze, it was still a 50-foot-long death machine. There wouldn't be a lot Harry could do it attacked, even if he wasn't worried about looking at it. The only thing that remained was finding out just where the Chamber of Secrets was, if the Weasley girl really was responsible, and who exactly she was working with. Part of Harry still suspected Lockhart, although the evidence was growing that the man was genuinely incompetent. Even Quirrell hadn't been this good at acting like a fool, and he'd literally had Voldemort under his hat to advise him. If it was someone else, that person was likely the real heir. So Harry began to stalk the younger Weasley girl. He followed her whenever he had free time, under his invisibility cloak. Her life seemed horribly mundane. She had normal friends and participated in normal activities. She went to Quidditch matches, horsed around with friends out in the open, and otherwise seemed to lead an unremarkable life. Only the fact that she kept staring at him when she thought he wasn't looking kept him from assuming that he'd made a mistake. The Weasleys became increasingly paranoid the more Harry talked to them about the basilisk. Most of their siblings were in the school and were at risk. They were members of the dueling club, and they were amazed at how much Harry had improved from the year before. Like everyone else, they assumed he was some sort of prodigy. Weeks passed, and eventually they decided that Harry was the one who was most likely going to be able to solve the problem. They decided to lend him something that Harry would have given his left leg for the year before. Harry stared at the map. It was incredible, a work of art. It was far beyond anything he'd thought the Weasleys capable of. It detected all 800 students, every staff member, Ghost, and even Mrs. Norris, even though she was presumably just a cat. It didn't detect any of the roosters, owls, or assorted pets that Harry knew infested the entire school. There wasn't any sign of the basilisk, but that would have been too much to ask for. "We didn't make it," George said. "We sort of inherited it." "You stole it, you mean?" Harry said. He could see where the Weasley girl was, in her room like she should be. Although he scanned carefully, he didn't see anyone where they shouldn't be, except for two Hufflepuff prefects who were apparently doing something in a broom closet together. While that looked suspicious, Harry had a sneaking suspicion that it wasn't anything he wanted to look into very closely. We just thought that if anyone could use this, it would be the hero of Slytherin, George said. Harry the snake charmer, Fred said, grinning. The man who plans to be Dumbledore by graduation if it kills him. The irony of that statement made Harry grin despite himself. Now, this is a loan, not a gift, George said. We reserve the right to take it back if we are engaged in any extracurricular activities. Pranks, they meant. As long as they weren't targeting Harry, he didn't really care. However, it would be painful to give this map back. With this map, he could go almost anywhere and not be at risk of getting caught. The map didn't depict portraits, but they rarely moved anyway, except to go visit each other. I'll treasure it, Harry said, sincere for once. As for the other thing, George said, it's not exactly what you asked for, but it should do the trick. Although it was more than Harry had hoped, he was irritated that they'd made the glasses look ridiculous. They looked like a visor that completely blocked the user's vision, but the twins had painted concentric circles, like the X-ray glasses he'd seen in the back of some of Dudley's comic books. Were the circles necessary? Harry asked. The twins grinned at him. Totally necessary, they said in unison. Absolutely required as part of the magic. Harry scowled. They were lying and just making him look ridiculous intentionally. How do they work? Harry asked. We modified the supersensory charm, Fred said. We've tried it ourselves, and it'll take a little getting used to. Harry nodded. He slipped the visor on, and his vision was suddenly enveloped in total darkness. He couldn't see a thing. Tap the glasses and it'll turn them on, one twin said. Harry tapped the glasses, and he was suddenly overwhelmed by sensations. He could smell the Weasleys, hear every motion that they made, even make an educated guess at exactly where they were. He probably wouldn't be able to target something human-sized with this, but the basilisk was 50 feet long. It would take some time, but Harry could use this. This'll work, Harry said. I'll get money to you as soon as I can get access to my vaults. He pulled the visor off. Both of the Weasleys had identical visors on. They looked ridiculous. Both had customized their own visors. Fred's had a large nose on it, while George's had eyeballs on springs that Harry was reasonably sure were non-functional. What, you think we're going to let you be the only one not to get dead? Harry spent the next 3 days looking at the map whenever he could without being noticed by anyone else. He slipped the map inside his school books and was able to mutter the phrase that activated and deactivated the map without anyone noticing. Ginny always seemed to be where she was supposed to be. There weren't any surprises. Harry carefully checked the map for anyone else who shouldn't be there. He learned that Lockhart seemed to spend an inordinate amount of time alone in the baths. Snape seemed to stay in his rooms or in the potions laboratory, and Dumbledore often wasn't around at all. Even Mrs. Norris seemed to keep a predictable schedule. It wasn't until Harry woke on the third night that things changed. He woke to the sound of Goyle's snoring. That happened often enough that he'd gotten used to it, but it was worse now than usual. Harry almost went back to sleep, but he decided to check the map before he did. He put his head under his covers and dimly lit his wand. Ginny was out of the Gryffindor rooms and was on the move. Harry froze. If he went after her now, there was a good chance that he'd meet the basilisk again, and that despite his visor he'd die again. Basilisks were type XXXXX creatures, wizard killers, and Harry suspected that like the snakes that had attacked Bletchley and the others, it wouldn't need light to see him. He'd read a report from an animagus in the 1800s that had a snake form that snakes could see heat with organs between their eyes and their mouths. He said snakes could hear and detect vibrations in the ground. There was no guarantee that the basilisk was the same, but Harry didn't want to bitter his life on that. At the same time, if he lay in bed, there was a chance that this opportunity might not come again. Harry cursed to himself even as he was slipping out of bed and into his robes. Feeling stupid, Harry slipped out of the room. He moved through the common room and out into the empty halls of Hogwarts outside. The sense that he was racing to his doom intensified with every step he took. At least death by basilisk gaze had only hurt for a moment. With his visor, Harry was much more likely to experience being chewed up first, which sounded like the most unpleasant death he'd experienced to date. 30 Chamber. Keeping an eye on the map, Harry raced through the hallways. It was clear now why the Weasleys had been so successful in their pranking. The ability to know where the professors were and where every other student was would have made getting around easy. Harry didn't even bother with the invisibility cloak. It would be difficult to run with it and read the map at the same time. Most of the portraits were sleeping, although a few called out indignantly as he raced by. Considering that Harry really didn't care about detentions or house points, it didn't really matter. There wasn't anything the school could do to him, with the exception of expulsion, that could be any worse than what had happened to him already. Despite this, Harry kept an eye out for other teachers. Mrs. Norris was still petrified, which meant that Filch was a great deal less dangerous, but Harry could see that Snape and McGonagall were still out patrolling. Even if he'd been inclined to inform them, Harry couldn't take the risk that they'd stop him. Snape would ask why he was stalking Ginny Weasley, and Harry wouldn't have a good answer. If he could find out enough this time, he'd be able to stop it, even if he had to come back again. Dying without learning anything would just make everything worse. She'd stopped in the hallway where the first message about the Chamber of Secrets had been left for almost 5 minutes. Harry still wasn't sure how she'd painted the message in blood, considering that the words were too high for her to reach. Magic of some sort, he supposed. If there was another message, it would strongly suggest that she was the one painting them. Harry stopped suddenly as Ginny vanished from the map. She'd been in Myrtle's bathroom just a moment before, and suddenly she vanished. Was it a glitch in the system? Harry quickly checked for everyone else that he knew, and he saw everyone was where he expected them to be. Myrtle Warren had been killed in that bathroom, at least according to the records Harry had seen in the last iteration. There had been water at the site of the Chamber of Secrets message. The conclusion was obvious. The chamber hadn't been found in 1,000 years because it was warded somehow, and the entrance was in that bathroom. Harry wouldn't be able to take on the basilisk by himself, so he had to get help. Snape would be the obvious choice. Harry had seen enough of his skills during the dueling club meetings to know that he was probably a close match for Flitwick as a duelist. However, he wasn't sure whether he trusted Snape or not, and Snape would ask too many questions. The same could be said for Dumbledore. Trelawney wouldn't be able to protect anyone from a flabberworm, much less a full-grown basilisk, and Harry didn't want to lose Flitwick or McGonagall. He didn't know any of the other teachers well enough to ask them for help. Lockhart, however. If he was actually Voldemort's servant, this was Harry's chance to prove it. If he was simply faking his skills for some other reason, then Harry would have the assistance of a renowned monster fighter. If he was an idiot, Harry was reasonably sure he could run faster than the man. Eating him might distract the basilisk long enough for Harry to escape. It was a risky plan, but there wasn't much of a choice. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Lockhart said, staring up at the message. An intriguing problem, and you believe that the entrance is in the girl's bathroom. Do you think we should inform the other professors? Harry asked. Lockhart's answer to the question would lend a great deal to proving him in Voldemort's service or not. Any reasonable person would insist on informing the headmaster, or at least Snape. A basilisk was a lot for one wizard to handle. Nonsense, my boy, Lockhart said. His smile seemed forced, though. This is something we can handle ourselves. Harry turned as though to head toward the girl's bathroom. He was ready when he saw Lockhart pulling his wand out. I'm sorry about this, boy. Obliv, Harry had his wand before he could complete the sentence. He slapped Lockhart with a stinging charm. What's Voldemort planning? He wasn't able to use any of the unforgivables, not least because he didn't know how, but he really didn't see why they were necessary. There were spells that accomplished most of what the unforgivables did without a mandatory lifetime in Azkaban. What? Lockhart asked. Help, help. There aren't any portraits to go get help anywhere near here, Harry said disgustedly. The man looked as though he was going to wet himself. At least Quirrell, for all his faults, had been courageous. That's why it was chosen as a place to put the message. Pale and trembling, Lockhart said, We can talk about this, Harry. Madame Pomfrey has excellent calming drafts. Why is Voldemort attacking us with a basilisk instead of something more reasonable? Is he trying to threaten the Slytherin parents who didn't join him the last time? Harry had racked his brain as to why Voldemort was using the basilisk. Was he trying to get the school shut down? Was it a simple terroristic attack meant to show that he could attack people where it hurt them the most? Voldemort always seemed to have plans within plans. How long have you been working for Voldemort? Harry asked, wand extended. Lockhart flinched at the sound of the name. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never worked for you-know-who. You were about to attack me, Harry said. He stared at Lockhart for a moment, then said, "I'm sure you've heard how I feel about that." He pulled out Lockhart's wand and leaned toward the man. "I don't even have to use my own wand. Who do you think the Auras will believe, you or the boy who lived? Especially if they check our wands." Harry waited for a moment, staring at Lockhart. He really didn't want to torture the man. Despite all his posturing, he still had some scruples. He wasn't unaware of the fact that his scruples seemed to be deteriorating every time he died, though. A few more deaths, and maybe it wouldn't bother him to have a grown man crying in front of him. Now, however, it was hard to watch. "I was just going to wipe your memory," Lockhart said. "Get you to stop all this foolishness about the girl." The spell he had almost cast had started with Ubley. It was just barely possible that he was telling the truth. Harry would have expected a killing curse, or at least a Crucio or Imperio from a Death Eater. "You think I wouldn't figure it out?" Harry scowled. "None of the others did," Lockhart shouted. Both of them froze, and Harry watched as the color drained out of Lockhart's face. None of who? The thought that Lockhart had been wiping the memories of Hermione or Neville, taking advantage of them, made Harry feel enraged. His hand tightened on Lockhart's wand. "What did you do to Hermione? To Neville?" Harry slowly raised his wand and pointed it at Lockhart. He'd never realized that someone could literally see red, but he was now. "I'm a fraud." Lockhart blurted out, "All those things in the books. I didn't do any of them. I talked to the people who really did and then made them forget and took the credit." "What?" Harry asked. "I only took the job here because my book sales were declining and I hoped that I could ride your coattails to stay famous. And you didn't do anything to Hermione or Neville." "They didn't know anything," Lockhart said. "Miss Granger was always a favorite of mine, attentive and helpful." For all his paranoia, Harry suddenly realized that he believed Lockhart. An entire year of pretending to be an idiot, and the man hadn't slipped up once. No one was that good of an actor. Quirrell had slipped up numerous times, but no one had been watching. Harry had been watching Lockhart closely. A solution occurred to Harry. He'd been an idiot to think about going after the girl himself. What was he, a Gryffindor? Harry felt himself being shaken awake. His wand was in his hand, and pointed at the shadowy figure standing over his bed before he was awake enough to realize what he was doing. "Continue to point that wand at me, boy, and you may not live to regret it," Snape gritted out. Harry noted that Snape's own wand was also out, although carefully pointed toward the floor. Apparently Snape had some idea about how Harry was likely to react to being awakened in the middle of the night. Harry suddenly wondered what had gone with his plan. Having Lockhart tell Snape that he'd found the girl himself, but lost her in the bathroom, and having him tell Snape about the Weasley twins' countermeasures, for the basilisk was supposed to save Harry a nasty bit of work. "What's going on?" Harry asked. "I suspect you already know," Snape said. He had a shrewd expression on his face. "You always seem to know everything that goes on if it involves the Dark Lord." Harry glanced around the room. His roommates were all still asleep. Apparently, Snape had cast some sort of spell to muffle sound around his bed. That was worrying. Perhaps his roommates weren't as much protection as he'd thought. Being killed in his sleep would be almost impossible to solve if he never saw his own murderer. "Ginny Weasley was seen going into what is believed to be the Chamber of Secrets," Snape said. "She has not come out." "You can't find the way in?" Harry asked. That had been the one weakness in his plan all alone. Chamber had remained hidden for 1,000 years. Even knowing the room it was in might not be enough to find it. "We questioned the ghost and are reasonably sure we've found the entrance," Snape said, "but it requires someone with Parseltongue to open it." "Ginny Weasley's a Parseltongue?" Harry asked, staring up at Snape stupidly. "It would seem to be a requirement to being an heir of Slytherin," Snape said dryly. The only light coming into the room was coming from the door. Snape's face was wreathed in darkness. Harry cursed to himself. Staying out of it had been the whole point. The last thing Harry wanted or needed was to be killed yet again and have to repeat the year over. He was sick of the year already, and he'd only repeated a couple of months. Why not simply wait until she comes back up and capture her then? "I don't recall saying that she went alone," Snape said, and there was enough light to see him smirking. "You didn't say she didn't." "The Dark Lord has been looking to inhabit a body, and while the body of a female child might not be aesthetically pleasing, he is not particular. Considering that he'd been willing to stay on the back of someone's head for a year, Harry could well believe that." Harry grimaced. Snape was right. If there was a chance that whoever was coming back up wouldn't actually be Ginny Weasley, they had to stop it. If Voldemort someone possessed Ginny entirely, he might be himself enough to actually kill Harry for good. Reaching for his robes, Harry asked Snape. The Weasley twins came up with a way to deal with the basilisk's gaze. "I've been informed," Snape said. The expression on his face made Harry want to laugh. The thought of seeing Snape wear the fake nose, or even better yet the eyeballs on springs, was enough to make getting up worthwhile. Harry wished he had Carlin's camera available. He slipped his own visor into his pocket, hoping Snape didn't see it. His visor was less humiliating than Snape's, and therefore was likely to be confiscated. "Let's go," Harry said. "So what do I do?" Harry asked. Apparently the headmaster was away, presumably fighting Death Eaters, although it was possible that he had a love life of some kind. The fact that he was over 100 made Harry want to scrub that image from his brain, not that he was actually 100% what was involved. "Ask it to open," Snape said. It can't have been too complicated, because the Dark Lord discovered how to open it when he was a boy. Harry stared at the mirror in front of him and tried to remember what it had been like to speak snake. It took him a moment, but as he looked down at the faucet, he noticed a tiny snake engraved onto it. In the light, it almost looked alive. He finally opened his mouth and hissed, "Open." The pipe glowed and began to spin. A moment later, the entire sink began to sink into the floor. Harry carefully didn't look at Snape. If he really was working for the Dark Lord, there wouldn't be a better time to attack Harry, taking him down into a dark pit where anything could happen. "Go on back to bed, Potter," Snape said. He was staring at the blackness, and his expression was suddenly one that was very tired. Suddenly feeling much more charitable towards Snape, Harry said, "Don't forget to tap the glasses on the side, or they won't work." If Snape really was working both sides, he had to want the war over almost as much as Harry did. There might be a chance that he could be an ally instead of an enemy. Harry's only regret was not getting to see him in the glasses. "Good luck, sir," Harry said. Harry turned to go. It couldn't be easy, having to fight one's former master. Snape probably should have brought some backup, just in case. Before he could leave, Harry thought he saw a movement from inside the shadows of the pit leading down into the chamber. He saw the tip of a wand emerge from the shadows, and before he could react, he heard a girlish voice yelling, "Accio, boy." He found himself flying through the air. A moment later, he found himself flashing past the figure of Ginny Weasley, who was returning fire from a spell being aimed at her by Snape. She shouted the word, "Close," in Parselmouth, and the small circle of light from the bathroom up above suddenly vanished up above. He heard Snape shout as he tried to reach the entrance, but it was too late. Harry fell down a steep slide. It seemed endless, especially as he was in total darkness. He couldn't see anything, although occasionally he felt strange breezes and thought he felt openings into the pipe as he flashed past. He was going down head first. Harry wondered if he was going to crush his head when he finally reached his destination. If he did, at least he'd know how to get into the Chamber of Secrets. It leveled out, and he slid out onto the damp floor of a large tunnel. He struggled to his feet and pulled out his wand. Thankfully, he hadn't lost it in the slide, or he'd have been in deep trouble. Harry backed slowly away from the entrance to the tube. Ginny likely had to come through the tube to get at him, but unfortunately, he didn't dare turn his back on anything. The chances of meeting the basilisk were too great. Pulling the visor out of his pocket, Harry slipped it on. With the goggles on, he really couldn't see anything, but he could hear everything. He could hear Ginny running through some sort of side tunnel over his head, even as he heard the deep breathing of the basilisk off in the distance. He turned and ran. He was going to have to fight her sooner or later, and catching her in the dark might give him the edge he needed to win. He still had the last of the Peruvian darkness powder after all. He was able to sense things well enough that he could run without hitting the walls. Eventually, he came to a doorway in the wall. He had to reach out and feel the protrusions on the door to realize that they were in the shape of snakes. "Open," he hissed, and they did. He entered a wide hallway. In the distance, he could hear the sound of labored breathing. He approached, and he could sense a small figure lying huddled on the floor. Wand out, he slowly approached. "It's your fault, you know," a voice whispered in his ear. Harry whirled around, but he couldn't see anyone. "All the roosters spoiling my plans." "I knew who it had to be," the voice said. This time it was farther away. Frustrated, Harry pulled his visor off to discover that the room was dimly lit. Against a pillar stood an unfamiliar young man. "Voldemort," he said, guessing. "Or Tom. Take your pick," the boy said, smiling. I had to speed up my plans, you know. I had intended to take over poor Ginny slowly. The transition is less painful that way, but you had to be difficult. I've been told that I am, Harry admitted. You don't appreciate everything I've done to get you here. Tom asked. Ginny found out about the map, and she mentioned that you might be able to use it to the twins. You'd be surprised how powerful the right word in the right ear can be. Why do you even want me here? Harry asked. If all you wanted was a new body, why bother with the basilisk? Why not just do everything quietly? One has to develop a power base, Tom said, smirking. The creature proves that I'm the heir and I will develop a following. Harry stared. Voldemort already had a following. He wouldn't need to add any more. Looking at Tom, he realized that the boy didn't look any older than 16. You're just a copy, he blurted out. I am no copy, the boy shouted. He suddenly had his wand in hand, and Harry was moving as well. A moment later, they were both pointing their wands at each other, standing and staring. Is that what the other one is going to think? Harry asked. He's 30 or 40 years older than you, and he already has his own followers. We are the same, Tom insisted. Harry shrugged. I'm different than I was 3 years ago. I can't imagine how much I'll be different in 30 years. We will work together for a better world, Tom said. One that is safe for the pure. As long as you are useful, I suppose, Harry said. And then he'll get rid of you. At Tom's scowl, Harry said, how long do you think he'll trust you? He knows you better than anyone, and he'll know you won't tolerate being second fiddle. He'll be waiting for you to stab him in the back, and he'll have to do it first. Tom's expression changed. For a moment he looked troubled before he focused on Harry again. How very Slytherin of you, trying to turn me against myself, Harry shrugged. I figured you'd hate yourself. It was worth a try. We aren't so unalike, Tom said. Brilliant, driven, flexible. I heard what you did to those boys. It felt like something I would have done at your age. I'm nothing like you, Harry said, gritting his teeth. You're becoming more like me every day, Tom said. It's a pity that's about to end. According to the prophecy, only one of us is going to survive, and I'm afraid it's not going to be you. He stepped forward. I don't know how you survived this long, but it ends now. With that, he called out in Parseltongue, and a moment later Harry felt a rumbling in the floor. Something was coming, and it was coming fast. 31. Basilisk. A Kia wand, Harry shouted. Tom had thought Harry hadn't seen the wand he was hiding, probably Ginny's, but Harry had, and although Riddle was solid enough to hold a wand, he wasn't solid enough to hold onto it. Harry could see the great stone mouth opening, and he could hear something moving from within. It was getting closer, and he knew that if he didn't do something, he was dead. He slipped the visor on and shoved Ginny's wand in his pocket. He glanced over at Ginny's body, and the thought of doing something to her to stop Tom from possessing her flashed across his mind, but he shook his head. He was tired of losing people, even people he didn't know well. She was a victim, just as he had always been a victim, and he was tired of it. As the world slipped into darkness, Harry was suddenly aware of everything once he tapped the side of the visor. He could smell the basilisk as it came, and he knew it was coming fast. It slid into the room like a train, and Harry threw the last of his Peruvian instant darkness powder. Snakes don't need to see you to find you, Tom said. Casting a bubble-headed charm was absolutely necessary if he was to survive what was to come. Harry did it quickly. When he'd come up with the plan a month ago, he'd had to practice over and over to accomplish it. He'd had a feeling that he'd somehow end up meeting the basilisk again, and he'd wanted to be prepared. As long as it could sense him, he didn't have much of a chance against a monster that could fight a full-grown dragon. He thought long and hard about what he could do to level the playing field, and eventually he'd come up with a plan. Harry closed his eyes and pointed his wand. He'd been doing better in Transfiguration class lately, even if he didn't practice it with the same sort of dedication that he did defense. He'd been practicing one sort of transmutation in particular after discussing it with Flitwick. He murmured the word and imagined it just as he had practiced it over and over. In the opinion of Flitwick, the Carolina Reaper was the hottest pepper in the world. Tasting just the tiniest portion had made Harry wonder if he was going to die again and have to relive part of the year all over again. Ground into a fine powder, it was incredibly hot and incredibly dangerous. Harry transfigured 20 pounds of rubble into powdered Carolina Reaper, and as the basilisk rushed into the room, he pointed his wand. Depulso, All 20 pounds blasted away from him, flying into the basilisk's face. The basilisk screamed, slamming its head over and over into a pillar. Unlike a mammal, it couldn't blink its eyes to get the pepper out. The pepper filled its mouth and nostrils, clogging them with burning, searing pain. It couldn't see or smell. Harry would be surprised if it could think of anything except the blinding pain. Harry ran, and the basilisk turned to follow him. Although it couldn't see or smell, it could feel the vibrations of his footsteps. He screamed, "Defindo!" as he ran, pointing back at the creature. Basilisks didn't have the magic, resistant hides that trolls did, but their sheer size made them difficult to affect. Still, Harry knew he'd struck the basilisk somewhere in the face when it roared again. It slammed into a pillar moments after Harry leapt aside. His only advantage was physics. It was harder for something of the mass and sheer weight of the basilisk to start and stop, and that made Harry much more agile. Defindo, defindo, defindo. Harry was cutting away at it, but he couldn't be precise in his attacks because the visor wasn't as good as actual sight. He was literally fighting blind, and it wasn't easy. There was rubble on the ground that he couldn't see well. Harry tripped and fell, turning as he saw the basilisk lunging toward him. "Reducto!" he screamed. It was a spell he'd only been practicing for 2 weeks, but it made things explode, which seemed like it might be useful. The inside of the basilisk's mouth exploded, and it reared back, coughing desperately. Harry was back on his feet, and he knew that he had to get off the ground. As long as he was on the ground, the thing would be able to sense him running. He made his way to a statue in the center of the room, and he began to climb, even as the basilisk struggled to breathe. It managed to come back to itself, even as he was halfway up the statue. It was blind and could no longer smell, and it couldn't sense him moving on the ground. Slithering along the floor, it was looking for him. It didn't know exactly where he was, and Harry was glad he'd thrown the darkness powder, or Tom would undoubtedly be calling out instructions. Snakes couldn't actually hear, and so Harry began to work, using a switching spell on the base of the statue to one side to replace the strength and resilience of stone with the softness of his robe. Unfortunately, he could only affect a couple of 100 pounds of stone, and the statue weighed tons. He cast the spell again and again, but the basilisk was getting closer. It was only a matter of time before it realized that he wasn't on the floor at all, and it would then start searching higher up. Harry grimaced. The darkness powder wouldn't last forever either, and once it went, the ghost of Tom would be able to call out his location to the basilisk. He considered trying to talk to it, but although it might be able to hear him due to the magic of Parseltongue, it would also be able to find him, and after a face full of peppers, Harry didn't think it would be pleased with him. Just because something could understand you didn't mean it had to listen. The basilisk had reached the base of the statue, and it was beginning to wind its way upward. Harry sliced a piece of statue off with a well-placed defindo, and then he transfigured it into more pepper. It drifted down, and Harry hurried it along with another depulso. It screamed again, rearing back, but the reaction wasn't as powerful this time. Its mouth and nose were partially numbed by the first assault, and the pain wasn't as bad the second time around. Now it knew he was up on the statue. It began to wind its way around the statue. It couldn't see him or hear him, and so it was going to find him by touch. Harry began blasting away at its head with Defindo and Reducto spells every time it wound its way around. "He's above you, to the left," he heard Tom's voice shout. The darkness powder had worn off. Harry ducked as the basilisk's head lashed out, and as he did, he slipped out of the crook of the statue's arm. He started to fall, and he desperately grabbed hold for dear life. His face smashed into the stone, and he heard a crack. Suddenly his visor was falling off his face. Apparently the Weasleys hadn't built it to be very resilient. He was blinded by the dim lights from the distant torches in the room, and he felt the basilisk's head smash into the rock not 5 feet from him. Tom was calling out instructions, and Harry was barely hanging on. His wand was falling, slipped out of his grasp, and Harry grimaced. If Tom got hold of the wand, it was all over. He struggled up into the crook of the arm of the statue, just as the basilisk reared back to deliver a final, killing blow to him. He stared at it, realizing that it was all over when he felt something shift under him. Part of the base had been made as flexible and weak as his robes. While not enough had been changed to have much of an effect, there was now tons of enraged basilisk clinging to it, with part of the basilisk extended outward in order to make that lunge. Harry heard a cracking sound, and suddenly the entire statue began to veer to the right. Harry inadvertently found himself staring at the basilisk, a potentially deadly mistake. However, what he was looking at was the ruin of its face, with small craters where its eyes had been. There were deep gashes all over its head, and it was bleeding from a dozen deep wounds. Both of them screamed as they fell, tons of statue crashing down on the basilisk, and Harry falling to the ground. He struck the ground, and the world turned to white for a moment. It was hard to breathe, and Harry simply lay there for a moment. He suspected that he'd broken some of his ribs, and he felt a little disjointed and confused. His heart was racing unsteadily in his ears. He felt light-headed, and his skin suddenly felt cold and clammy. There was a strange darkness around the end of his vision. It wasn't until Harry heard a slithering sound that he decided against slipping into unconsciousness. He stared back to see the basilisk, its back broken trying to crawl toward him. Tom was hissing in its ear, guiding it. He was watching Harry with a smirk on his face, and Harry saw that he had Harry's wand. The Voldemort of today would have simply finished Harry off himself, but this younger version seemed to want Harry to experience pain and fear. Harry tried to get to his feet, but to his horror, his upper leg moved while his lower leg simply stayed there. He pulled his robe up and saw that part of the bone was sticking out of his leg. His other leg wasn't much better. Harry tried to pull himself along, but it didn't work, and he was losing strength by the moment. He was sure that he was bleeding from somewhere he couldn't see. The world dimmed around him. He wasn't sure how long, and Harry woke suddenly to see Tom leaning down to whisper in his ear. And so it ends. Maybe my older self really has lost his grip, if he's failed to kill you twice. It was so easy after all. Harry saw a shadow above him. The basilisk's head was looming above Harry, and Harry realized that this was it. Desperately to glanced around, Flitwick's training came to mind. Always use the environment. Doing so will keep you alive. Harry scrabbled for Ginny's wand, but it was trapped under him. He tried to roll, and he saw something out of the corner of his eye. A book laying next to Ginny Weasley. Magical books sometimes had protections to keep them from being destroyed. It probably wouldn't make any difference, but... "Accio book," Harry shouted. He'd been working on the power of his wandless Accios, and the book sped through the air toward him. He grabbed it and held it up, uselessly to block the fang. The weight of the basilisk's head was too much for him, and Harry felt the book slam into his chest. The fang pierced the book, and he heard Riddle screaming. He wondered for a moment why the fang wasn't penetrating his chest. He wasn't absolutely certain it hadn't. He felt a tremendous pressure on his chest from the basilisk's fang. The other fang just missed his arm. It took a moment with his increasingly fuzzy mind to realize that he'd switched the strength of the stone statue with the flexibility of his robes. For the moment, his robes were as tough as stone, although when that failed, the fang would simply pierce all the way through his body. "Accio wand," he said. His voice was going weak. He managed to summon his wand from where Tom had dropped it, and he weakly shoved it into the basilisk's mouth. "Reducto," he shouted, his voice sounding thin and watery. The inside of the basilisk's head exploded in a fountain of blood and brains. Some of the pressure came off Harry, but he still knew it was only a matter of time before he died. Somehow he couldn't find it in himself to care. He heard the sound of running feet and voices calling out, but he couldn't understand what they were saying. As he woke, he felt a moment of confusion. Had he died again? If so, when was this? He was in the hospital wing, and it took a moment to realize that the pain he was in probably meant that time hadn't reset. "What's going on?" he asked. It felt as though his words were slurring. "Hello, Mr. Potter," Madame Pomfrey said. "I can say that you are in surprisingly good health for fighting a full-grown basilisk on your own." He stared up at her, his mind struggling to understand. The broken legs and ribs were no trouble to heal right away, but I'm afraid that even with the best medical spells available, concussions take longer to heal. If you'd been poisoned by the basilisk, there wouldn't have been anything I could do. Harry nodded. "It will take time to heal," Pomfrey said. Before he could respond, she was coming at him with a spoonful of liquid that tasted like old socks. Harry wished that he didn't know what old socks tasted like, but his time with Dudley and his gang had been less than propitious. Before he could protest, he was already asleep. By the time he woke up again, it was already 3 days later. To his surprise, it was Snape sitting beside his bed, reading from a book. "Awake, Potter?" Snape asked. Harry shrugged. His mouth felt incredibly dry. "It's been 3 days," Snape said, And that's all you have to say for yourself. I'm thirsty, Harry said. After taking a sip of water, Harry asked, "How's the girl?" "Her lungs were damaged by some sort of irritant," Snape said. "If we hadn't arrived when she did, there was a chance she could have died." Harry grimaced. He hadn't been thinking about the girl when the snake came. Becoming obsessively focused with one thing to the exclusion of other important things seemed to be one of his flaws. "She's in St. Mungo's, but she'll make a full recovery," Snape said. "Good," Harry said. "And is Tom really gone?" "The headmaster seems to think so," Snape said neutrally. "He has the book in his possession, what's left of it." Harry nodded tiredly. There was something he was forgetting about the book, something that was vitally important. It wasn't the girl's fault. She was possessed. Snape nodded. He was silent for a long moment before he said awkwardly, "Potter." "It had to be done," Harry said, shaking his head. He was pleased to see that there was no pain or dizziness. He frowned. "Who owns the basilisk?" "What?" "I understand that basilisk parts are pretty valuable," Harry said, "since I was the one who killed it." Snape stared at him for a moment, then his lip twitched. "And here I was thinking you decided to start acting like a Gryffindor." "Well, the school probably owns most of it," Harry said, "but I'd like to share my portion with you." Snape didn't speak for a long moment, staring at him with an inscrutable expression. "Why would you do something like that?" "I don't know anything about rendering down a basilisk," Harry said. "Whereas you are an expert, I would presume. The last thing I want to do is be digging around in basilisk guts, while that seems to be your sort of thing." "So you want me to do all the work," Snape said, "while you reap all the profits." "I already did the hard part," Harry said. "What do you want?" Snape eventually agreed to the deal in return for 40% of the profits. Apparently, Harry had already exploded most of the most valuable parts, which were in the basilisk's head, but the rest of the body still had some value. It was another day before Madame Pomfrey decided that Harry could return to classes, at which point he discovered that he was suddenly a celebrity. The Weasley twins had been going around the school telling everyone about how he'd killed the basilisk on his own and saved their little sister. Harry felt uncomfortable and threatened by the sudden spotlight. Everyone was suddenly acting friendly towards him, and he didn't know how to take it. "Children will be who they are, Harry," Dumbledore was saying. "I'm sure it will all die down soon." "It can't be soon enough," Harry grumbled. People being nice to him creeped him out. He kept wondering what kind of ulterior motives they had, and it was exhausting. "Sometimes people really can appreciate a good deed," Dumbledore said. "Learning to appreciate it would stand you in good stead." Harry scowled, staring at the table. He was almost tempted to take one of Dumbledore's candies, except that he was convinced they were laced with Veritaserum. The door slammed open, and Lucius Malfoy stepped into the room. His face was thunderously angry. Behind him was Darby, the mad elf. Harry's mind raced. Darby had been trying to convince him not to come to Hogwarts because of something he'd heard in his household. Something in Malfoy's household. A sudden memory of the elder Malfoy slipping a book into a young girl's pail flashed across his memory. This was what he'd been trying to remember. This was the thing that had been nagging at his mind for longer than he cared to admit. Harry murmured, "Accio," under his breath, and summoned the book to him wandlessly. As the two men began arguing, Harry slipped out the door. From the sharp look the headmaster was giving him, he knew exactly what Harry had done. "You forgot this," Harry said. He'd been waiting outside for the argument to finish. Apparently Malfoy had lost, because his expression was black as a thundercloud. Shoving the book into Malfoy's hand, he gave a significant look at Darby, and he reached into his pocket for his wand. Malfoy stared at the ruined book for a moment, then looked up at Harry. "What are you playing at, boy?" Absent-mindedly, he handed the book to Darby. Harry grinned as the house elf opened the book and froze. "Darby is free." The elf squealed, holding up the sock Harry had shoved Indy like a bookmark. "Master has given him a sock." Malfoy froze, staring at Harry. His expression turned ugly, and he lunged toward him, reaching for his wand. His wand wasn't there, and a moment later he realized that Harry's wand tip was pointed at his nose. Harry was holding Mr. Malfoy's wand in his other hand. "How would your son feel if I suddenly decided to redecorate the wall behind you?" The senior Malfoy was frozen, staring at Harry. "I seem to have a habit of blowing the back of things' heads off. Troll, basilisk. After what you did, you aren't that much different than any other monster." "You wouldn't," Malfoy spat. "I've killed your master twice already," Harry smirked. "What's another Death Eater, more or less?" From Malfoy's expression, he was surprised about the first time. Perhaps he wasn't as close to the inner circle as he thought. The Sorting Hat seemed to think I'm just like your master, Harry said. Tom seemed to think so too. I sometimes think I'm getting to be a little more like him every day. Lucius Malfoy was staring at him. Your master killed a boy while your son wasn't 50 feet away, Harry said. A few minutes and it could have been Draco that was killed. Are you sure you are serving the right master? Silence filled the hallway for almost a minute as they stared at each other. Finally, Harry said, I'll do a favor for Draco this once, but if you come against me again, you better kill me, because next time it won't be a house elf that I take from you. He tossed Malfoy's wand down the hall, and he deliberately turned his back on the man. If Malfoy attacked him now, he would kill him. Apparently Malfoy knew it, because he didn't speak a word as Harry walked away. 32. Cake. Life as a celebrity had its perks, but it also had its downsides. The anonymity Harry had once enjoyed was gone. Likely it had never really been there, but people had at least pretended. Harry had been persona non grata for much of the student body for so long that now that people were actually paying attention, he felt as though a spotlight was being shown on him and his activities. Gryffindors actually smiled at him in the hallways. Apparently Ginny Weasley was popular, and saving her had been his way into their good graces, at least for now. Harry knew, however, that people were fickle. It was only a matter of time before they returned to hating him, and he couldn't forget the way they'd treated him, both currently and during times they didn't even remember. Still, some of the Slytherins were making quiet overtures of friendship. They still weren't willing to go public. That would be a good way to get attacked, or to have their families face retaliation. However, there was a sense that the battle between Voldemort and Harry wouldn't be quite as one-sided as everyone had always assumed. Harry knew that this would enrage Voldemort and his followers. They'd have to respond because the fear of the populace was a great deal of their power base. Harry's popularity would be a threat to that. Yet somehow the attack that Harry was expecting never came. He didn't really think that threatening Lucius Malfoy had really accomplished anything. The man was a hardened Death Eater, and had likely faced death in the face even more times than Harry himself. However, he still wasn't so far along the path that Tom Riddle had trod that he'd actually been willing to cut through the man's head in cold blood right in front of the headmaster's office. That would have made his sleeping arrangements a little awkward, considering that the man's son slept less than 10 feet away from him. Malfoy would attack again, and the next time Harry wouldn't show any mercy. The house elf had been awestruck by Harry and had been embarrassingly grateful. Harry had managed to get him to promise never to attack Harry again. The elf had promised to help Harry if he ever needed it, a promise that Harry suspected that he would need sooner or later. The Weasleys had been effusive in their thanks. Their family was even larger than Harry had thought, and the twins informed him that there were more who were away working. Life slowly got back to normal. Harry didn't inform on Lockhart because he rather liked having a professor in his pocket. Lockhart promised to teach him the memory-removing charm after Harry told him that he'd written everything down in a place only Harry could find. Months passed with no further attacks, and Harry slowly began to develop a few acquaintances. Contrary to expectations, the year ended peacefully, and Harry returned home, pleased that he hadn't been murdered in more than half a year. Coming back to the Dursleys, after months of being relatively popular, was a disturbing contrast. Although they didn't treat him nearly as bad as they once had, there was still an attitude of cold indifference. Harry had once chosen to see that as the best life possibly could be, and it was an adjustment to realize that it wasn't. Still, he managed to reach an accommodation within a couple of weeks. He hadn't lost his Slytherin skills of controlling his emotions, and that helped him to be compliant when Vernon was being particularly annoying. Petunia watched him increasingly, though. He told them about how the basilisk had almost killed him, hoping that would cheer them up, but it seemed to have the opposite effect on her. It seemed to remind her that he was growing stronger every day, stronger and more dangerous. The fragile peace they accomplished was something to be valued. It wasn't until Harry learned that Aunt Marge was going to visit that he realized that would be threatened. He'd never liked Marge. Unlike the Dursleys, she'd never heard about his magic, about dark wizards or terroristic threats. She'd always been unpleasant simply out of spite. Harry wasn't even the only one she vented her bile on. Petunia always had a pinched look whenever she came over. "You've been doing better lately, boy," Vernon said, almost acting like a respectable human being instead of one of them. "Keep it up. Keep a respectful tongue in your mouth with Marge." Harry scowled. Part of the reason he'd been more respectful of the Dursleys was that he could understand why they acted like they did. He put their entire family in danger, and he was a threat to them every day that he stayed. He couldn't understand Marge at all. He suspected that in the wizarding world she'd have been a Death Eater, and she'd have raised hellhounds. "Second, no mention of any funny stuff," Vernon said. "She doesn't need to know about any of it." On that, Harry agreed. Letting Marge know even more things she could taunt Harry about was the last thing he wanted. "And third, we've told Marge that you attend Stonewall High. Stick to the story and don't get caught up in the details." Harry stared at the older man. Vernon was giving him lessons on lying. Apparently Harry hadn't gone into enough detail about just what Slytherin was. He'd already got them to sign his Hogsmeade permission form. Although Harry had no intention of casually allowing himself to be the target of assassins, there might be times when he needed things in Hogsmeade. Having permission would make everything easier. Surely Aunt Marge couldn't be any harder to deal with than sitting across the breakfast table every day from people who wanted him dead. "Calling my mother a bitch," Harry stared at Marge. "That's funny, coming from you." If he'd had time to become more emotionally invested in his parents, Harry was sure that his magic would have exploded around him. As it was, only Slytherin control had kept him from decorating the walls with the back of Marge's head. He could see that Petunia knew it too. She was pale, staring at him, even if Vernon didn't know the danger. "What are you saying, boy?" Marge asked suspiciously. "I'm saying it takes one to know one," Harry said. Marge's face reddened, and she reached out to slap Harry. Harry was already moving, stepping out of her range. It was important to predict just how people were likely to react. Vernon's face was already turning red, but Harry could see a secret glee on Petunia's face. Petunia had never liked Marge, not really, although she'd tolerated her. "My mother, even my aunt," Harry said, glancing at Petunia. "You aren't fit to lick their boots. You talk about blood, but Uncle Vernon is worth two of you." What he didn't say was exactly how much he thought his aunt and uncle were worth. More than Marge, at any rate. As Vernon roared and came after him, Harry ducked around him and sprinted up the stairs. He could hear Vernon stomping up the stairs after him. Harry reached his room and he turned around, holding his wand. Vernon skidded to a stop at the top of the stairs. His face was red, and he was breathing hard, but there was an undercurrent of fear in his eyes. Harry started screaming at the top of his lungs and banging the wall. "What are you doing, boy?" Vernon asked, staring at him as though he'd suddenly gone insane. His anger had been replaced by confusion. "Aunt Marge won't respect you unless she thinks you've punished me properly," Harry said. He leaned forward. "And this way you've got an excuse to ground me to my room for the rest of her visit. That way I don't have to listen to her and there won't be a chance of something freaky happening. You planned all that?" Vernon asked, staring at him. Harry grinned. After 3 days of listening to Marge, the idea had taken root and had become almost irresistible. She'd given him the opening he'd needed, and he'd taken it. Harry started to yell again as though Vernon was killing him, crying out that he was sorry and wouldn't do it again. "That's enough," Vernon said. "Keep it up, and the neighbors are going to call the police." The Dursleys were very concerned about what the neighbors thought. Harry wondered if he should have started making a scene years before. Vernon must have seen something in his expression because he leaned forward. "If they call the police, they'll come and take you away. How long would you last out there with all of them looking for you?" Sobering instantly, Harry suddenly became quiet. Vernon had a good point, and Harry hadn't realized that he was bright enough to make a point like that. "I'll be good," he promised. He was silent for a moment. "Why do you put up with Aunt Marge?" "She doesn't respect Aunt Petunia, and she even looks down on you sometimes." Vernon stared at him for a moment, then said, "You wouldn't understand what it's like with family, boy, when you've got a brother or sister." In a better family, Dudley would have been like Harry's brother, Harry thought. He was bright enough not to say it. Harry nodded. "You better sell it when you go down, or she'll never believe it." "What are they teaching you in that school of yours?" Vernon asked. "I knew they were freaks, but teaching you to lie like this." "I'm surrounded by people who hate me," Harry said. "I've got to learn to lie." Vernon scowled. Considering that Harry hadn't said whether the people who hated him were at school or at home, that wasn't surprising. Harry stepped into his room and slammed the door. He heard Vernon stomping down the stairs, bragging loudly about how he put Harry in his place. Fact that he'd let Harry essentially dictate the terms of what was going to happen had seemingly escaped him. Even better, he'd gotten to call Aunt Marge a bitch to her face, and had essentially gotten rewarded for it. That evening, to his surprise, Aunt Petunia left him a piece of cake along with his dinner. Harry suspected that it was because he'd gotten to say what she'd always wanted to say to Marge. Running the gauntlet in the train station before getting to the Hogwarts Express was getting easier every year. Not only was Harry getting better at being stealthy, he was less worried about what would happen if he was caught. He still wasn't the match for a full Death Eater, but he probably could fight an out-of-practice adult wizard who was simply out for the bounty. His disguises were getting better. No one had recognized him, yet in Diagon Alley, and speculation in the Daily Prophet was that he was having someone else pick up his school supplies every year. The fact that no one had caught on was proof of the blind spot wizards had about muggle methods sometimes. Having a disguise he could remove before entering Gringotts and then reapply had been more difficult, but he'd practiced. He'd been pleased at the contents of his vault. Rendering the basilisk had doubled his fortune. Although he'd been a little disappointed that it wasn't more, Snape had explained that he'd damaged or exploded all of the really good parts of the basilisk when he'd damaged its head. 50,000 galleons wasn't something Harry had needed strictly, but he was an optimist. If he ever actually did kill Voldemort and his followers, he'd need something to fall back on. Snape had seemed pleased with his own share, which was half of what Harry had made. Hogwarts had kept 70%, reasoning that if the basilisk belonged to Salazar Slytherin and it was found in the school, it was property of the school. Harry had tried to argue with the headmaster, but had found him a proficient arguer. More than 100 years in politics had given him skills. The money would probably give Dumbledore leverage in case of another disaster. Since the school seemed to be a target of Voldemort's attacks, he probably needed the extra help. This, and the fear that Dumbledore would simply take it all, had caused Harry to give in. Harry hadn't even bothered to wear a disguise this year as he walked into King's Cross Road. He'd used a number of different Muggle transportation methods, cab and bus, and underground in disguise, before he'd cleaned himself up and taken the night bus to King's Cross Road. The last thing he wanted was for a smarter Death Eater to find out the general area he lived in by using magic on his cab driver. No disguise meant that people called out to him as he got on the bus. He looked for Hermione and Neville and found them waiting to get on the train. "Harry," Hermione said, "are you all right?" "Are you talking about the convict that's trying to kill me?" Harry asked. "The Ministry sent me a letter about it." "Aren't you worried?" Harry shrugged. "I have hundreds of Death Eaters and even more random wizards out to collect the bounty after me. What's one more wizard, especially one that hasn't practiced magic in 12 years? Hermione frowned. "I never thought I'd say this, but you can't take it too lightly. If he comes for me, I'll be ready for him." "You're getting overconfident, Harry," Hermione said as they stepped onto the train. "He's a full-grown wizard and crazy too. Have you seen his picture in the wizarding paper?" As was Harry's habit, he'd waited until late to reach the train. He figured that would give any attackers less time to find him and kill him. He was surprised that Hermione and Neville were late this year as well. Usually they had a compartment reserved for him. The train seemed unusually full this year. There wasn't an empty car to be found, except at the end of the train, where there was a single adult man who seemed to be sleeping. Harry was immediately on his guard. Adults usually weren't on the train, and this man's being here was immediately suspicious. The fact that the man looked ill and exhausted didn't lessen his suspicion. Quirrell had been dying when he taught Harry's first year. Gingerly sitting as far as he could from the man, Harry kept his hand on his wand. "You think he's the new professor?" Neville asked. To Harry's disgust, Lockhart had been caught in a scandal with a fifth-year girl at the end of last year, and his other lies had been discovered. Although he hadn't been much of a defense professor, Harry had put a lot of work into blackmailing him and making him think they were friends. At least, Harry could now manage a decent memory charm if necessary. If it weren't for the trace, that would make life at the Dursleys enormously easy. Possibly part of the reason for the trace. After all, without restrictions on underage magic, Harry could have utterly terrorized the Dursleys by the end of his first year. "His bag says Professor Lupin," Hermione pointed out. "If I were a Death Eater pretending to be a professor, I'd get a bag like that too." Harry said grimly. Little details were important in creating a believable disguise. The man's shabby clothes certainly didn't look like those of any of the other professors. "Are you excited about finally getting to go to Hogsmeade this year?" Neville asked Harry. "I've heard the sweet shop is amazing." "I'd be more interested in the joke shop and the book shop," Harry said. "The Weasley twins have been charging me a fortune to deliver things from there. I'm not sure how often I'll get to go, though, what with the bounty on my head." Harry fully planned to go. He simply intended to be in disguise when he did, saying that in front of a potential Death Eater would be stupid, though. "You shouldn't go at all until Sirius Black is caught," Hermione said. "What? This is the year you finally decided that I'm in danger?" Harry asked, staring at her. "I've been telling you that since first year." "This is the first year a maniac is after you," Harry snorted. "There's a few hundred maniacs after me all the time." The train started, and they spent the first few minutes chatting about their summers. Harry kept his discussion about his own family situation vague. He suspected that the professor, or whoever he was only pretending to sleep so he could eavesdrop on him. Still, he enjoyed hearing about Neville and Hermione's summers, so different from his own. Hermione had spent the summer in France, and Neville had spent the summer in his garden, growing magical plants. As the afternoon wore on, Harry became more convinced that the man was faking. He hadn't attacked yet, but Harry kept an eye on him. Night eventually fell. He was winning a game of wizard chess with Neville when the train suddenly began slowing. "We can't be there yet," Hermione said, staring out the window. Hogsmeade was nowhere in sight. Suddenly the train slammed on the brakes and Harry was thrown forward. He was struck in the head by falling luggage and the lights all went out. "What's going on?" Neville asked. "It's an attack," Harry said grimly. He should have seen it before. Outlaws had stopped trains in America in the past to rob them. Why couldn't Death Eaters attack a train with a known route in order to get to Harry? He'd been foolish to think he was safe as long as he stayed in the car and away from any upper years. Glancing outside, Harry didn't see the attackers on brooms that he'd expected, but that might mean that they were already on the train. There was movement from the corner. The man pretending to be a professor had woken up. Harry turned his wand toward the man, who looked at him irritably. In his hand was what seemed like a handful of fire flickering. "I'm not going to attack you," the man said. He carefully kept his wand away pointed down. Apparently he knew about Harry's reputation. "I'm going to see what's going on. Stay here." He headed for the door of the compartment, stepping around the trunks on the floor. Harry kept his wand trained on the man as he approached the door. Before he could reach the door, it slowly slid open. On the other side was a horror out of Harry's worst nightmares. 33. Dementor. Towering to the ceiling, a cloaked figure stood in the doorway. Its face was completely concealed by its hood. A hand stretched out like the hand of death itself toward Harry, and it was grayish and slimy and dead-looking. The creature drew in a long, slow, rattling breath, and Harry felt a sudden wave of cold suddenly sweep over the entire compartment, as though the creature was drawing all the heat from the room. From the corner of his eye, Harry could see frost beginning to form on the windows. It was the cold of the grave, and it was a deeper cold than anything Harry had ever experienced. It was a cold that filled his lungs and began to reach its claws deeper into his chest, into his heart itself. Harry felt himself falling, and his eyes rolled up into his head. He was drowning in the cold. He couldn't catch a breath. He was being pulled under, and none of the skills he'd fought so long and hard for were going to make any difference at all. He felt that first terrible moment as Quirrell's knife plunged into him. It was only a pressure at first until the knife came out and he saw the blood. It was only then that the pain came, the sense of disbelief and the realization that he was dying. The terror as he realized that it was over, but it wasn't. It was just beginning. The second time was worse, because he knew what to expect when he felt that terrible pressure. He anticipated the pain, and it was all the worse, especially as the men stabbed him over and over. Falling and being pulled under wheels, the pain lasting far longer than he could have ever imagined, unable even to scream as he felt his body being mangled and ultimately pulled apart. The impact of a massive club, by comparison less painful because it was quicker, but with more time before to anticipate the pain. Death by spell, painful but less than by mundane methods, almost humane but still frightening. Followed by an explosion, the glare of eyes causing his heart to clench in his chest. He went through each and every death, not just once but over and over, and in the background he could hear the sound of a woman screaming his name. After a seeming eternity it ended, and he felt someone slapping his face. He grabbed for his wand, but apparently his friends knew him better than he'd thought. They'd taken his wand out of reach. "Are you all right?" Hermione was saying. "I think you had some kind of seizure." The professor was standing over them and he said, "I've never seen that kind of a reaction to a Dementor before." "Dementor?" Harry asked, confused. He'd studied the creatures he was likely to encounter around Hogwarts in detail, learning everything from how to deal with Grindylows to the effects of giving clothes to house elves. Other creatures he hadn't worried about, assuming that he'd learn about them in school or pick it up later if necessary. Apparently it was now necessary. "How did you get rid of it?" Harry rasped. His throat felt parched, as though he hadn't drank in a week. "There's a spell," the man said. "I summoned a patronus and it drove it away." Harry was so rattled that when the man handed him a large piece of chocolate, he took it and ate it without even checking to see if his bezoar was still in his pocket. "Tell me about Dementors," Harry said. He felt warmth spreading throughout his body to his fingers and toes, and it only now belatedly occurred to him to worry about poisoning. "They feed on happiness," the man said reluctantly, glancing at Hermione and Neville. "And they can utterly devour someone's soul. Once they've taken all the happiness in someone, all that's left is depression and despair." "What happens if they take someone's soul?" Harry asked, horror-struck. "There's nothing left, just an empty shell." The man stared at Harry, watching carefully to see how he took the news. "How do you kill them?" Harry asked. This suddenly felt as though it was the most important question in the world. The train started again with a jerk, and Harry saw his friends give each other significant looks. They'd obviously never seen him this unnerved. "You don't," the man said. "All you can do is drive them away and keep them from breeding." Harry grimaced. His hands were still shaking, and it wasn't from the aftermath of the seizure or whatever it was. He still didn't know how the time resets really worked. It was possible that whenever his body died, his soul simply went back in time and inhabited an earlier version of himself. However, if his soul was destroyed, there wouldn't be anything to go back in time, and he might live his life as an empty shell only to die and suddenly wake up as a younger version of himself, but still a shell. Would he still have his younger soul, or would Malfoy simply try to wake him for breakfast to find an empty, staring husk? "Why are they here?" Harry asked, after a long silence. "The Ministry sent them here to protect you from Sirius Black," Lupin said. Harry felt a rage suddenly blossom in his chest. The Ministry was the cause of more of the problems in his life than anyone, with the exception of Voldemort himself and his followers. The Ministry was the organization that insisted he go to Hogwarts and become a target instead of being taught privately at home. The Ministry was the group that had disseminated the contents of the prophecy Trelawney had uttered in a crowded pub. Undoubtedly, it would have gotten out anyway, but the Ministry had actively spread it after his parents' deaths. They were the ones who kept making him a target instead of letting him fade into the shadows. They'd even forced him onto the Dursleys, leading to a lifetime of resentment. He could have been happily anonymous in the wilds of America or Australia somewhere, but they needed him as a figurehead, now that we're trying to take his very soul. "By killing me," Harry said. "Worse than killing me, depriving me of any possibility of an afterlife. What did I ever do to them?" Harry decided in that moment to find out who was responsible. He'd make sure to ruin their political career if they were simply incompetent. If they were actively in league with Voldemort, he'd do worse. He hadn't been ready to kill Malfoy Sr. in a hallway in Hogwarts, but Malfoy had only been trying to kill him, not to destroy his soul. "Do you have any idea why it would have affected you so strongly, Harry?" the man asked suddenly. Harry scowled. "How many happy memories do you think I have? Neville and Hermione have a lifetime, but the only ones I've had are those we've had together, and those are all too few." He'd rarely let himself be happy, his worry and attempts to control what was going to happen making even times that should have been happy less so. "Harry's been through more than most people," Hermione explained. "There was an incident with a troll and a basilisk, and being pushed off stairs," Neville said, "and finding the soul of you-know-who. We'd better get you to the Mediwitch," the man said. "Seizures are nothing to take lightly. They can cause brain damage." Harry nodded grimly. The last thing he needed was to become a drooling idiot. He was going to need all his wits if he was going to leave his soul intact. He'd been a fool, feeling confident that he could take on anything. Anything he couldn't take on, he'd just get a chance to redo. Now that certainty was gone, and it frightened him in a way that he hadn't been frightened in a long time. The train ride was only a short while longer, and they ended it in silence. Harry absent-mindedly patted the Listrels before stepping into the carriage, taking him up to Hogwarts. Once there, he was intercepted by Professor McGonagall and rushed to the hospital wing. "I've never seen a seizure from a Dementor attack before," Pomfrey said. "I think it's best if you stay overnight." Thus Harry missed the sorting feast entirely, and it wasn't until the next day that he learned the entire school was ringed with Dementors. Hermione and Neville had known him well enough not to tell anyone what had happened to him with the Dementor. However, his absence from the sorting hat feast was noticed. "Where were you last night, Potter?" asked Malfoy. Harry stared at him for a moment, debating how much to tell him. "I was attacked by a Dementor last night." Malfoy stared at him. "Are you going to be attacked by every animal and creature out there?" Harry shrugged. It was hard not to show his terror about Dementors. He'd had nightmares about them all night, until Pomfrey had been forced to feed him a potion of dreamless sleep. "That's why I work so hard in defense," Harry said. "So I won't be surprised when some random rabbit tries to rip out my throat." Malfoy gave him a rare grin. "I'll bet you hated finding something you couldn't kill." "I'll invent a way to kill them if I have to," Harry said. "Or learn how to blow them into outer space if I can't." "Outer space?" Malfoy asked. "What we're studying in astronomy class," Harry said. "No air, just floating around forever until the sun sucks you up and you burn into nothing." Malfoy shuddered. "You're really morbid." Harry shrugged, turning as the prefect began handing out class schedules. He had arithmancy class at 9 o'clock. It was a joint Slytherin-Gryffindor class, and he suspected he'd see Hermione there. Later, he'd have transfiguration, and then care of magical creatures. From the way some of his fellow Slytherins were grumbling, Harry gathered that Hagrid was the new teacher. He wasn't sure that was a good idea. After all, Hagrid was the one who thought a dragon in a small wooden hut was a good idea. He brought giant man eating spiders to school when he was young. He dragged Harry and other first years out into the forbidden forest late at night to find something that was killing large magical animals. Harry would trust Hagrid to be his friend, but he wouldn't trust him to know what was safe, and he definitely wouldn't trust him to keep a secret. The book that had been assigned for the class had almost taken Harry's arm off. Without magic, he'd been forced to fight with the thing, and he hadn't been able to figure out how to use it at all. He had considered using it to terrorize Dudley. He might have done so if that wouldn't have threatened the unstable accord he'd managed to reach with his aunt and uncle. Seeing Hermione in arithmancy was a relief. It was good to have a class together other than potions. Arithmancy was the most complicated class that Harry had been exposed to in Hogwarts. In part, it was because it involved mathematics, and while his classmates hadn't done mathematics in 2 years, it had been 3 for Harry, due to his resets. Hermione promised to help him with it. According to Professor Vector, arithmancy was needed to help in the creation of new spells, as well as breaking curses. If Harry was ever to start creating spells that would take Voldemort by surprise, he needed this class no matter how hard it was. Transfiguration was not a surprise. Every year when Harry was actually learning something for the first time, he noticed his professors wondering why he was suddenly having more trouble with his work. Harry consequently tried to study ahead, but it didn't always help. Finally, care of magical creatures class was set for the afternoon. It was a combined Slytherin and Gryffindor class, and as much as Harry enjoyed having class with Hermione and Neville, he thought having houses that didn't like each other in the same class, while they dealt with dangerous monsters, was almost as stupid as having them in the class where they made potentially explosive chemical concoctions. Wizards really were careless about the health of their children. The fact that the class was being held at the edge of the forbidden forest made Harry uneasy. It had been bad enough bringing 4 children in the forest, but bringing 40 was a recipe for disaster. Fortunately, they didn't. Instead, they skirted the edge of the forest for 5 minutes and came to a set of empty corral. "Gather round the fence," Hagrid said, "so ye can see. First thing you want to do is open your books." "How?" Harry asked. He glanced around at the other students who were pulling out their books. It looked as though everyone had been forced to tie the books shut in one form or fashion or another. What? How do we open the books? Harry asked. Hagrid seemed disappointed that no one had been able to open their books, but he quickly showed them how to stroke the spine to calm the book down. Seems like the bookseller should have left us a note, Harry said, scowling, or at least warned us when we bought the book. Hagrid stared at Harry. Given the way wizards thought, they probably thought it was funny to give an attack book to 13-year-olds. Still, I guess it's practice for dealing with animals, Harry said. Hagrid looked at him gratefully and nodded. You have to have a gentle touch when you're dealing with animals, or they'll make you regret it. While Hagrid left, presumably to bring whatever animals they were to study in, Harry overheard Malfoy complaining to the other Slytherins. Think we can use the books on the first years? Harry asked. Malfoy's eyes lit up at the possibility, and he suddenly stopped talking about how terrible it was to take a class from someone who wasn't even a real wizard, being more of a magical creature himself. Hagrid returned shortly leading a dozen strange creatures. Each had the body of a horse, but the head and front legs of an eagle. Fortunately, they were one of the local creatures Harry had studied. Unfortunately, he could see a dozen ways this could end badly, not least the enormous beaks and the beady eyes that stared at him like they intended to devour him. Hippogriffs, Hagrid said. Beautiful, aren't they? They were beautiful in the same way the basilisk had doubtlessly been beautiful, at least before Harry had blown its head off. Come closer, come closer. Harry, like the rest of the class, was reluctant to come any closer. Hagrid explained how hippogriffs preferred to be approached. He then called for volunteers to try to approach the creature. When there were no takers, Hagrid looked disappointed and called out, Harry. Harry scowled. Just because he'd killed a troll and a basilisk didn't mean that he was any braver than anyone else. He was just less lucky. He reluctantly climbed over the fence, and he tensed as Hagrid unchained one of the creatures. Easy now, Hagrid said. Keep eye contact. He won't trust you if you blink. Harry stared at the creature, although he kept one hand on his wand in his pocket. His mind was racing with potential plans in case the creature decided to attack. He'd swing to the left and pull out his wand, blowing its head off. Hagrid seemed to realize what Harry was thinking, because he looked alarmed. He requires respect, but he won't hurt ye, Harry. Bowing would expose Harry's neck to the creature, which he didn't care for at all, but he forced himself to do so, never taking his eyes from it. At the first move it made he planned Bart blow its head off, no matter how traumatizing it would be for his entire class. Maybe ye should back away, Hagrid said, looking worried. The hippogriff finally bowed to him, and Hagrid encouraged Harry to go up and pet it. This seemed like a good way to lose an arm to Harry, but after some prodding, he finally did it. Harry had visions of having his arm ripped off, and if the reset happened afterward, he might never get his arm back. He wasn't sure just what wizarding healing could manage if it didn't involve curse wounds. Still, the creature seemed to be enjoying it, and eventually Harry relaxed. A little. Hagrid began to say something about flying on the thing's back, but Harry glared at him until he shut up. There was no way Harry was going to get on the back of the thing. He could see himself falling to his death and having to redo all of last year. Harry stepped away from his hippogriff as Hagrid began to have the other students introduce themselves to their own hippogriffs. Doing it all at once seemed fairly stupid to Harry. He knew just how foolish some of his classmates could be, and he suspected that at least some of them would get overconfident. He watched closely, and unsurprisingly it was Malfoy who was the winner of the Stupidity Award. Harry would have suspected Crabbe or Goyle, but they didn't have Malfoy's stupid self-confidence. This is very easy, Malfoy said. He was stroking its beak. I'll bet you aren't dangerous at all. Harry had been watching the creature. Its posture had stiffened, and it was staring at Malfoy with an evil look. He'd read that hippogriffs could understand human speech. They were smarter than trolls, although that wasn't saying much. Accio Malfoy's robe, Harry yelled. Malfoy was at the upper limit of what Harry could accio, but he flew through the air, pulled along by his robe toward Harry just as the hippogriff lunged toward him, snapping its beak. Hagrid was quick to chain the creature and end the lesson. Malfoy stared up at him. I didn't want to listen to you whine for the rest of the semester because you were missing an arm, Harry said, staring down at him. He leaned down and said quietly, and tell your father he owes me. Harry decided that he'd make some pointed remarks to Hagrid about the stupidity of schoolchildren before the next class. Still, as Malfoy staggered to his feet and started loudly complaining, he looked back at Harry with a strange look. Being owed favors was a very Slytherin thing to do, and Harry was learning the game. 34. Boggart. Listen, Potter, Malfoy said uncomfortably. My father told me to stay away from you. Didn't say why. Harry glanced up at Malfoy. He was sitting on his bed studying through the Book of Monsters. He was looking for anything he could find on Dementors. We may have had words, Harry said neutrally. It's just, thanks. Harry shook his head. Don't worry, nobody's going to think that we're best friends or anything. Malfoy had waited until they were alone to even mention any hint of thanks. He hadn't even trusted Crabbe or Goyle enough to offer any kind of olive branch in front of them. The look Malfoy was giving him was strange. Harry wasn't sure what it meant. If you're planning on going after Black, I'll see what I can find out, Malfoy said, looking back at the door as though he was fearful someone would come in. Why would I go after Black? Harry asked. One more maniac out of an army of maniacs, and everyone seemed to think he should be worried about him. You didn't know. He was the one who betrayed your parents to Voldemort, Malfoy said. He was their secret keeper, and if he hadn't betrayed them, nobody could have found them. Harry had looked himself up, of course, finding out what had happened to his parents and why it had been part of his basic research back in the first year. My parents were idiots, Harry said, scowling. What? They should have been each other's secret keepers, Harry said. Trusting other people was incredibly stupid of them. Malfoy stared at him. So you don't blame Black? I didn't say that, Harry said. It's just that I'm not going to go looking for him. Everybody says he's coming here, so what's the point? Coming here? Malfoy asked. Given this school's track record, I'd expect him to break in fairly soon. After all, the school couldn't even keep out a troll, and those are dumber than Crabbe or Goyle. Malfoy looked as though he was considering asking for a room change. I've been thinking about learning to cast alarm spells, Harry said. Any chance you'd be interested in that? Harry suspected that Malfoy would be taking his wand into the shower with him from now on. He probably thought Black would be jumping out of the toilets. Of course, Harry had been taking his wand into the shower since first year. The best place to attack someone was where they felt the most safe, after all. There's a boggart inside the box, Professor Lupin said. The man was surprisingly better as a teacher than either of the first two teachers, despite his shabby appearance. Shapeless, they love dark, enclosed spaces. I've encountered them in closets and under beds and in the cabinets under sinks, Lupin was saying. It's not until we see them that they take the form of our worst nightmares. Harry slowly lifted his hand. Professor, am I to gather you'll be showing this to us? In order to show the spell to resist them, yes, Professor Lupin said. You do know we are in Slytherin, right? Harry asked. Our fears are likely to be more intense than those of the other houses. Malfoy snorted. What are Hufflepuffs going to be afraid of? Their own shadow. It's important to learn to face your fears, Harry, Professor Lupin said. If you don't, they will master you, and you'll never be free. The students around him were glancing at each other. Slytherin students learned from their very first year to keep their weaknesses to themselves. Any weaknesses that were revealed were taken advantage of ruthlessly. Now the professor was suggesting that they show their greatest fears to everyone in their class. Is there any way we can do this privately? Malfoy asked. The boggart is much more dangerous if you are alone, Professor Lupin said. When there are more than one source of fear, the creature becomes confused and it doesn't know what to turn into. Professor Lupin continued. There is a spell which helps repel a boggart. It requires strength of mind as well as magic. What repels boggarts is laughter. As Professor Lupin went into details on the spell they were going to use to repel the boggart, Harry wondered if laughter really was the best remedy to fear. He'd had precious little laughter over the last 3 years, or 2 years as far as the rest of the world was concerned. Neville was sometimes funny, but Hermione rarely was. The Weasley twins thought they were, but Harry thought their pranks were more than a little mean. He tolerated them, but they both thought he didn't have much of a sense of humor. In the end, he really wasn't sure. Who wants to volunteer? Harry shrank into his chair, and he noticed everyone in the class doing the same. If they'd been Gryffindors, it would have been different. Everyone would have doubtlessly been trying to look brave, but in Slytherin, no one wanted to go up at all, much less first. Professor Lupin's gaze wandered over Harry, and for a moment, Harry thought he'd be the first one to get called, but it turned out to be Crabbe. Learning that Crabbe was afraid of disappointing Malfoy wasn't very enlightening. Seeing the image of Malfoy suddenly dressed in a sundress was funny. Harry, however, was smart enough not to show his amusement. A few of his classmates were not so bright. One after the other, his classmates went up. Many were afraid of their own parents. Harry got the impression that some of them might be abusive. Others were afraid of Death Eaters. Some saw their entire families lying dead. Harry kept a mental note. Many of those were the ones who had extended a hand to him secretly. Malfoy was afraid of disappointing his father. Seeing Lucius Malfoy wearing a tutu was almost worth the price of admission. As each student stepped up, Harry felt himself growing more and more anxious. Revealing his fear of Dementors would make him look weak before the others. But worse, he had no doubt that some of his classmates would be writing their parents immediately afterward. The last thing he needed was for Voldemort to start sending Dementors after him. The Ministry was already doing that on their own. However, as class reached a close, the professor did not choose him to face the boggart. Harry felt a sense of relief as the professor began to assign homework, although he saw angry looks from his classmates. He waited until after the other students had left the room. "Professor, I noticed you didn't have me face the boggart," Harry said quietly. Professor Lupin looked up at him. "I'm not unaware of your position in Slytherin, Harry. Showing that you're afraid of Voldemort would weaken you in the eyes of the other." "But I'm not afraid of Voldemort," Harry said. "I mean, I know I'm going to have to kill him someday, but that's not my greatest fear." "What?" Professor Lupin asked, then his expression cleared. "Dementors. I've got to work on a way to protect myself from them," Harry said. "You saw what happened. If I'd been alone, I'd have been helpless, and I'd be an empty shell by now." Lupin shook his head. "The Patronus is a ridiculously difficult magic. Beyond Newt level, it's one of the most powerful defensive magics known to wizard kind." Harry frowned. "I'm sure you've heard that. I'm determined in some of my classes, at least. This is really important." Lupin stared at him for a moment, then said, "If it was anyone else." "There are Dementors all around the school," Harry said gloomily. "It's only a matter of time before some of them decide they need a little snack and come swooping in." "You really are as cautious as I've heard," Professor Lupin said. Harry smirked. "I'm still alive, aren't I?" He turned serious shortly after. "I need this. Whatever you need, I'll find a way to get it to you." Normally, he wouldn't be stupid enough to make a blanket promise like that, but he needed this intensely. Lupin frowned. "All right, but my schedule won't be free for 3 more weeks. Is there anything I should sow in the meantime?" "Concentrate on finding your most happy thoughts," Lupin said. "Not just pleasant ones, but feelings of joy whenever you were at your happiest. It's those feelings that power the Patronus," he said. Harry felt a sinking sensation in his stomach. If the spell needed happy memories to function, there was a good chance he wouldn't be able to cast it at all. Professor Lupin soon proved to be popular with almost everyone. Malfoy complained that the man had no sense of style and that he looked like a ragamuffin, but even he seemed to respect what the man was teaching. After all, they hadn't had a competent defense teacher since they'd entered the school, and Lupin was competent if nothing else. He didn't have time to revive the dueling club, though, something that Harry bitterly regretted. He'd gotten much better through the club and was feeling the lack of practice intensely. His sessions with Flitwick just weren't happening often enough for his taste. Worse, his efforts to find a set of happy thoughts weren't going well at all. Even the few happy thoughts he'd had, such as times with Hermione and Neville, were all tinged with cynicism and plotting. Harry realized that he was always so busy planning ahead that he never really had time to live in the moment. He found himself envying Ron Weasley, who seemed to live in nothing but the moment. He imagined him as being largely carefree, and he wondered what life would be like without any kind of responsibilities or threats. Hermione was feuding with Ron. Apparently her cat, or Kneazle, or whatever it was, had eaten Ron's rat. According to Neville, the rat had looked half dead from the first day of school. Harry didn't care much, except that it felt a little like Ron was back to his bullying ways, which Harry didn't like much. As the beginning of October began, Professor Lupin began trying to teach Harry the Patronus spell. "This is very advanced magic," Professor Lupin said. "Many adult wizards are never able to cast it at all." They were in Lupin's office in front of the boggart, which had indeed taken on the form of a tormentor. Although Harry didn't faint in front of the boggart, he did relive some of his previous deaths as well as hearing the screaming woman. "But I'm casting it correctly?" Harry asked miserably. "Your wand movements and pronunciation are flawless," Professor Lupin said. "The problem is whatever you are using for a happy memory isn't strong enough to support anything more than the barest flicker of a Patronus." Harry had seen the barest gleam of silvery light, and that only by using the happiest thought he could remember. Casting over and over and over had yielded no results. "I've been doing this for 3 weeks," Harry said, "and I haven't seen any results at all." It was already Halloween, and not having reached any progress at all wasn't just frustrating, it was frightening. What if Harry never managed to create a Patronus? He'd heard that some dark wizards simply weren't capable of it, and he wondered if this meant he was dark himself. "Are you sure there aren't other happy memories you could use?" Harry shook his head. "I guess I'm just not a very happy person. Is there anything else you can do to repel a tormentor than this?" "I'm not sure we've exhausted this option, but the only other good option is to do enough physical damage that they'll back away. The problem with that is that it won't hold them back for long, and if there are more than one of them, it's hard to do enough damage to stop all of them." Harry scowled. Dementors hunted in packs, at least when they weren't trapped in Azkaban. He had to learn this spell, or his life would be over before he had a chance to live it. "Have you ever heard about how a wolf pack hunts?" Nodding, Harry said, "They attack from all directions and wear the prey out." "That's what the Dementors will do if you don't have a Patronus," Professor Lupin said. Harry glanced out the window. It was Halloween again. Nothing good ever seemed to happen on Halloween, although the feast was usually good. It was getting close to time for the feast. "What can I do to resist the effects?" Harry asked. "If I fall down and have a seizure, I won't be able to do anything even if I learn the Patronus spell." Professor Lupin frowned. "There is an advanced technique called occlumency, which protects the mind from being read. I've heard that you seem to have some natural talent in that area." Scowling, Harry wondered who had been trying to read his mind. Most likely it was Dumbledore or Snape. It had to be one of the professors for Lupin to have been informed. Whatever skill Harry supposedly had was probably the only reason they didn't know about his resetting time. "It doesn't seem to help me with Dementors at all, though," Harry said. "Even the boggart makes me feel a little faint." "The other way to shield your mind is to use obsession," Professor Lupin said. "It doesn't have to be happiness, it just has to be a desire powerful enough that you can drive the thoughts the Dementors are pulling forth away." Obsession. That was something Harry could work with. He'd been obsessed with a variety of things since his first death. Most revolved around survival. "We'll discuss it in the next session," Professor Lupin said. "It's time you get on to your feast." Harry nodded. If he couldn't master the Patronus, he had to at least learn how to stay on his feet when Dementors came. His soul depended on it. For once Halloween dinner passed uneventfully. There were no dramatic pronouncements about trolls, no hissing announcements about murder in the walls. There was simply a quiet, enjoyable meal. As such, Harry took his time. For once there was no rush to catch another class or a training session, and there was no chance of being interrupted. Even as the other students began to stream out of the great hall, he continued to linger over his dinner. Malfoy was being more polite toward Harry since he'd saved him, although he couldn't be said to be particularly friendly. Befriending Harry Potter could be literal suicide, considering who his father's friends were. "I don't suppose you'll finally get interested in Quidditch this year, Potter." Malfoy was finishing his meal. Harry smirked. "What, don't have enough fans already?" The few students still left at the table around them was listening. The attitude toward Harry had been a little less hostile since he'd killed the basilisk, but no one could afford to be seen as his friend in public. Still, it was a welcome improvement from having to watch his back every second. "I can't help it if I'm a guard on the playing field." Malfoy grinned. "Not that you'd ever try it yourself." Harry shook his head. "I had enough trouble with a bludger just being in the stands. People would be trying to kill me all the time on the Quidditch pitch. Besides, the last thing I want to do is give the Weasley twins a chance to go at me with bats." Apparently, the youngest Weasley had decided that Harry was her savior, and she had an alarming sort of obsession with him. The twins had already warned Harry against pursuing it. "Maybe you should try it, Potter. You'd end up with a dozen brats in no time, given the way the Weasleys breed." Harry shuddered. The idea of having children in a world where he wasn't sure he'd even last the afternoon was horrible. "Maybe we should be getting back," Harry said, noting that most of the other students were heading out of the hall. Malfoy nodded. "Nice, uneventful feast this year." Suddenly, there was a commotion at the doors to the great hall, and people began to stream back inside. The Gryffindors seemed to be agitated. Harry closed his eyes. "You had to say it." "What's going on?" Malfoy asked. Sirius Black just slashed the painting leading into the Gryffindor common room, the nearest prefect said. The teachers are bringing everybody back to the Great Hall. Harry held out a hand to Malfoy. Pay up. Malfoy looked sour. Are you a seer, Potter? How could you know it would happen by Halloween? Harry had known that part of the reason Malfoy was looking so cheerful was that he was convinced he would win a bet they'd made earlier in the year. How Malfoy of all people could believe that Hogwarts was secure was beyond Harry's ability to comprehend. Where was the Slytherin cynicism, the natural distrust held by anyone who wasn't an idiot? Once is a coincidence, twice, maybe still, but 3 times is a pattern, Harry said cryptically. His parents had been killed on Halloween, as well as the troll and basilisk incidents. Apparently, evil loved a holiday as much as everyone else. You'll have to wait until we get back to the room, Malfoy said. I don't have any money on me. A problem with traditional wizard wear was a lack of pockets. Most Muggle-borns and half-bloods wore Muggle clothes underneath their school robes, but purebloods like Malfoy wouldn't be seen dead in them. Dumbledore appeared, and apparently he had learned a lesson from the debacle the first year. Everyone was to stay in the Great Hall for the evening as the teachers all searched the castle. Harry was impressed as Dumbledore effortlessly summoned 800 sleeping bags that were apparently intended to last throughout the night. It was a testament to his power. Seeing Neville and Hermione, Harry found a sleeping bag in the corner well away from the door. He was happier sleeping away from the older Slytherins anyway, especially since the Gryffindors didn't hate him as much this year as they had in the past. How do you think he got in? Neville asked. He was shaken. Apparently both he and Hermione had actually seen the slashed painting, and both of them looked white-faced. Harry shrugged. This place is like a sieve. Glancing around, he reached quietly into his pocket, where he kept the Marauder's map. Since learning that Sirius Black had decided to specifically target him, he began to keep the map on his person at all times, along with his invisibility cloak. He planned to check the map the moment he was able to do so without being seen. If Sirius Black was still on the grounds, he'd find a way to get to him. The sooner he stopped Black, the sooner the Dementors would be removed from around the school. 35. Disaster. Harry had hoped to use the Marauder's map to find Black still lurking in the castle that night. He'd then slip out under his invisibility cloak and ambush him. Once Black was in custody, the Dementors would be withdrawn, and Harry would possibly have years to learn the Patronus. Unfortunately, even looking at the map under the covers of the sleeping bag after lights out, he couldn't see any sign of Black. It was frustrating. Knowing when Black was going to attack would have made it so much easier. Now he'd have to keep checking the map in classes and out. Undoubtedly, Black had assumed he was in Gryffindor, since Harry doubted that subscriptions to the Daily Prophet were allowed in Azkaban. He couldn't depend on that continuing to be the case. The thought of waking up with Black standing over his bed was fairly chilling. Harry decided that he'd do everything he could to find Black as soon as possible. The fact that Black had betrayed his parents was disturbing, but in Harry's mind, that just put him in with the faceless ranks of Death Eaters who were out to kill him. It was the Dementors who were Harry's current obsession, the true threat. Harry fell into a restless sleep on the hard floor of the Great Hall. Over the next few days, the school talked about nothing but Black. Harry caught people glancing at him out of the side of their eyes, and people who had formerly been friendly to him withdrew somewhat. Harry suspected this wasn't because they resented him, but because they didn't want to be around him when Black finally came to stab him to death. More disturbingly, the various teachers began to find excuses to walk with him. They weren't very clever in disguising what they were doing. When it wasn't teachers, Harry found himself being followed by Slytherin prefects. Considering that he'd beaten some of the fifth-year prefects in dueling club, Harry didn't feel particularly safer. It was a little insulting that they thought he needed that kind of protection. After all, Black, for all his insanity, wasn't a Death Eater who was fresh and sharp with his wand. He was a broken-down wreck of a man who had been drained to the last dregs by the Dementors in Hogwarts. Harry couldn't imagine what 12 years being drained by a Dementor would do to a man. Just a few moments had been enough to almost destroy him. Disturbingly as well, Lupin was absent from defense class, and Snape substituted in. It was clear that Snape didn't care for Lupin, and he immediately substituted werewolves for the creature they'd actually been assigned. Fortunately, There were werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, and so that was one of the creatures Harry had actually bothered to study. Harry imagined that if he was going to have to repeat the semester, he'd start studying the wizard-killing creatures that didn't live near Hogwarts. He'd start studying from the most dangerous and work his way down. He'd save Flabberworm-level creatures for 7th year, assuming they weren't covered already. Harry carefully checked his map as often as he dared, even during class if he thought he wouldn't get caught. He didn't bother in Snape's class, of course. Snape would confiscate the map the moment he saw it, and Harry's chance of ending the Dementor threat would be gone. He never saw Black, however, no matter how much he searched. One of the features of the map that Harry discovered, as he repeatedly stared at it, was that it revealed the passwords to various secret passages, including the one at the base of the Whomping Willow. It was reassuring to know that he'd be able to slip out to Hogsmeade whenever he wanted, even though he doubted the teachers would officially let him go, permission slip or no permission slip. He wouldn't have gone in public anyway. He'd have to wait until the other students were allowed to go to Hogsmeade before he went, because someone his age would stick out like a sore thumb. He'd grown some, and at 13 he was no longer able to pass for 10. Storekeepers would note if a Hogwarts-aged child was in Hogsmeade during the school year alone. From what Harry had heard, Hogsmeade was a ghost town as far as children went in between visits. Still, he needed supplies, and he fully intended to take advantage of the next Hogsmeade weekend to get more money from the Gringotts subsidiary there, and to buy things from the joke shop that could be turned into weapons. The Weasleys were being entirely unreasonable about their sister. No matter how much Harry claimed that he had no interest in her, they were acting overly protective. Harry almost suspected that it was some kind of long con, the kind of prank they'd pull on him for the entire term just to see his face at the end of the term. Unfortunately, he couldn't be sure. The one thing he was certain of was that having the Dementors close by was going to be a recipe for disaster. From what he'd read, they hungered for human emotion, and they became less and less rational the less they fed. In that way, they were a little like vampires, except that they ate souls instead of blood. Nothing Harry had heard suggested that the Dementors were being fed. Considering that children felt emotions more intensely than adults, or at least weren't as good at hiding them, and there were hundreds of children not far from the Dementors, Harry felt that the Ministry hadn't really thought their plan through. When it all happened, Harry had no intention of being one of those who had their souls devoured. Unfortunately, he doubted that going to his professors would do much good. He was widely considered to be a little mental, what with his conspiracy theories and paranoia. He'd been a little too open about his opinions in the past. If he had a chance to do it over, he'd have pretended to be as clueless as a Gryffindor. Unfortunately, most of his mistakes had been made in his first year, and that ship had already sailed. "Professor Snape?" Harry asked cautiously as he peered into the doorway of the potion master's office. He hadn't had many opportunities to enter Snape's office. The man seemed to do the best he could to avoid Harry, although that had changed a little since their business deal with the basilisk. Despite the slight softening in his attitude toward Harry, Harry knew better than to try to take advantage of it in class or in public. Snape was a former Death Eater, a fact that was confirmed by some of Harry's Slytherin contacts. Undoubtedly, even if he'd largely renounced his ties to Voldemort's organization, he still had to deal with his former contacts. If he really was a spy for Dumbledore, as the court records indicated, he might still be spying for Dumbledore, in which case he would have to be even more careful about who he angered. Despite his past, Harry had gradually started to trust Snape a little more. The man had come to rescue him after the basilisk incident after all. If he'd really wanted Harry dead, he could have simply waited to tell Dumbledore and not come until after Harry was dead and eaten. Snape's office was just as Harry remembered it. It was gloomy and dimly lit, with shadowy walls lined with shelves of large glass jars filled with ingredients. Many of the ingredients were slimy and revolting, pieces of animals and plants floating in potions of various colors. If it had been Harry, he'd have lit the ingredients from behind. That would have made them even more horrifying and would have increased the intimidation value of entering his office. As it was, Harry couldn't understand why Snape kept things so dim. He wasn't actually a vampire, although Neville seemed to think so, especially now that Snape was angry about whatever Neville had done to repel his boggart. He'd been doubling down on his abuse of Neville, which had increased the number of incidents in potions class because of Neville's anxiety. Harry had taken to sitting farther away from Neville, because sometimes Neville's mistakes affected everyone in an area. He noticed that the other Slytherins had taken to doing the same. Although he could tell that this bothered Neville, the last thing Harry needed was a face full of boils to go along with his other issues. Some of Neville's mistakes had put some of the Gryffindors in the hospital for as long as 2 days. "Come to beg for your Gryffindor friend, Potter," Snape said, entering from another room. Harry shook his head. "If you enjoy seeing Gryffindors covered in blisters, it's not my place to complain. He'd probably be a little safer if you let up on him, though." "Then why did you come here?" Snape asked, scowling. He glanced at the door as though to see whether anyone else was listening. "Because I've got a problem, and you're my head of house." From what Harry had heard, Snape was much more responsive to the problems of other members of his house than he was to Harry. "And what sort of problem might that be?" Snape asked. He returned to standing behind his table, which was scattered with essays, presumably that he was due to grade. "I've been trying to learn the Patronus spell from Professor Lupin," Harry said. At the mention of the other professor's name, Snape stiffened. "I'm sure he would be proficient in teaching that." Harry nodded. "I don't have any problem with his teaching. The problem is with me. He says I cast the spell perfectly, but I can't generate more than the slightest glimmer of a Patronus. It is a highly advanced spell," Snape said, "and despite your determination, it may simply be beyond you. Some adults are simply incapable of learning it. The problem is coming up with the memories I'm supposed to use. I just don't have any memories happy enough to power the spell." Snape stared at him, his face expressionless. Unspoken between the two of them was the knowledge that many dark wizards couldn't cast the spell, no matter how talented they were, for the very reason that Harry couldn't cast it. Finally, he said, "And just what is it that you think I can do about that?" "I'm not sure I'll ever be able to cast it," Harry admitted. "And if I can't, then I'm in trouble." "Expecting to go to Azkaban, are you?" Snape asked. He smirked. "There are Dementors right outside the door," Harry said, "and they haven't been fed. How long do you think it will be before they decide to come on in and have themselves a little feast?" Snape stared at him for a moment. "And you aren't concerned about anyone else in this proposed disaster?" "You've seen my luck," Harry said. "I'm no Gryffindor. I try to stay back, away from danger, and yet every time I'm the one staring down a basilisk or a troll or a crazed professor. There's a good chance that if the Dementors come, I'll be in the front of the line." "Think I'm the one to teach you how to have happy memories?" Snape asked. Harry smirked. "Considering that you have to deal with Neville in potions class, I'd say no." Although Neville was his friend, he definitely had his flaws. He had anxiety problems and some memory issues. Those didn't outweigh his loyalty or his sense of humor, of course, but they had to be addressed. Harry doubted that he himself was that good of a friend. Snape smirked back, then asked, "What then?" "Teach me occlumency," Harry said. "Dementors detect people by sight and by their emotions. I have ways of hiding from sight, but emotions I can't control." Snape froze. "And who told you I even have that skill?" "It stands to reason," Harry said. "Records say you were Dumbledore's spy during the war. Either you were able to conceal your thoughts from Voldemort, or you were actually working for Voldemort and concealed your thoughts from Dumbledore." "Don't say his name," Snape hissed. He leaned forward. "Do you know why people fear saying his name?" Harry shook his head. He'd assumed that it was because they feared retaliation from him or his followers. The fact that they were afraid to even say it in private was less understandable. "There is a powerful spell, a taboo which reveals the speaker's location every time the Dark Lord's name is spoken aloud. Those who spoke it, whether in public or in private, often were visited shortly afterward by the Dark Lord's followers." Harry frowned, trying to think back to whether he'd ever spoken Voldemort's name in a place that wasn't warded, or where Voldemort didn't already know he was, like Hogwarts. "The headmaster says it all the time," Harry said, finally. "The headmaster is able to defend himself if anyone appears to have an issue with his saying it," Snape said shortly. "Someone should have told me," Harry said. He scowled. "Something like that would seem vitally important for me to know." "The taboo was broken when Voldemort vanished," Snape admitted. "The headmaster undoubtedly hopes to make it useless by having too many people saying the name for it should it be established again. Too much noise for it to be useful, a strategy Harry hadn't considered yet. I suppose it would be a good way to set up an ambush," Harry said. He suddenly shifted topics. What about the occlumency? Snape was silent for a moment, staring at him. Do you know what that kind of training entails? You practice trying to shield your mind from being entered by the Legolimens. At least at first you risk having every secret in your mind laid bare to your teacher. Snape hesitated. You don't strike me as the type to trust anyone with your secrets. Was Harry ready to share the secret of his resets with Snape? Although he trusted him more than he had in the past, he wasn't sure. If Snape really was a triple agent and working with Voldemort, then Voldemort's learning about his ability was a sure recipe for disaster. I didn't think so, Snape said, staring at Harry's face. Harry hesitated. What about legilimency? You think I'd trust you to reach into the minds of others? Snape asked. He shook his head. It's a power that is very easy to abuse. Harry said, it'd make it easier to find out who's trying to kill me. Snape stared at him skeptically, and no matter how hard Harry tried, he couldn't convince him to teach him. Nothing Harry tried in the next few weeks convinced him at all. Rain sluiced down everywhere, and the wind blew so hard that Harry could barely see 10 feet in front of him. He couldn't understand why anyone would be out in this, but Quidditch was so popular that everyone in the school had come out. Harry had tried to beg off. While he enjoyed the occasional Quidditch match as much as anyone, being outside in this sort of weather seemed like a stupid thing to do. Even when the prefects had insisted, he'd refused. It wasn't until Professor Snape had insisted that he go that he realized that he was going to be forced to go because the school staff feared leaving him alone in the castle while Black was after him. Dumbledore and several of the professors were waiting inside for Black on the theory that he may have heard about Harry's love of staying inside during games. Worse, instead of getting his usual spot near the aisles, the prefects had insisted that he sit in the middle of the row. Presumably, this was to keep Black from easily getting to him, although Harry suspected it was just as much to keep him from slipping away while no one was looking. As it was, he was miserable in the middle of a crowd that was huddled together to keep warm. Despite this, he was soaked to the skin and frozen, and it had to be worse for the players, who were moving through the air. There was a water-repelling charm, but Harry hadn't learned it yet as it didn't seem necessary for survival. He could see, however, that Hermione had learned it, from the smug look on her face, and the fact that she was dry instead of looking like a drowned rat like everyone else. She must have also cast it on Neville. For once, Harry was rooting for both team seekers. The game ended when either seeker found the snitch, and the sooner the game was over, the sooner he could be inside with a mug of hot cocoa. Harry had given up on paying attention to the game. He couldn't see with all the rain on his glasses anyway. Instead, he simply closed his eyes and listened to the sounds of the crowd, the cheering, the oohs and the ahs as the players made daring plays. As everything fell silent, Harry opened his eyes. He wondered if something had happened. Perhaps someone had been hurt. Instead, he realized that even the wind had gone silent, even though he could still feel it pounding against his skin. A familiar feeling of cold washed over him, and Harry felt a sudden sense of horror as he realized what it was. As lightning flashed, he saw 100 Dementors on the pitch, and before he could do anything, they were spreading out everywhere. Dementors began floating up the stairs, scattered among all 4 houses. People began to scream and panic, and Harry saw several students being pushed and shoved and falling over the side to land unmoving on the pitch 20 feet below. It took him a moment to react as the people around him screamed and began to panic. The Dementors had all the escape routes blocked, and there wasn't any way to get away. Some students began to jump, but the Dementors left on the field simply swooped over to them. Harry could see at least a dozen Dementors bent over bodies in the field, presumably relieving them of their souls. He would have done something, anything to help, but he already felt the memories overwhelming him. He fell backward, and he could feel someone stepping on his hand as they ran backward, hoping to find a way off the back of the bleachers, even though they were even higher off the ground than the first. A pair of 7th years, one a prefect, grabbed Harry and started dragging him to the top. Harry was only semi-conscious, but he wondered at the sudden heroism of the 7th years. Everyone else seemed to only be out for themselves. He couldn't move, and what he saw was in flashes. Dementors were in the stands now, grabbing students and pulling them in for the last encounter they'd ever have in this world or the next. People were pushing and shoving each other, gathered at the top of the stands in a tight crowd. He heard a sharp crack as one of the older sections of stands collapsed. The sounds of people screaming were interspersed with the bodies of those the Dementors had already finished with, lying desolate in the lower section of stands. Harry saw first years lying dead or worse. Pansy Parkinson was among the dead, as were Goyle. Crabbe was still fighting for survival, although he was being approached by 3 Dementors who looked ready to fight over his body. Harry was being dragged to the top of the stand. The crowd was getting tighter around them, a crush as people tried to get away from the Dementors. With the collapse of one section of the stands, more people were coming in this direction in an effort to escape the Dementors. This was it. Harry was going to die with the feeling of a knife in his stomach, with the glare of the basilisk, with the feeling of being crushed under train wheels. He hoped that Hermione and Neville had gotten away, but he wasn't sure how. Harry was pulled away from the 2 seventh years, holding him by the press of the crowd. Dementors were surrounding them, and people were crushing in on all sides. Harry slipped down and felt people begin to step on him. He couldn't breathe. He could feel a rib break as people stepped on him, and he could feel something stab into his chest. He suspected it was his own rib. He felt fluid filling his throat, but he couldn't breathe anyway as the pressure of people piling on people above him grew. The last thing he saw as he died was a bright, blinding flash of light, and he thought he heard Dumbledore's voice. It didn't matter. It was too late. Harry died choking on his own blood. 36. Pray. Gasping for breath, Harry suddenly realized that he was leaning against a wall of feathers. He looked up to see an eye the size of his fist staring down at him, and a beak that looked like it could snap his head off. He carefully stepped back. Hippogriffs were dangerous at the best of times, and now wasn't the time to reset his life only seconds after he'd just revived. Everyone else was busy with their own hippogriffs. No one was foolish enough to fool around, except for Draco, who looked like he was about to be an idiot again. Harry pulled out his wand, and a moment later Draco went flying. Still unable to breathe, Harry gestured for Hagrid. His heart was racing and his hands were shaking. It felt as though his heart was going to come out of his chest. "Harry, I'm not feeling well," Harry said. "I might need to go to see Madame Pomfrey." He had to get away from everyone to calm down and think. He was still panicking after what had happened. Harry had been so smug and self-assured, assuming that he'd always be the target of everything. It hadn't occurred to him that he'd just be a helpless bystander trapped in the middle of the crowd. This had to be stopped, or it would happen again. He hadn't seen what had happened to Hermione or Neville. He hoped they survived. "Malfoy can take Hagrid said. He gave Malfoy a stern look. "Don't think I didn't see what you were doing with Buckbeak." As they staggered off, Malfoy looked at Harry. Thanks, Potter." The first time Harry had come up with some sort of line, but now he didn't have the energy. It was all he could do to keep focused on the slope back up to the school. Harry shook his head. "I can make it on my own. You don't have to go." The last thing he needed was a Malfoy seeing him in his moment of weakness. If Malfoy communicated this to his father, they'd find a way to use it against him. "What's wrong with you, Potter?" Malfoy demanded. "You look white as a ghost." Glancing back at the group inside the corral, Harry realized that in 2 months' time many of them would be dead if he didn't do something. People he thought of as friends, acquaintances, even enemies. Even the people he wanted dead, he didn't want to have their souls destroyed. Maybe Voldemort, but that was just because otherwise he suspected he'd even find a way to come back from the grave just to make Harry's life more difficult. Harry's heart was slowing down, and his breathing was getting easier. Apparently not focusing on the images of the entire student body of Hogwarts being attacked was the right thing to do. "I'm feeling better," Harry said. "I'll be all right." They were moving out of sight of the class, the castle looming up ahead. Harry's head still pounded, and he could feel a phantom pain in his chest, but he knew it would pass if he just gave it time. "But what was it?" Malfoy asked. Harry shook his head. "It doesn't matter now. I'm going to make sure it doesn't matter." No one else was going to die on his watch. The first step was finding out who exactly was responsible for placing the Dementors in the first place. Harry began making inquiries with the Slytherins who were secretly seeking his favor, and they sent notes back to their families. The results which came back were clear. Releasing 100 Dementors could have only been authorized by the Minister for Magic himself, Cornelius Fudge. No one else had enough political power to even attempt to do that. The second step was to attempt to contact the man. Harry sent several owls over the next 2 weeks, but they always were returned unopened. They smelled of a nauseating perfume, which Harry interpreted as meaning that his letters were being intercepted by a female flunky somewhere. In the long term, if he found black on Halloween night, it would all go away on its own. However, Harry wasn't willing to bank the lives and souls of all his friends and classmates on the chance that he could somehow subdue a full-grown wizard. He had to be like Voldemort or Dumbledore and have plans within plans. If he didn't, everyone would die. Going to Lupin was his next step. It won't involve much more effort than trying to teach me, Harry said, and it just might save their lives and their souls. Most of them probably won't be able to do it, Lupin said, but the ones who can will be able to protect their classmates, Harry said. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to cast a Patronus, but if my friends can, I'll at least have a chance. If half the class had been able to cast Patronuses, then the disaster wouldn't have happened. This situation with the Dementors is a disaster waiting to happen. They aren't feeding them, and it's only a matter of time before a Hogsmeade weekend turns into a feeding frenzy. Lupin looked troubled. There might be something to what you say. Give people the option, and I'll bet that a lot of them will take you up on it, even if it's not mandatory, Harry said. You don't even have to meet any more often than you are meeting with me. I doubt that anyone your age can learn it, Lupin said. I only tried with you because of your reputation. Let them try, Harry said. If they can't learn it, they aren't any worse off, but if they can, it'll make all the difference in the world. Lupin reluctantly agreed. Lupin stared out at the sea of faces in front of him. I didn't think there would be this many. Harry had gotten Hermione and Neville to talk to the Gryffindors, and he'd talked to the Slytherins. He'd reminded them about how they'd had one of their own snatched away from their doorstep the year before, less than 50 feet from them, and how they'd been helpless. The Hufflepuffs had been easy to convince. They were generally afraid of things anyway, and the Ravenclaws were interested in an academic sense. He'd made it a challenge, and the Ravenclaws loved intellectual challenges. Almost 200 people were waiting for them. We're going to have a bigger venue, Lupin muttered. He began casting an expansion charm to expand the classroom he'd planned to use. He'd seemingly only expected 20 or 30 students to come, but he'd underestimated the uneasiness the entire class had toward the Dementors. Harry didn't participate. Instead, he stood near the boggart, helping to hold it in its Dementor shape. Apparently, Lupin had a spell that kept the boggart focused on one person instead of multiple people. Lupin claimed that Harry had already mastered the spell, and Harry did help the other students with their wand work and pronunciation. Harry practiced focusing on all his anger and rage, his obsession with survival while standing near the Dementor boggart. While the boggart wasn't able to produce as powerful an effect as a real Dementor, he still felt drained and exhausted by the end. It wasn't until the third class that the first Patronus was created, unsurprisingly by Hermione. Hers was Anata. Surprisingly, the second to master the spell was Malfoy. His Patronus was a ferret. The other students began to succeed one after the other once they saw that it could be done, and eventually 3/4 of the class had managed to produce Patronuses, although few of them could produce full, corporeal Patronuses. Those, mostly, were the students in the upper years, 5th year and above. It was a sign of Lupin's skill as a teacher, and the urgency that Harry put into the entire proceedings that the students did as well as they did. Harry could only hope that it would be enough. I'd like to see the minister, please, Harry said. He had purchased a nice set of robes and had used the Weasleys' magical comb just so he looked presentable. Do you have an appointment? Harry shook his head. I'm Harry Potter. He'll want to see me. He tried to get an appointment through every means he knew how, but his letter had always been returned with the same sickening sweet perfume on them. Escaping Hogwarts hadn't been difficult. He'd slipped through one of the secret passages on the map to Hogsmeade, then entered the Flu network from Zonko's while under his invisibility cloak. He'd taken the Flu network directly to the Ministry. There's a killer after you, the representative frowned. Where is your escort? Harry shrugged. They're around here somewhere. I need to see the minister. He'd never been to the Ministry before, and it was much more crowded than he thought it would be. He hadn't realized that there were this many people working in government. He's in a conference. I can let you see his second in command, though. Harry nodded shortly. If that was the best he could do, it would have to do. He was escorted through a series of halls to a door. According to the plaque on the outside of the door, he was about to speak to the senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic. As the door opened, his eyes were overwhelmed by pinkness. The walls were of pinkish-grey porcelain tiles. Pink lace drapes and doilies covered every available surface that wasn't covered in dried flowers. The walls were covered in plates that had paintings of cats on them, cats of every conceivable type. In the center of the room, behind a highly polished desk, sat the closest approximation to a human toad Harry had ever seen. The woman was wearing a pink tweed outfit that wasn't flattering at all. Harry stepped into the room uneasily. This wasn't what he had expected from a ministry official, not at all. "Mr. Potter," the woman began. Her voice was simpering and high-pitched. "What could have possibly brought you here during a school day?" "I'm here to talk about the Dementors," Harry began. "They aren't being fed, and it's only a matter of time before they are a danger to the students. The ministry has full control of the Dementors," the woman said. "A child like you shouldn't be meddling in things he knows nothing about." Harry stepped closer, and he suddenly smelled her perfume. It was cloying, and it was the same as had been on his returned letters. "I know that the ministry is putting the lives and souls of the children at Hogwarts at risk," Harry said. "All because one murder is targeting one person." "Ah, but you aren't just any person, are you?" the woman said, leaning forward. "You are the hope of the wizarding world." Harry scowled. "I'm not that important. The ministry doesn't have the resources to protect you through conventional means, so they have to resort to unconventional means." Harry took that to mean that Dementors didn't ask to be paid. "Then, can you arrange for the Dementors to get fed?" It's a disaster waiting to happen, leaving unfed Dementors around children. Although the woman smiled, it didn't reach her eyes. Although Harry attempted every argument he could think of over the next half hour, he couldn't get the woman to agree to even one of his demands. She had him escorted back to school, and he received several detentions from Snape, who didn't look as though he particularly disagreed with what Harry had tried to do. It felt as though the detentions were just a way to placate the ministry. Harry decided that enough was enough. He had one more option. "I can't believe you did this," Hermione was saying. "Aren't you afraid of making an enemy of the ministry?" Harry shook his head. "It's too important to worry about that." Hermione was staring down at the Daily Prophet. Harry had slipped out again and found his way to the newspaper. He'd met another unpleasant woman, Miss Skeeter, who'd seemed very interested in what he'd had to say. He'd given an interview, although he'd refused to allow a picture. She'd been disappointed by that and had tried to get one anyway. He'd almost broken her camera. "If the ministry believes in the prophecy, then I am in no danger from Black at all. I am destined to face Voldemort, and no one else is going to kill me before then. If the prophecy is not correct, then I am not that important. Why then is the ministry endangering every child at Hogwarts, body and soul for one child?" Hermione read out loud. She turned to him and said, "You don't really think you are immortal until you face you-know-who, do you?" Harry shrugged. It was just an argument to convince the public. If she only knew, he thought. The Muggles have a saying, "Letting the fox guard the hen house," which is exactly what is happening here. The Dementors are not being fed, and inside the school is the largest concentration of food that they could ever wish for. It's not a matter of if a disaster will happen, but when. Hermione read out loud. Harry nodded. Hermione continued. "You know who has attacked the school several times. By doing this, the ministry is doing the work of the Death Eaters for them." Perhaps the language had been a little harsh, but Harry had been adamant. This was too important, and if he had to shock people into doing the right thing, so be it. "This is going to cause problems, Harry," Hermione said. "Confronting the ministry like this. Governments don't like to be threatened." "What else could I do?" Harry asked. Nobody was listening. His hope was that if enough parents were outraged, that the government might be pressured into withdrawing the Dementors. He'd made the point in the article that assigning a couple of Aurors to watch him full-time would be much safer for the public than removing 100 Dementors from Azkaban, making it more likely that even more prisoners would escape. Pointing out Senior Undersecretary Umbridge had possibly been a mistake, but Harry had resented her and her obstructionism that he hadn't been able to help himself. "Potter." Harry looked up from where he was sitting in the library. Snape was standing over him. "More detentions," Snape nodded, although for once there was a slight glimmer of humor in his eyes. Apparently, Snape had no more love for the ministry than Harry did. The rain and wind were just as bad as Harry had remembered, although by now he'd made sure to learn the charm that kept the rain off his face and clothes. It didn't help the chill wind that kept blowing through. Harry had learned the warming charm as well, and periodically he would cast it inside his robes, causing a gust of warm air that would inevitably be blown away by the next strong wind that would blow right through his robes. Despite everything he'd tried, the Ministry hadn't done anything. They'd reassured the public that the children were safer with the Dementors than without, and they'd painted Harry as being paranoid. Worse, Harry had spent Halloween Eve huddled under his invisibility cloak outside the Gryffindor common room, waiting for Sirius Black to show. He never did. Something Harry had done had changed things. Although Harry had done everything he could to avoid coming today, none of the teachers had been willing to allow him to stay in the castle. He hadn't even managed to get an aisle seat. His protestations that Dumbledore should stay at the Quidditch game in case of an attack were ignored. After all, if Snape and McGonagall and Lupin weren't enough to deal with Black, they were all in trouble. Harry had tried to make the best of it. He had managed to get a seat on the top row. His only hope was that his constant exposure to the Boggart Dementor left him able to act when the real Dementors came. Unknown to the prefects who had escorted him here forcibly, underneath his robes he was wearing the Weasley suction cup shoes. Their products had gotten a lot more reliable over the past 2 years. If the worst came to worst, he planned to go over the back and run down the wall so he could escape. If the shoes failed and he fell, well, maybe he'd get another chance to do it over again. Still, the misery of waiting was worse this time, even if he was physically a little more comfortable. He'd warned Hermione and Neville that he was afraid something might happen. Although they were clearly humoring him, they had stayed near the aisles and close to the top, in a part that was less crowded. Harry had cast strengthening charms on the stands when he had realized that he was going to be forced to come. He didn't know whether they would help much. The spells hadn't been meant to withstand tens of thousands of pounds of panicked children, but at least he felt he had done what he can. As the silence began, Harry closed his eyes. He'd never prayed before, but all he could do now was pray that things wouldn't turn out the way they had the last time. People began screaming as the Dementors approached. Harry stood and put his wand to his throat. Expecto Patronum, Expecto Patronum, stand and fight. Fight for your souls and those of your friends. Expecto Patronum, Expecto Patronum. Those closest to the bottom were panicking still, but Harry saw a bright light as a silvery otter burst forth from the stands across the way. Bless you, Hermione, Harry thought. This is what you've practiced for. Protect your friends, protect yourselves. Expecto Patronum, Expecto Patronum. Silvery light began to emerge from wand after wand. Many of the children, even those who'd managed a solid patroness in the class, weren't able to create more than a mist under the influence of the Dementor's collected aura. However, as more and more of the mist coalesced, the Dementors slowed and stopped. Seeing this, some of the students who had begun to flee to the stands stopped and pulled out their wands. Harry saw a swan made of silvery light emerge, followed by a shimmering fox, a hare, a doe, and a glittering lynx. Inspired by the success of their fellows, more and more of the students were turning and trying the spell which would save their lives. Even the Slytherins, initially more fearful, were following suit. Harry saw shimmering snakes flying through the air, interposing themselves between the students and the children. He saw badgers and dogs, and even an aardvark emerge through the wall of shimmering mist generated by those who couldn't manage the full spell. The Dementors began to draw back, a rattling sound in their collected throats. "This is Hogwarts, and this is our home. You will not have us," Harry shouted, his voice amplified by the spell. The Dementors wailed a frustrated wail and began to fall back, away from the pitch altogether. Harry felt an unfamiliar feeling busting inside his chest. He'd done it. He'd managed to save everyone, and no one had died. He'd saved them. He'd saved them all. It was unlike anything he'd ever experienced, and it took him a moment to realize what it was. In his entire life, he hadn't ever experienced a single moment like this. This wasn't just happiness, it was joy. Unbelieving, he pointed his wand and shouted, "Expecto Patronum." A silvery, shimmering mongoose emerged from his wand. It was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen.